The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. It is December the 4th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1534 AD, Ottoman Sultan Suleiman the Great occupies Baghdad. In 1563, Council of Trent holds its last session after 18 years. Last ecumenical council for more than 300 years. In 1619, 38 colonists from Berkeley Parish, England, disembark in Virginia and give thanks to God, considered by many the first Thanksgiving in the Americas. In 1791, Britain's The Observer is first published, the oldest Sunday newspaper in the world. In 1829, Britain outlaws suti in India, a Hindu practice where a widow burns herself to death on her husband's funeral pyre. In 1918, U.S. President Woodrow Wilson sails for Versailles Peace Conference in France. In 1933, Jack Kirkland's play Tobacco Road premieres in New York City, becomes longest-running play of its time. In 1927, Duke Ellington opens the Cotton Club in Harlem, New York City. In 1943, Major League Baseball Commissioner Kenshaw Mountain Landis announces any baseball club may sign Negroes. And born on this day, Thomas Carlyle, Crazy Horse, Chester Greenwood, Edith Cavell, Francisco Franco, Pappy Bonington, Jeff Bridges, Marissa Tomei, Tyra Banks, Jay-Z, Kim Suk Jin, and Anik Hubber. Dying on this day, Thomas Hobbes, Robert Jenkinson, Hannah R. Dent, Benjamin Britten, Frank Zappa, Colin Cowdrey. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. calling all cars, calling all cars. Be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 84, regarding a train robbery at Noble. The Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office requests all cars to watch for a suspect described as thin, height 5 feet 10 inches, age 43, has sparse hair, and wears glasses. That's all.
Firecracker time. Look out. Here goes one. Oh, too bad. That one was a dud. Light another one, Brody. There. That firecracker exploded into thin air. Not a trace of it left. Just like Rio Grande cracked gasoline explodes in your motor. All power, no waste. But cut-price, uncracked gasoline is like the dud firecracker, because it only partly explodes. The wasted, unburned gasoline runs down your cylinder walls, ruining your oil seal, diluting your crankcase oil, so it's often useless in only 200 miles. You certainly don't save money using cut-price gasoline when a large part of every gallon goes to waste. Your motor needs complete explosion. That's why every automobile engine thrives on Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Each drop burns completely. There are no unburned leftovers to ruin your oil. Rio Grande puts gasoline through the newest, costliest, and most advanced refining process known to the petroleum industry, just to ensure that every drop will burn completely, so no power will be wasted. That's why your car speeds up on Rio Grande cracked, because you get full force, full power explosion, instead of the half-hearted explosions of uncracked gasoline. That's why the cars that must have the finest gasoline, police cars, fire engines, ambulances, specify Rio Grande cracked more than any other brand. That goes for you, too. It costs you less per mile to drive with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to announce that the part of Inspector Austin in tonight's broadcast will be played by Wallace Ford, motion picture star now appearing in the RKO production The Informer, and the Columbia offering The Whole Town's Talking. And now it is our great pleasure to present Sheriff John Miller of Contra Costa County, who will speak to you from the studios of KFRC in San Francisco.
Good evening. Only the most desperate and hardened criminals would dare to hold up a mail train, because they know that not only will the sheriff's forces and local police be hot on their trail, but also the federal G-men, who will never give up until the robbers are punished. When our office received the flash that the mails had been robbed, our men devoted their entire energies to tracing the bandits. All clues unearthed by our men were turned over to the G-man assigned by the postal authorities, and our deputies worked with him until the entire gang was accounted for. G-men can't work alone. They need the manpower and the knowledge of local police and sheriff's forces. We are not interested in glory. We want only to see lawbreakers captured. And my deputies are instructed to work just as hard on police and federal cases as on our own problems. In the true story that follows, you will see how many different law enforcement agencies were needed to bring all members of the robber gang to justice. On with the show.
It is mid-morning of November 7th, 1930. Southern Pacific's train number 36, bound for Stockton and Sacramento, has just left Berkeley. And engineer R.E. Lemery and fireman F.E. O'Brien are setting down to an uneventful run.
Seem okay?
Sure. Take it easy.
Thanks. Are we on time?
Right on the tick. Ever seen me when I wasn't on time?
Well, come to think of it, I haven't.
Got to be on time today. We're carrying the payroll to the steel mills at Pittsburgh.
Yeah?
Sure. If we don't get in on time, those guys won't get their pay envelopes.
Well, we can't let that happen.
No, I'll say we can't.
All right, you guys. Put them in this train now.
Who are you?
Stick up. Get your hand away from that brake lever. Keep her rolling. I'll tell you when to stop.
What's the big idea?
I guess you know what you're carrying on this train.
Passengers, that's all.
Yeah? Well, I know different. How far are we from Noble?
You mean that little flag stop?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, about a quarter of a mile.
All right, slow her down. Now listen, there's a cord stretched between two stakes along the side of the track. You see it?
Yes.
Okay, drop this thing so that the cab is opposite the end stake.
What's the idea?
Don't argue. Put on your brakes. Easy now. We're passing the cord. Now, pull her up. Okay, you guys, get down. Hey, what's the idea of that cord business? That measures the distance from the engine to the mail car. You see why? The boys are setting up the machine gun on that flat car right opposite the mail car.
You guys sure had this planned, didn't you?
Sure we did. Now get over there to that station. Okay, Frank, I got the engine crew. Hello, boy. Here comes the conductor. You'll take care of him.
Don't worry, I will.
Hey, Lemery, what's the idea of stopping here?
Can't you see it?
Shut up, you.
All right, conductor, up your hands. Frisky, Eddie.
Okay. Nothing on him.
Tommy, all right, boys?
All set.
Hey, look here. You'd better not go through with this. Why not?
This is dangerous business.
Well, we're prepared for it. Your old train's covered with my men. We're not taking any chances. Now you're going to help me open that mail car.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Hey, listen,
Now,
you
shut
can't
up and
get
get
away
around
with
in front of me here.
Let me alone.
You'll make a nice bulletproof vest. Now we'll wake up that mail clerk. Fire a slug into the door of that car, Eddie.
Okay.
What's the big idea?
Drop that gun, mister.
I will not.
If you don't, I'll let you have it.
Hey, don't shoot, Mac. You can't hit him without killing me.
Now drop that gun. There, that's better. Okay, now open up the car. Open it up. Listen, mister, we don't want to bump anybody off. But if you don't get into line, we'll have to. We got a dozen sticks of dynamite here, and we'll blow up the car and you in it unless you open up.
You better open up, Mac. We ain't got a chance.
Guess you're right, Steve. All right, Eddie. Take this conductor over to the station with the other two.
Okay.
I'm going to get the stuff. Where's the rest of your money back?
Here you are.
Stuff them into one sack.
Okay.
Now, where's that bank stuff?
What bank stuff?
You know what bank stuff, that payroll shipment.
I haven't any payroll shipment.
Listen, do you think we'd go into this without knowing what we're doing? You're carrying the payroll to the steel mills in Pittsburgh. Now, where is it?
I don't know anything about it.
No?
No.
Then I'll find it myself. Hiding this stuff on me, huh? Well, blow your lousy train up for a trick like this. Think you can pull a fast one on me, do you? Oh, here it is. Listen, mister, if I gave you what's coming to you, I'd bump you off with that little trick. Well, I'll give you one more chance. Get down to the other end of the car.
Oh, please don't do anything to me. I was only doing my duty.
Shut up and get down there. I'll stand there for 5 minutes with your face to the wall. You stick your head out of this door, my chopper will blow it off. All right, Eddie, I got everything. Give the boys the signal.
Okay, boys, scram.
Help me me get this back into the car.
Okay. Don't you want to tie up these guys?
Ah, let them go. By the time they get to the next station, we'll be out of the heat.
Okay, everything fine?
Everything.
Good.
Come on, set that tomcat in there. Get in, Eddie. Everybody here?
Yeah, all accounted for.
All right, let's go then.
It is 10 minutes before the flustered train crew gets number 36 to Sedge, where the alarm is sounded. And by the time the train reaches Stockton, postal inspectors Austin and Chance have arrived there by plane and quickly question the hold-up victims. Engineer Lemery has the most important bit of information.
Now, Mr. Lemery, what do these men look like?
Well, it's hard to say. They all wore overalls and masks over their faces.
Say they made their escape by automobile?
Yes.
I don't suppose you were able to get the license number of the car.
Yes, I did notice it.
You did? What was it?
Let me see. 7W6549. Yeah, that's right. 7W6549.
7W6549. Call the Motor Vehicle Bureau of Sacramento right away, Austin, and see who that license is registered to.
And a half hour later, in the little town of Orland, an officer is questioning the postmistress.
Why, yes. That's my license number.
Where is your car?
Oh, I wish I knew. It was stolen last night.
Stolen? Where?
I was visiting in Oakland. I left it in a garage at Harrison and 14th Street. And about midnight...
The investigation reverses to Oakland police, who quickly visit the garage man at Harrison and 14th.
You were on duty last night? Yes, sir. Know anything about a car being stolen out there? Yes. I was alone about midnight when two men came in. One of them pulled a gun on me, and the other one started the Buick and drove it out here by the office. And the guy with the gun jumped on the running board and they drove off. What did these men look like? Well, I couldn't tell. They wore overalls and masks.
In possession of all the available immediate clues, postal inspectors hold council of war with the chief of the Oakland Police Department.
Well, Chief, that stolen car clue didn't help much, did it?
No. These men were certainly careful. Their overalls and masks.
Well, here's all we know. They used a stolen car, which they abandoned at Euclid Avenue and Virginia Street, and they left the empty mail sack at the electric depot. Now, where do we go from here?
There's one thing you gentlemen have forgotten.
What's that?
Modus operandi.
How do you mean?
Well, sometimes as important as a clue. I've been checking back on previous robberies, such as the McAvoy train robbery last year, Fresno winery robbery in 1928. They were both pulled with the same systematic procedure. Several men were involved. Machine guns and sawed-off shotguns were used. Everything clicked off with rehearsed perfection.
But these crimes are unsolved.
Not completely. We've been working on them. We have reason to believe that they involve an ex-con by the name of Frank Smith. Did time for a bank robbery in Santa Clara back in 1909.
Okay, bring Smith in and let's question him.
Yeah, first we have to locate him. Hello?
Garrett, BBC. Just got a report that I think you should know about.
What is it?
A chambermaid at the Los Feliz Hotel found a package containing $195 half dollars in the dresser drawer this morning.
Who's in the room?
It was registered to an E.R. Sherwood. He checked out in a hurry this morning.
Get down there right away.
Yes, sir.
$195 half dollars left in the dresser drawer at the Los Feliz Hotel.
That might be part of the stuff. Let's see. They got $50,000 in bills and $3,700 in silver. $500 of that was in half dollars.
Yeah, leave it to a crook to make a stupid mistake like that.
Of course, it might not have anything to do with our case.
Yeah, we'll know pretty soon. Garrett's gone down to question the hotel employees.
Now, Mr. Johnson, you say the man who occupied the room where the money was found registered as E.R. Sherwood?
That's right.
What else do you know about him?
Nothing much. He was here for 2 days this time.
You mean he stopped here before?
Oh, yes, several times.
You know anyone he associated with?
Why, yes. He's quite friendly with a Mr. and Mrs. Ellis. Frank P. Ellis, I believe their name is. They drive a blue coupe, as I remember.
Frank P. Ellis. Drive a blue coupe?
Yes.
You know where Mr. Ellis lives?
No, I don't.
What else do you know about this man?
Well, that's about all. Oh, yes. One of the bellboys ran an errand for him just as he left.
Let me talk to him.
Just a minute. Front?
Yes, sir.
Harry, you ran an errand for a Mr. Sherwood, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Will you tell this gentleman about it?
Well, Mr. Sherwood asked me to express a package for him.
A package? What kind of a package?
Well, it was small and sort of heavy.
Small and sort of heavy. It sounds like more silver, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, it does.
Where was the package going?
To Seattle.
What address?
Let me see. I got it here somewhere in a piece of paper. Yeah, here it is. R.W. Carlton, Olive Tower Apartment, Seattle.
Well, that's fine. We'll put the police on this right away.
Seattle police investigate Mr. Carlton of the Olive Tower Apartment, only to find that he had checked out that morning just after Sherwood arrived. Meanwhile, Oakland police work on the Ellis angle of the case.
Chief, this may be a long shot, but I've got a hunch that this man Ellis who visited Sherwood at the hotel is the same fellow who pulled that post office holdup in Tracy 2 years ago.
Yes? Why?
Well, here's the silly part of my hunch. Both men drove a blue coupe. I'd like to backtrack on that investigation with Inspector Austin here and see where it leads us.
It's okay with me.
You remember the investigation of that Tracy holdup, Austin?
Yes. The license number on the getaway car was traced to a woman who had moved to Connecticut. She was completely innocent.
Was it a stolen car?
Apparently not. I always did think that they had repainted license plates from the previous year.
You remember the license on the car?
No, but I've got it over at the office.
Well, let's work backwards on that angle then.
A check with the Motor Vehicle Bureau reveals that the license number on the getaway car used in the Tracy holdup in 1928 is the same as the license issued to Ellis in 1926, at which time he gave a San Francisco address. Officers tracing him at that address gleaned the information that he has a brother-in-law living in Berkeley. Although this gentleman proves his innocence and denies knowledge of Ellis's whereabouts, officers find the wanted man's address in a notebook. Once in possession of this information, a posse is hastily assembled, and on a quiet Sunday afternoon, 9 officers representing the Oakland police, the federal government, and the sheriff's office close in on a pleasant little bungalow on an Oakland side street.
And all posted, Garrett?
They're surrounding the house.
Good. All set, Chance? Set. When I get in the door, set it open, you follow me in. Stay out of sight until then, okay?
Okay.
Here goes. I beg your pardon, ma'am. Could you tell me where the Stewarts live?
Why, I don't know. I'm not very well. Hey, get your foot out of that door.
I'm coming in.
Frank!
Quiet. One peep out of you, and I'll lay you off. Come on, Chance.
Hey, listen, you can't do this. You ain't got no right to...
We're federal officers. Now, shut up. Grab that gun on the table, Chance.
Hey, listen to me, you big flat foot. This is my house. You can't break in here without a warrant.
We don't need one now. You got a license for this gun?
Why, I don't know.
All right, that's a charge for the present. Now, keep quiet and don't cause us any trouble. The place is surrounded. Inspector Garrett just come in the back way, and it isn't going to do you any good to make a squawk.
Where's your husband?
I don't know.
There's someone in the bathroom here.
Keep your eyes on her, Chance. Come on, Garrett.
Yeah, must be washing his face. Probably never heard it.
Open the door. Hands up, Ellis.
What? Hey, what is this, a hijack?
No, it's an arrest. Drop that razor. Drop it, I said. Now, get out of here and get into a shirt. You're going to headquarters.
What for?
Plenty. Suspicion of robbing the United States mails to begin with.
Oh, but look here, you got the wrong guy. I'm a respectable salesman. I don't know what this is all about.
Well, if you're on the up and up, it won't take you long to clear yourself. Now get going.
Hey, Austin, this joint's an arsenal.
What do you mean?
The boys just found 3 rifles, a couple of automatics, and a flock of bulletproof vests.
Yeah? So you're a respectable salesman, eh, Ellis? What do you sell, munitions? Come on, get going.
For 3 hours, the officers remained with their prisoners in the bungalow, hoping for the arrival of other members of the gang. During this time, neither husband nor wife answers the constant interrogations of the officers. And Ellis complains of illness, confesses to being a narcotic addict, begs the officers for a shot, is refused. Finally, the prisoners are placed in separate police cars and convoyed to the postal authorities' headquarters. On the way down, Ellis apparently becomes much worse.
Please, boys, please give me a shot. I can't stand this agony.
No.
Oh, listen, guys. Be human, will
In the
you?
first place, if I haven't got any. In the second place, if I did, I wouldn't give you any.
I tell you, I can't stand this much longer. Every nerve in my body's screaming.
That's tough.
Listen, these cuffs are cutting my wrist to beat the devil. At least take them off, will you?
We'll be at headquarters in a few minutes.
Oh, take the cuffs off, Austin. It'll be all right. The poor guy's really suffering.
Well, okay.
Oh, thanks, Inspector. Thanks a lot. Gosh, those things cut bad.
Well, here we are. Come on, Ellis, file out.
I don't know whether I can make it. I'm pretty weak.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Easy. See, you don't know how bad I hurt. If you guys would only give me a shot.
You'll be all right. One more step now. There.
Thanks, Blackfoot.
Hey, come back here.
I'm double-crossing dirty.
Halt! Halt or I'll fire.
Go ahead and shoot. You can't hit me. Good shot, Austin. That dropped him.
Come on, let's make sure. He may be standing.
All right, never mind now. Never mind, folks. Now stand back. Stand back, I say. Never mind.
He's dead, all right. I drilled him right through the heart.
Mrs. Ellis had already been taken into the post office when her husband was shot. Withholding the news of his death from her, officers questioned her regarding the train robbery. For 4 hours, she submits unyieldingly to the barrage of questions fired at her. Finally, in an effort to break her, Inspector Austin plays his trump card.
Mrs. Ellis, there's no sense in you holding out any longer. It's quite clear that you're trying to protect your husband. That's what you're trying to do, isn't it?
What?
Protect your husband.
Protect who?
Your husband.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, Mrs. Ellis. But just for the sake of argument, we'll assume that you are trying to protect him.
Assume anything you like, you dirty baboon.
Well, he doesn't need your protection any longer because he's dead.
What? Oh, I see. A trap, huh?
No, that's a fact. He was shot trying to escape from us when we pulled up outside the building. He died immediately.
Oh, yeah? So you can't catch me that way. You must think I'm a babe in arms.
What I'm telling you is the truth.
A copper never tells the truth.
Very well, Mrs. Ellis. I'll prove it to you. Come along.
Where are you going to take me?
To the morgue.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Hello, Doctor. Have you posted that shooting case yet?
Yeah, that's number 37.
I want to get an identification.
All right, keep wait. Now, here we are.
Hold on the sheet, will you please, Doc? Well, Mrs. Ellis,
I don't know that man.
Back in the post office, the questioning continues.
well, Mrs. Ellis, what have you to say now?
Nothing.
I've shown you the proof of your husband's death.
That man's not my husband.
Who else robbed the Southern Pacific train at Noble?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Isn't it true that your husband robbed the post office at Tracy 2 years ago? You drove the getaway car in the train robbery at McAvoy last year.
And that Fresno winery hijacking. You and your husband pulled that, too.
Would you mind if I help myself to some water?
No, there's a cooler in the corner.
Thank you.
Grab her, Garrett. She's trying to jump out the window. Come on. Now, Mrs. Ellis, what's the idea of that?
I'd rather bump myself off than dirty myself being in the same room with you, swine.
Very well, we'll place you in a nice private cell where you can think this whole thing over for yourself. And where there are bars to keep you from jumping out of windows. Lock her up, Garrett.
With Frank Smith, alias Frank Ellis, dead, and Mrs. Ellis defiantly mute in jail, authorities begin the search for friends of the Smiths, whom neighbors inform them are known as Mr. and Mrs. York. Shown a mug book, they quickly identify York as Charles Berta, a Canadian ex-convict. Meanwhile, in Seattle, Postal Inspector Imus picked up Sherwood on the street from the description provided by Oakland officers. And then a few days later, in a small grocery store in Seattle...
Now, what does that all amount to?
Let me see. It's $1.35.
And, oh, yeah, let me have a dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs, that's right. That makes $1.60.
$1.60. Let's see, that's 32 nickels, isn't it?
32 nickels? My Mrs. Carter, what you been doing? You're breaking the jackpot and slot machine?
No, as a matter of fact, I've been saving nickels for a long time. Several years now.
Yeah, they do mount up, don't they?
They certainly do. There you are.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Carton. Good day.
Good day.
Yeah, saving nickels for several years. Yeah, these nickels are all bright. They ain't never been used. Land to Goshen. They're all 1928 Buffaloes. Think I'd better call the police.
Thus, another mistake on the part of the criminals ensnares two more when Carlton and his wife are taken into custody. Mugged and fitted, Carlton turns out to be Earl J. Christman, wanted in Detroit on a bunco charge. Back to Oakland swings the investigation, where finally officers locate the residence of Berta and his wife. They lose no time in visiting the apartment of the suspect.
Better try knocking, Stone. Try it again, louder.
All right. Don't break the door down.
Well, why don't you answer your bell then?
Do I have to tell that, too? What's the big idea? Who are you?
Police officers. And you're Mrs. Berta.
Wrong party. My name's York.
Okay, Mrs. York, alias Mrs. Berta. Where's your husband?
I haven't any.
Okay, have it your way. Mind if we come in?
Of course I do.
Well, we're coming just the same.
You can't come in here without a search warrant.
Here it is.
Oh. Thought of everything, didn't you?
Yep. Turn on the light, Stone. Go through the joint while I talk to Mrs. Berta.
What do you expect to find? Dead bodies?
Never can tell. Come on, Eddie.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Berta.
I wish you'd use my right name.
Suppose I just call you.
Okay, if you don't add anything to it.
Okay, you. What do you know about that train robbery at Noble?
Huh? That's easy. Nothing.
Isn't it true that your husband is an ex-convict?
I haven't any husband. What other silly questions can you think of?
It might interest you to know that your husband's mug has been identified as one of the mob that held up the SP train at Noble.
Considering the fact that I have no husband, it does. Go on. This is the best laugh I've had in a month.
Maybe that's your non-existent husband now. I'll answer it.
Don't bother. I'll answer it. Hello? Oh. Well, I'm sorry. You've got the wrong number. Gee, the telephone service is simply awful in this town.
Yeah.
Huh. Can you beat that? Another one I got. Hello?
Hey, what's wrong up there?
You've got the wrong number.
Hey, Stone, come along with me. I heard a guy's voice on the other end. Eddie, you stay here and watch Mrs. Berta.
What do you mean you heard a guy's voice?
A guy said, hey, what's wrong up there? My hunch is that it's Berta. He saw all the lights on and got suspicious. I'll bet he's down at the corner drugstore telephoning. Yeah, there's a guy who answers his description, standing across the street in front of the drugstore.
Yeah, he's seen us. He's walking away.
Come on, let's try to catch up with him.
Yeah, he's wise. He's running.
Let's go. Get out your gun. Hey, you, stop. Halt. Haggling Stone.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Quiet, you.
Help, police. I'm being robbed.
What's going on here?
All right, Sergeant. We're officers. Give us a hand.
Very well, Inspector. Come on, you. Quiet down.
Yeah, I got a little surprise for you guys.
Is that so? Well, there's one for you. Take that gun off him, Stone. Call the ambulance, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I guess that'll teach you to pull a rod on a policeman.
It was 3 months before Berta recovered from his bullet wound, and during this time, postal inspectors and Oakland officers amassed a tremendous pile of evidence and array of witnesses. In July of 1931, Mrs. Smith and Sherwood went on trial, were found guilty and sentenced to 25 years apiece. When he had recovered from his wounds, Berta also received a 25-year sentence. Christman, who had been returned to Michigan and sentenced on the bunco charge, had been brought back to testify on the trial, and on his return to the Michigan penitentiary, escaped from the officers in El Paso and is still a fugitive. The fourth member of the gang, James Sargent, was captured 2 years later and sentenced to his 25 years. and authorities are still looking for bandit number 5, whose identity the trial never brought out. Modern police activities are so efficient that very few lawbreakers escape paying the penalty for their crimes. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is proud of the prominent part it plays in the capture of thousands of criminals. Today, police cars make greater speed and have greater power than ever before, because Rio Grande's exclusive cracking process creates a gasoline that gets the maximum power from modern motors. Police officials of leading western cities prefer Rio Grande cracked, specify it more than any other brand. Why don't you try the same gasoline your police use and get police car performance in your own car? Every month, 375,000 people go into Rio Grande cracked gasoline service stations and ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News. Get your copy of this interesting publication. Read the true stories of crime to be dramatized on this month's Calling All Cars broadcast.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 84 regarding a train robbery. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation, Captain Picard is secretly kidnapped and replaced by an alien imposter.
That's not the captain I know.
While the real captain is trapped with savage prisoners.
We are not the enemy.
The imposter is leading the ship into disaster.
You are endangering this ship for no reason.
On Star Trek The Next Generation.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed from Hollywood.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a song from Country Girl. This is called Love and Learn. You'll hear the lovely voice and the stylish delivery of Patty Andrews with me in this.
Oh, it's a dream and a plot.
It's what you think it's not.
You gotta love and learn. Love and learn, love and learn. It's a breeze and then a burn. You retreat and then return. You may have climbed the tree of knowledge, but when you love, you really learn.
Love and learn a lot.
It's the be end all, then it's not. Love and learn.
It's a dream.
Love and learn.
It's a plot.
Love and learn.
It's something out of seventh heaven or something misbegot.
Each morning when I count my blessings, they tally up to none. I've arrived at this, the state of bliss is somewhat overdone. Love and learn, weep and sing, till the final day of reckoning. But when arms start to cling, with the thrills kisses bring, what you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
Each morning when I count my blessings, they tally up to none. I've arrived at this, the state of bliss is somewhat overdone.
You gotta love
and learn
in order to learn.
Weep and sing till the final day of reckoning. But when arms start to cling, with the thrills kisses bring, what you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
It's a dream and it's a plot. What you thought it was not.
But when I begin to cling,
an angel starts to sing. What you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
Very bright opener, Bing. Nice words and music.
Yes, it's a well-written thing, Ken.
You know, I was just thinking, you singers wouldn't be much without songs, would you?
Now, there's an astute observation.
No. What I mean is, it's certainly convenient that you fellows have songs all written for you. All you got to do is read them, open your mouth, and sing them.
Yeah, that's the standard method in common usage. Of course, Ken, if we singers didn't have songs written for us, we'd do just what the calypso singers would do down there in Trinidad way. We'd just make them up as we went along.
Oh, yes, of course. Actually, that's what the minstrels of old did.
Yeah, but thank goodness this is the day of deep frozen foods, canned soups, and songs that are already prepared, too.
Then, should we say, long live the songwriters?
Of course. Incidentally, most of them live real good, too.
Yeah, say they do. Most of them have their grand pianos all paid for, and also they don't have to resort to going to public swimming pools.
You know, I was thinking the other day about songwriters. It occurred to me that, gee, what a wealthy man Bobby Burns would have been if he'd had an ASCAP rating back in the middle 1700s. Huh?
Yes, indeed.
Hadn't he been loaded?
But unfortunately, there wasn't any Scottish Society of Authors, Composers, and Publishers then. And for this reason, poor old Bobby lived a poor existence. I suppose he often had to hock his grand piano, huh?
Yeah, probably shuttled it in and out of Uncle Oscar's, but Bobby had no swimming pool either.
Well, what would you do with a swimming pool in Scotland?
Well, they could keep live lobsters in it, I guess, on warm days, that is.
Gee, imagine writing a big song like Auld Lang Syne and not getting much pay for it.
Murderous break.
Auld Lang Syne, song that everybody sings at least once a year.
Oh, you mean on New Year's Eve, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Ken, everybody doesn't always sing Auld Lang Syne on New Year's Eve. There are those who just don't always make it till midnight. They hit the floor before the shouting begins, you know?
That's right. There are those who don't always go the 8 furlongs.
Don't make it. A lot of people get overcome by the confetti.
Some of them knocked out by balloons. Still dangerous,
Certainly,
those balloons.
Of course. But back to Bobby Burns, Ken. You know, he had a wonderful sentimental side. But he was a little devilish, too.
Yeah. Would you say that he, too, sometimes didn't get to sing Auld Lang Syne on New Year's Eve?
Very well be. But what I meant is, Ken, that he had a real mischievous side when it came to writing verse. I believe I can recall a little thing that he wrote on marriage. It goes something like this. That hackneyed judge of human life, the preacher and the king, observes, the man that gets a wife, he gets a noble fame. But how capricious are mankind, now loathing, now desirous. We married men, how oft we find the best of things will tire us.
Oh, wait a minute.
Little Bobby said.
Don't you think we better point out to the ladies listening that Burns was only kidding?
Oh, I don't know whether he was kidding or not. Anyhow, Ken, I don't think the dames will get their dudgeon up over a little gag. Maybe I should sing now. Huh?
It might be a good idea.
I know. Here's another song from the motion picture Country Girl, in which I'm featured along with Phil Holden and Grace Kelly. This one is called The Land Around Us.
We hardly ever face land that looks like so much wasteland. But here our journey ends, and here we stay. With wealth the soil is bursting, we've but to quench its thirsting, and there's a river not too far away. Here we'll settle and prove our mettle. Land around us will be in bloom, with song and laughter and elbow room. A town will blossom here with all serene, with houses white and with gardens green. The lanes are shady, the streets are wide. You and your lady are full of pride. I can hear children's voices, I can hear Sunday chimes. All across the valley, better times. On land we found us, one thing I know, the land around us will grow and grow. Put the post office here and the high school there. And if we fail to put up a jail, we hope you don't mind. Round here we'll have no galoot who totes a sixer to shoot. For in our plan each citizen will be the respectable kind. A railroad station here, opera house will be there. We'll do our best, the uncivilized West, to conquer and tame. We'll settle for not less than a town that's pure and spotless, or mud will be our name. On land we found us, one thing I know, the land around us will grow and
grow. Here's Rodgers and Hammerstein's great song from Me and Juliet, No Other Love.
My love for you, only the dream we knew, no other love. Watching the night go by, wishing that you could be. Watching the night with me, into the night I cry, hurry home, come home to me, set me free, free from doubt and free from longing. Into your arms I'll fly. Locked in your arms I'll stay, waiting to hear you say, no other love have I, no other love.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you'll listen again tomorrow night, same place and same time.
Be sure to hear Bing Crosby again tomorrow night, transcribed from Hollywood.
Listeners behind the Iron Curtain risk their lives to hear and to spread the word from the free world, broadcast by Radio Free Europe. No such risk is involved in your listening to this message, but the free world risks another war if these truth broadcasts do not continue to get through the Iron Curtain. That's why it's important to all of us to support the Crusade for Freedom, sponsor of such broadcasts. Send your truth dollars to the Crusade for Freedom, care of your post office. That's Crusade for Freedom, care of your post office. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
And now, Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Lend me your fears. It happens now and then that a man will vanish without warning, disappear completely, without leaving a trace. Or a man will suddenly lose his memory. His body remains, but his mind has gone. What is essential in him leaves us, and we are left perplexed, mystified, frustrated. All we have to go on is rumor, speculation, theory. And since we cannot explain it, after a while, we tend to stop thinking about it. Until it happens again. To somebody else.
You're back. Oh, my husband, you're back. What? You won't even embrace me.
Who are you?
Who am I? What kind of question is that?
How can you say you're my wife?
We've been married for more than 15 years.
No, we haven't.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that I'm not your husband. You're not my wife. I don't even know you. What's more, I'm not even standing here.
How can I be? I haven't even been born yet.
Our mystery drama, A Long Time to Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. His name is Alfred Stewart Ainsley. He's 41 years old. Average height, average weight, average looks. Nothing about to make him memorable. Indeed, he has never in his life done anything to bring him notice from beyond the circle of his immediate family, his close friend, his rather esoteric profession. His name was in the newspaper twice. First when he was born, and then 30 years later when he was married. But right now, his name is on the front pages of newspapers in every country of the civilized world. Alfred Stewart Ainsley, quiet, unassuming, has it in his power to shake the government of the most important country in the world, and perhaps alter the very course of history.
Alfred, do you want a drink of water?
Water?
Darling, I know this is difficult, but...
Feel okay, Al?
No, Jerry, he's not feeling okay. Can't you see there's obviously something wrong with him?
Al, what is it?
He's pale. He's sweating.
Now, look, Al, you're not the one who's being investigated. If you're not feeling well, we can ask for a recess.
The chairman's just come in.
The committee stands in order. Mr. Ainsley, we will resume with your testimony. You are still under oath. I would like to continue along a line of questioning initiated by Senator Selby. Would you turn, please, to page 684?
Read it out.
Question. Is it possible that Congressman Carstairs could have forged the secretary's handwriting? Answer, Mr. Ainsley. Senator, I would have more examples of both gentlemen's manuscript. Mr. Ainsley, you were given these specimens to analyze overnight, were you not? Or were you not, Mr. Ainsley?
Well, you took those samples. You examined them. Say yes. Yes.
Very well. Now, are you in a better position to answer my question? Well, are you, sir?
Al, you told me you had studied them and come to a conclusion. Al, answer Adam's question.
Counselor, is Mr. Ainsley having trouble understanding the questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Ainsley, it's obvious that something is troubling you.
Yes, sir.
Well, then suppose we take a recess, give you a chance to rest. Committee will adjourn till 3:45.
Well, Al? You want to talk to me? I never saw that before. Saw what? A man make smoke. The way you make smoke. Al, are you serious? We have pipes, and we put the tobacco in the pipe, and that's how we smoke. But you're holding something. What's that called? All right. I can play along if that's how you want it. This is called a cigarette. Cigarette? You mean you never heard of it? No. Well, that's odd. Right here in your pocket. Put your hand inside your shirt pocket. You have a pack of cigarettes. How long do you want to play this game? It isn't a game. Tell me what it is then, Al. You call me Al. I'm not Al. You're not Alfred Ainsley? No. All right, who are you? My name is Mahatwiki. Yes? In your language, it would be Running Beaver. That sounds like an Indian name. Indian. That word, Indian. Yes. In this language, in your language, it would be Indian. You claim you're an Indian? Yes. Well. You don't believe me? Just tell me how you got here. I was sent to the north to scout the, you would call them the Iroquois. Scout? Yes, to see if we should make war. War? Make war or become allies. I was on my way home to my tribe. I was at the place where the mist covers the rocks. I walked into the mist, and there was a noise. What kind of noise? Loud thunder. A flash of lightning. It was as if someone had hit me over the head with a club. I knew nothing. Then I was sitting in a strange room in strange clothes, and strange people were talking to me on a subject I know nothing about. You claim to be an Indian. You talk about fighting and wars. Well, that would be before the white men came to this country.
I've never seen men like you and these others.
There's one small detail that troubles me. How does it happen you speak English?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I was returning to my people. They live near the banks of the Great River.
The Great River?
The Potomac. As I told you, something took place in the mist. I awoke. Now I'm in a strange place. I find that I can speak the language, but I don't know what anything means. Where is this place? Who are you?
I'm your doctor, your friend. My name is Carl Stitzer.
And who am I?
Al Ainsley. You're a collector of and a dealer in autographs, historical papers. You're considered one of the top experts on handwriting.
I don't know what any of that is.
What is it that you know how to do?
To track? To scout? To hunt?
All right, Al. I've gone along as far as I can. Now, let me tell you something. Your testimony can destroy Congressman Carstairs.
I don't know anything about this Carstairs.
If you testify that, in your opinion, Carstairs forged those papers, then not only will Carstairs be destroyed, but the principles he stands for will be discredited. You believe in what Carstairs stands for, Al.
I am not Al.
You're torn, Al. You don't want to examine those documents.
I don't even know what documents are.
Because if they are forgeries, you will put an end to Congressman Carstairs' political life. And you can't bring yourself to do that.
I am a stranger in a strange land. I need a friend.
You're afraid to find out if Carstairs is guilty. You can't face the consequences. When a man finds himself in such an intolerable situation, he tries to escape.
You're a doctor. In my language, that means a medicine man, a magician.
You've escaped to a remote past, to a long-gone, buried, forgotten world.
You don't believe me. You don't believe me.
Doctor, what is it?
Think, Joan. Think carefully. How long have you and Al been married?
11 years.
And how long had you known him before that?
We were kids in school together back in the first grade.
Then you've known him all his life?
Just about.
Has he ever been interested in Indians?
Indians? No, not that I know of.
You don't have anything in the house like handicrafts, weapons, books?
That would have to do with Indians?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at all.
Does Al have a secret life?
Doctor, I'm not going to answer any more questions until you tell me what you're driving at.
Well, see that he gets plenty of rest. No visitors, no excitement. And please keep in constant touch with me.
Doctor, can't you tell me anything at all?
No. But I do have to ask you one more question. Does he know how to shoot a bow and arrow?
What kind of a question is
Just
that?
answer it.
I would say no.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we better find out. Morning, Jerry.
Doc, I've been waiting for you.
Is Al dressed and ready?
Look, Doc, you've just got to talk to me.
Why?
Why? Why? Don't pretend to be living in a world of your own. You read the papers, you hear the news broadcast.
Yes?
Al has to testify. Yes or no. Whichever way, it no longer matters, but he can't remain quiet.
He's not the only handwriting expert in the world. The committee can call another.
It's too late for that now. The rumors are out. He's been bought off. He's been scared off, and both sides are under suspicion.
I admit it's an unfortunate situation.
Now, look, Doc, you can maybe stall the committee another day, maybe two, maybe even through the weekend recess, but that is about as far as you can go.
I'm doing the best I can.
Why can't he testify?
I can't tell you.
You can't or you won't?
Both.
Now, let me tell you what's going to happen. The committee has the right to assign their own doctors to examine Al.
I know. Well, how much time do I have? A week?
That's really stretching it.
I'm ready to go with you, Doctor.
Al, how do you feel?
Let's go, Al.
Why can't I come along?
Goodbye, Jerry.
A fox has been by here.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. You can see his tracks.
Well, I can't.
This valley looks familiar. And yet, so strange. Where are all the animals? There's no sign of deer or wolf. Where are the animals?
If you really are running beaver, you wouldn't believe what's happened. Now, in this box is a bow.
A bow?
Yes. Here's the bow, the strings, the arrows.
I've never seen a bow like this one. How strong. And these arrows.
I don't know the first thing about it.
Is this mine? To keep? To be able to hunt with?
Why don't you hit that oak tree? About 60 or 70 yards to the left?
Well, that's no shot. The tree is standing still. A child could hit that tree. What's moving? Is there a rabbit or a squirrel, a hawk?
No, I'm sorry. There's nothing around.
All right, then. I'll put this arrow into the center of the trunk of that small tree on the right. That maple.
But that's almost 150 yards.
It's an ordinary shot. I'm ashamed of it. But there's nothing else. Right in the center. Well, Doctor?
I don't know, Running Beaver. I don't know. How do I explain this?
Someone, probably a seasoned politician, said once, when in doubt, tell the truth. That sounds great, in theory. But how would you like to have to tell this kind of truth to a sharp congressional committee? We'll have more of this kind of truth when we return shortly with Act Two. There's a beautiful stretch of countryside running along the boundaries of Washington, D.C. and Maryland. Hilly, wooded, charming. It's the site of many lovely homes. Some 500 years ago, it was just as hilly, just as charming, much more wooded, wilder, of course, filled with game, and inhabited by Indians.
Running Beaver! Running Beaver, it's you! Stop! Huh? You're alive. For days, the council has been waiting for you, Running Beaver.
The council?
You're ill. You've just returned from a long, hard, dangerous journey. But you're the only one who could do it. Now, what bothers you, Running Beaver? You act as if you don't even know me. I'm your friend, your blood brother, Eagle Wing. Come, we must go to the council immediately.
Many days ago, the council sent Running Beaver and 3 companions north to the Iroquois Nation to determine peace or war. And now Running Beaver returns alone, and we ask him, where are your companions? And shall the Iroquois be our friend or foe? Speak to us, Running Beaver.
Running Beaver, say something.
I am very tired.
The important question should not be answered by a man who needs sleep and food. Running Beaver shall return to the council after he has eaten and rested.
Sit, my husband. I have meat, corn. I was so frightened. So afraid the Iroquois would kill you. Sit, rest, and eat. Now, I will tell you the news about the boy.
The boy?
Our son. He's been chosen for the Wolf Society. You always wanted that. Your mother brought him this bearskin robe. You're not eating.
It's not cooked.
It's the way you like it. Is something wrong? You don't look right. Perhaps you'd better see the medicine man.
The medicine man?
Red Bear. He always liked you. There is something wrong. This is not like you. Not to be hungry, to be so quiet. You're frightened. Why are you frightened?
You wouldn't come to me, Running Beaver, so I've come to you. Leave us, White Swallow. Now, what nature of evil spirit is within you? Was there a spell cast upon you in the Iroquois country?
I wonder if I can talk to you.
You wonder? Your father was my closest friend.
I seem to understand. How, I don't know, but I seem to understand this language.
Is that a surprise? This is your language.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know how I got here.
A spell has been cast upon you.
I'm sure you won't believe, but I am not Running Beaver.
How can that be?
My name is Alfred. In your language, it would mean a wise elf or wise counsel.
Excellent name.
I come from, or perhaps it would be this same land, but I live, or shall live, hundreds of years from now. I could tell you stories of great things, of great ships flying through the air, of enormous buildings. I don't even know where to begin.
It must be a time of great magic.
Unbelievable magic.
What a happy time that must be.
I couldn't say that it is all that happy.
I find that hard to believe. With all that magic.
At any rate, I was going to an important meeting of the committee. Well, never mind what that means. I decided to walk to the bus instead of driving my car. I'll explain to you what they are later. There was a mist near Rockledge. And I walked into it, and something seemed to explode in my head. And when I walked out of it, I was in these clothes. I was somebody else. I was frightened. I began to run. And suddenly someone stopped me.
Yes, Eagle Wing. He is your friend.
You don't believe a word of this.
How can I? You are exactly like Running Beaver. Your body is his, your voice is his.
I am not Running Beaver. What am I supposed to say to the council?
You will have to appear. The tribe has been waiting for days. The life of every man, woman, and child could depend on what you say.
What am I supposed to say?
The truth.
The truth is what I just told you. Can I say that in front of the council?
No.
Then what can I do?
Now, rest. Sleep. Sometimes the spirits speak to us in dreams.
I'll need more than a dream to get myself out of this.
Running Beaver? My husband? Are you awake?
Oh, what a dream. Joan, you'll never imagine... Oh, no, I'm still asleep.
Running Beaver, can you eat something now?
Cold.
Oh, here, wear this robe. Your mother made it.
My mother?
Please, can't you tell me what's wrong?
Running Beaver, may I come in?
Who's that?
Your oldest friend. Do you mean you don't know Eagle Wing's voice anymore?
Running Beaver, you must come to the council at once.
But he's not well.
I know he's not well, but there's trouble.
Trouble?
There's talk all over the village. Now, what happened to the 3 men who went with you to the Iroquois? Did you kill them?
Kill them? How could he kill them? They were all his friends.
What passed between you and the Iroquois chiefs?
Running Beaver, you must tell him.
I don't know. I tell you, all of you gathered here. I don't know.
Running Beaver, in war and peace, you've been first among us. We sent you as our ambassador to the Iroquois. We entrusted you with the lives of 3 of our bravest young men. Now, where are they? Their families have a right to know. Speak.
Chief, I will speak for him.
No one can speak for a man before the council. Not even you, Red Bear.
Running Beaver is ill.
What kind of illness?
He has lost his memory.
Convenient loss of memory.
Quiet!
Where is my son? Where is he gone? I can't see him anymore.
Quiet! He has lost his memory?
Yes.
Can you cure him, Red Bear?
I can try.
You have 6 days. At the end of that time, Running Beaver will talk to the council or else submit to justice.
Why did we come out here? I'm so cold.
Where is your knife, Running Beaver?
Knife?
Running Beaver always carries a knife.
Well, I didn't think...
Give him your knife, Eagle Wing.
Why do I want a knife?
Eagle Wing, attack him.
Attack? But everyone knows Running Beaver can't be beaten with a knife.
Let's make sure.
I'll only do it if he keeps his knife in a sheath. Now, you know how excited he gets even when we fight in fun.
Attack him, Eagle Wing. Have your knife at the ready, but Running Beaver.
Look, are you ready, Running Beaver?
Now.
What did you do that for?
Did I catch you off guard?
Look, I am trying to tell you people I am not...
Eagle Wing, go back to the village.
But
Do as I tell you.
I was never able to do that.
Go back to the village. There is magic here.
Yes, I'm going.
What did I just see?
You saw a man knock me down.
You don't know how to fight with a knife anymore.
When did I ever know how to fight with a knife?
I can't believe it.
I was just a quiet kid when I was in school.
And I suppose you can't shoot with the bow.
No.
Or throw the lance.
I'm trying to tell you I am not your Running Beaver.
Then we have magic.
Call it what you want. But we have trouble.
As chief of this council, I call upon Running Beaver to speak.
Chief Star Tracker.
I haven't called on you, Red Bear. I called upon Running Beaver.
But, Chief...
The council has given you 6 days, Red Bear, 6 days to cure Running Beaver.
Let me talk. Gentlemen, I don't know how to make you understand.
Be quiet.
No. Let him talk.
But he's mad.
Let us judge.
I am not who you think I am. I am not Running Beaver.
I told you he was mad.
You say you are not Running Beaver.
No, I am not. I don't know how to convince you because I don't even know how it happened myself.
White Swallow, step forward.
Yes?
Is this man your husband?
Yes.
She really does.
Silence!
Why do you deny? Are you tired of me? Is there another woman?
Oh, good Lord. You could have been living 500 years from now. You women never change.
I thought you loved me.
All of you, listen to me, please. I know it's hard to believe, but I am not Running Beaver.
Who are you, then?
I am a man from a time... I don't know, it must be hundreds of years from now.
Yes.
Silence!
A spirit has captured him.
This is the council. We'll have no disorder here. Running Beaver, have you anything more to say?
I have plenty more to say, but I don't know how to say it.
The council will retire. We shall return with our decision.
Red Bear, what are they going to do with me?
Well...
It's not good, is it?
It will depend.
Depend on what?
Star Tracker is a devout believer in magic. I think he believes you.
Well, then it can't be bad.
But the people are angry, and 3 young men are missing. Probably dead. The people feel it's your fault.
But...
Probably the council will declare that you have been possessed by an evil spirit.
It's all nonsense.
I'm sure you know what you think. But you asked me what I think.
What will happen?
The evil spirit will have to be driven out of you.
How? Or shouldn't I ask?
By fire. By lance. By arrows.
You mean they'll kill me?
That's how we drive out the evil spirit.
Is there anything I can do, Red Bear?
I don't know. But I'll try to think. Running Beaver, stand before the council. You have been ordered to report. You refuse.
I tried to tell you.
Therefore, the council has decided to drive the evil spirit out of you.
No! Tell them, Running Beaver, tell them!
We must have silence. Tonight, Running Beaver, the council will drive the spirit from you.
Wait! He has the right to ask for judgment by combat.
What are you saying?
Must I remind the council of the law?
Very clever, Red Bear.
No one dares.
Silence! Silence! Well, you've heard the challenge. Who will fight Running Beaver? Your reputation has just saved you. No one will dare to meet you. No one? No one will accept the challenge? Are we a tribe of trembling women? Must I, at my age, save the honor of the people?
I'll fight him. Eagle Wing, you're his best friend.
No longer. After all, he denies he's Running Beaver, doesn't he?
The council accepts the offer of Eagle Wing. May the one who is right win. Clear a space.
Wait. The law says each contestant must fast and pray for 3 days.
No.
Silence! We shall obey the law. We shall meet again in 3 days.
What did you get me into?
I got you 3 days.
What good will it do me?
You could learn to fight with a knife.
Well, you've been a quiet, unassuming handwriting analyst all your life. You've never so much as swatted a fly in anger. Now, suddenly, you have to fight to the death with knives, no less. And how is the other fellow doing? The one who has to face the Congressional Committee? We'll see how it all comes out when we return shortly with Act 3. Just as telephone wires can cross when they cover great distance, so can lives when they cover great spans of time. 2 such lives have been disrupted. Running Beaver, an Indian who lived 500 years ago, and Alfred Stewart Ainsley, who is a contemporary of ours. Alfred Ainsley is now talking to his lawyer. That is, his lawyer thinks it's Alfred Ainsley. We know it's Running Beaver.
Al, level with me. Is this a stall?
I keep telling you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't help it. I talk to the reporters. I talk to the committee people. Nobody understands you.
You keep saying you're a friend of Al Ainsley.
Yes, Al. We've been friends since college.
Then you should know that I am not Al Ainsley. My name is Running Beaver. I'm an Indian. I lived about 500 years ago.
I better get Doc Stitzer back here. Jerry, what are you doing here? I ordered complete rest for Al.
You know what Al just told me, Doctor? He thinks he's an Indian.
It happens to be true.
It happens to be... Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I see.
What do you think you see, Jerry?
They got to you too, Doc.
Who got to me?
I don't know. But somebody doesn't want Al to testify. He's been bought off, and so have you.
Jerry, I resent that.
The 2 of you concocted this ridiculous...
It happens to be true.
Do you think that you can sell this to Senator Adams, to the committee, to the news media?
I only tell you what I perceive as the truth.
Oh, they'll skin you alive.
What is he saying, Doctor?
Something very unpleasant.
That's not the worst. You're going to be finished, Al. Your career will be ruined. You won't have an ounce of credibility left.
Jerry, enough for now.
No, it's not enough. They'll get you on contempt. They can even pull obstruction of justice, conspiracy. Al, do you realize you can go to jail?
Jerry, he doesn't realize anything of the sort.
But it should be obvious.
It would be, if he were Al Ainsley.
Doc, are you crazy,
Jerry, this is no time for anyone to lose his head.
Okay. Let's be calm. Let's be reasonable. How does a thing like this happen?
There's no answer. I've done some research, consulted. And the best I can come up with is... Look, at the speed of light, there's no regular sequence of time. The past, the present, the future, everything is mixed and jumbled up. Everything becomes a storm of pure energy.
Doc, what can I do to convince you guys?
Sometimes, in rare cases, our thoughts, our ideas achieve such intensity that they, too, become a form of energy and carry our minds into this raging storm. And minds can be mixed up and thrown from one body into another.
I can't believe I'm sitting here listening
Whatever
to
the reason, he's not Al Ainsley.
Oh, get a hold of yourself.
Jerry, now you can't excite him anymore. I'll throw you out of here.
You may not have to throw me out. I want to leave. Now, Al, in exactly 3 days, you'll have to appear before that committee. If you value your reputation and your freedom, please think up a better story. Or best of all, tell the truth.
Are you awake, Al? I brought you some tea. This is the first chance I've had to talk with you. Darling, what is it?
Are you my wife? I mean his wife?
What are you saying?
I'm not your husband.
Don't say that.
It's true.
I know you, darling. I've known you all my life. Who knows you better than I do?
I am not Al Ainsley.
There's someone else, isn't there? Another woman.
Please.
I knew you were timid, but I didn't think you'd go this far.
I have a wife.
What?
Her name is White Swallow, and we have a son.
Al, I don't know what your game is, but you won't get away with it.
Gentlemen, this visit of yours is most unusual.
I know it is, Senator Adams.
I have no right to conduct committee business privately.
Senator, we just wanted to acquaint you with certain facts. And? Well, please just listen. No matter what you hear, just listen. Then use your own judgment. Go ahead, Al.
Senator, I am not Alfred Stewart Ainsley.
You're not?
I am Running Bear. I am a Potomac Indian.
But this is most unusual.
Dr. Stitzer and I, we believe that I lived 500 years ago. Somehow, I have occupied the body of Mr. Ainsley. But though I have his body, I have none of his skills.
And
that's all.
And this is what you want me to believe, hmm?
It's the truth, Senator.
You'll be at the committee hearings on Monday morning.
Senator, didn't you hear...
Doctor, I don't believe a word of it.
no use. It's no use.
Watch the knife. Watch it constantly. Don't look at your opponent's eyes.
Oh, Red Bear, I'll never learn.
You may not be running Beaver, but you have his great body, his strength, his agility.
I'll tell you what I don't have, his desire to fight.
Are you a coward?
No, I just don't believe in violence.
Strange.
I can't kill anybody.
The council has already decided, Red Bear.
But this will be murder, Chief. He isn't running Beaver. He does not know how to fight.
A man who doesn't know how to fight? Impossible.
He is not one of us. He's from another time.
Well, how does he happen to be here, then?
There is a place, Chief, where the soul that belongs to each man is put into his body.
Yes, we know that.
It is the sacred, haunted place where the mist meets the rocks. There's always thunder there. Evil, malicious spirits have an opportunity to play tricks. And so...
I understand. I even believe. But the council has spoken.
He does not know how to fight.
He will have to learn.
Keep the knife low and moving.
It's no use. I just can't kill anybody.
Even to save your own life.
Suppose I kill Eagle Wing tomorrow. Then what?
At least you'll be alive.
To do what? To live out my life here in an alien place doing things that I hate? Fighting, hunting, killing? No, I'm better off dead.
You'll have to testify before the committee.
I can't.
You'll be ruined.
Well, if that's the only way.
Relax. Think. Don't fight against Alfred Ainsley. Accept him. Let his thoughts flow into your brain. Let his knowledge come to you.
Why?
So you can get past the committee.
And then?
What do you mean, then?
Then what will I do? Live here as Al Ainsley, away from my wife, my son, my friends, my people? Never to hunt, never to fight? To exist in this strange and terrible world, a place I can neither understand nor accept? No. Rather let me be disgraced.
Why do you want to be disgraced?
So I can die of shame.
Wake up, Running Beaver. Wake up. It's time to start out for the fighting ground.
So early?
You still refuse to fight him as Running Beaver would?
Yes, I refuse.
Why?
I told you. I want to die.
I know why you would want to die in this life, but I don't understand why you would want to die in your other life.
What are you saying?
What troubled you? You are a man of trouble. I see that. When you walked into the mist, were you troubled?
How did you know?
I am only guessing. In your other life, did you also want to die?
I'm not sure. Perhaps I did want to.
Why?
Because I would have to say something that oh, you couldn't understand.
It would have to be something you hate?
Yes. Yes, I would have to ruin a man that I had always respected.
Does he deserve to be ruined?
Yes, because he broke faith.
And you did not have the courage to do your duty. In other words, you are an even greater coward than I thought.
Maybe.
Would you rather die under Eagle Wing's knife, or...
Or what?
Or go back? Do your part as a man. Face your responsibility.
Go back? Testify against...
Isn't that what must be done? Isn't that what truth and justice demand?
Yes.
Then you'll go back.
But how? How can I go back?
Are you sure you want to?
Yes.
You'll do what's required?
Yes.
You believe it with all your heart?
Yes. Yes, I believe it. Now I believe it.
Then come with me.
Where?
To the place of mist. The sacred place. Where you became Running Beaver. Time to be leaving for the committee meeting.
I'm ready.
I decided to go with you.
Let's get it over with.
Tell me, something bothers me. It bothered me that first day when I thought that you had willed yourself into amnesia. I can see how Al Ainsley could have found life intolerable. But you're not Al Ainsley.
No.
Therefore, my diagnosis was wrong.
I don't think I understand.
Why was life also intolerable for Running Beaver? Why were you trying to escape as Running Beaver?
To escape?
What was tormenting you?
How did you know?
Did I guess right?
Yes.
From what were you trying to escape?
I had gone with 3 others to the Iroquois. as an ambassador. The Iroquois promised peace. I knew it was a lie. My 3 friends were bribed. On the way home, they plotted to kill me. I was too smart, too strong. I killed them instead. If I told this to the council, I would make enemies. I was afraid.
I see. Would you rather die like a man among your own people, if indeed you must die at all, or would you rather die of shame here among strangers?
I am wiser now, but it's too late. It's too late for me. I can't go back.
Are you willing to face the council?
Face them? Defy them? Fight them?
Let's go back to this place where the mist covers the rocks. And when we reach it, try to go back. All the way back home again.
The committee will stand in order. Mr. Ainsley, are you finally prepared to report your findings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've studied all the relevant materials, and I am absolutely convinced. I will stake my professional reputation on the fact that the signature is forged. I say this to the council. 3 young men of the tribe took bribes from the enemy. I alone refused. They tried to kill me. I killed them instead. I will answer for this deed with my life. If any man here thinks he can take it.
At a certain speed, at a certain intensity, at a certain burning level of anxiety or desire, time, space, and spirit can be twisted out of shape or sequence. That's how we might explain it today. On the other hand, there are evil and mischievous spirits who delight in creating misery and confusion. That would be yesterday's explanation. Choose one or the other. Or supply your own. I'll be back shortly. And what's the moral of our little tale? Simply this. Whenever you're desperate for a means of escape from a problem, don't try too hard for an easy way out. You might just be unlucky enough to find it. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Grace Matthews, Arnold Moss, Nat Polan, and Mason Adams. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
German engineers who programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health present It's Time to Smile.
With Eddie Cantor, time to smile, where's that grin? Put a dimple in your chin. Better times are coming, things are humming, time to smile. What the world is after now is a lot of laughter now. There's no room for gloom is out of style. And it's time Time to smile.
And here he is, Eddie Cantor.
Thank you, Harry Von Zell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Eddie, how does it feel to be broadcasting from the Barbizon Plaza Hotel?
Harry, this is the last time we broadcast from a hotel. I have never been so insulted
Insulted? Well, Eddie, what happened?
I walk across the lobby, a woman says to me, boy, take these 2 bags and get me a taxi. That's no good, you know. No,
oh,
sir.
That's awful.
Awful, it's terrible. And 15 cents to carry 2 heavy bags?
Why, I can't. What do you usually get?
A half a dollar. Shut up.
Well, Eddie, you'll have to admit that this is certainly a swanky hotel.
It certainly is.
Why, in the restaurant here today, I ordered a lamb chop, and the panties on it had a zipper.
Yeah, if I thought that was so good, I'd use that gag myself. Look, but that's nothing, Harry. The elevator boy here dresses like something out of Esquire. In his elevator, he wears those new featherweight trousers, you know, the light ones?
Yes, yes.
They're so light, they actually float on air. You know, his pants always get to the top floor before he does.
Really, Eddie?
And did you get a load of the manager with his cutaway coat and a flower in his lapel? Did you see him?
Oh, yes, I did. I noticed him. Say, why does he always walk around with his nose up in the air?
If you got one whiff of that flower, you wouldn't ask. But the service here is wonderful. Everybody is so energetic. For instance, as soon as I drove up here tonight, the hotel doorman pulled me out of the taxi, threw me into the revolving door, gave it one push, and the next thing I knew,
yes?
I was back in the taxi again.
Hey, you know, something else I noticed, Eddie. The bellhops here at the Barbizon Plaza work very hard, don't they?
Well, that depends on who moves in. You know what a terrific wardrobe Hetty Lamar has?
Yeah.
Well, last week she arrived here with 20 suitcases and 18 trunks, and how those bellboys worked. Of course, next day they got a rest. Dorothy Lamour checked in. Without a sarong, the night would never end. With one little briefcase, a bellhop carried it for her. Miss Lamour smiled at him. Then they had to get 2 other bellhops to carry the bellhop. What are you pointing?
Hey,
what are you
Eddie,
pointing?
Wait a minute. Here comes the manager of the Boost the Hotel. The manager's
Yeah,
here.
okay. You know, it's wonderful living in a hotel that's so near the park, Harry. Yes.
Yeah.
Every day the same pigeon flies up to my windowsill and waits for me to feed her.
Oh, that's cute, Eddie.
Isn't it? You know, Harry, I fed that pigeon so many breadcrumbs. This morning she laid a Parker House roll.
A Parker House roll.
Yeah, gee, if it only been a cake, I could have put some candles on it and had a little celebration by myself.
A celebration for what, Eddie?
Oh, nothing, except that tonight happens to be my 9th anniversary in radio, and nobody seems to care. Doesn't it make you feel sad, Harry?
Well, yes, Eddie, very sad.
Well, you don't have to feel that sad. Look, Harry, I've worked hard these last 9 years. Don't you think I deserve some kind of a tribute?
Well, yes, Eddie, I will admit that after all these years, it is remarkable that you're still standing here and...
And what?
Well, that's all. It's remarkable you're standing.
Yeah, well, wait. Harry, that hurt. That hurt. After all the toil I put into this thing, 9 long years, I started in radio at the bottom with Jack Benny, Rudy Valley, Bing Crosby.
Yeah. You've certainly gone a long way since then, haven't they?
All of a sudden, announcers are getting comical this season.
Anniversary telegram for Eddie Cantor.
Right here, boy. Boy. Looks like the aquarium, boy. Say, you look familiar.
I should. I'm the same guy who delivered a telegram to you when you first went on the air 9 years ago.
That's wonderful. But tell me, how come after 9 years you're still doing the same kind of work?
I got a pull. What's your system?
I don't need a system. I stay on the air because I work hard. I always tell new jokes, up-to-date, snappy stuff, yes.
I never forget the one you pulled 9 years ago, the one about the pigeon laying a Parker House roll. Boy, was that a corker.
Say, I've got a good mind to report you to the Postal Telegraph Company.
It won't you any good. Nah, I'm a big shot down there. They just gave me a higher position.
A higher position?
Yeah, they jacked up the seat on my bicycle. Well, I gotta go now. Goodbye, Cantor.
Yeah, wait a minute, boy. Wait a minute, boy. This being my 9th anniversary, here's an appropriate tip. Here you are. 9 cents. When you come back on my 10th anniversary, I'll give you 10 cents. On my 11th anniversary, I'll give you 11 cents, and so forth.
Cantor, I'm going to come back here on your birthday and hit the jackpot.
will, huh? The nerve of that guy. Harry, the nerve of him hinting about my age.
Yeah, I know.
Why, I'm as fit as any young fellow who is in line for conscription. If Uncle Sam wants me, he can have me. Who's there?
Uncle Sam.
So fast?
Company, halt! Eddie Cantor?
Yes, sir?
I'm Colonel Arthur A. Bear of the Army, and I have an order for you.
Listen, Harry Bonzell, Grandpa, huh? I'm getting old, am I? Uncle Sam wants me. Give me a gun. Give me a horse. Give me a uniform. Give me a little time to think this over. Okay, sir. You can take me. Go ahead. Take me.
Take you? Why, you were past the draft age for the Spanish-American War.
Well, then why did you come in here? You asked for Eddie Cantor. What did you want me for?
We're having target practice tomorrow, and we're short 2 bullseyes. All right.
Maybe the Army won't take me, but I bet I could get into the Navy.
Fine, Eddie. There's a recruiting office right down the hall here.
Wait a minute, Harry. What is the rush? All of a sudden, how you pick up the cues?
What's the matter?
There's no rush.
You're getting cold feet.
No. Take your time about it. See, I can be a sailor a year later. All right. Remember what John Paul Jones said?
What did John Paul Jones say?
I don't know. That's it. I'll go to the library and look it up. It'll take a little while, and I'll find out, and I'll tell you.
All right,
Let
Eddie.
me find out.
Listen, that settles it. You're joining the Navy.
Who?
Say, Bobby sure would play something, and you better play loud to cover the knocking of Cantor's knees.
I had to open my big mouth.
Memory of
Come on, let's go. This is the way to the recruiting office.
Recruiting office? I want to stop at Barney Greengrass's delicatessen first and leave an order to be delivered to the Navy. I have my stuff.
Oh, well, now, look, don't worry about food, Eddie. The Navy has plenty.
Yeah, but will I like it? You see, Mondays I eat macaroni and cheese. Tuesdays, chicken a la king, mashed potatoes, tender peas, swimming in butter. Stop me, I'm making my mouth water.
Well, no, I wouldn't stop you, Eddie, but you know, those foods, like so many of the things we eat nowadays, are too soft to give our gums the stimulation they need to keep them firm and healthy.
So what do I do, eat rock candy? What do I do?
No. No, of course not, Eddie. You simply massage...
Of course, I pan a toothpaste.
I knew you knew it, yes.
Stuff.
And I sincerely hope that all of our friends know it, too. Because iPana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten teeth, but when used with massage to help give gums the healthful stimulation they need for greater resistance to gum trouble. Realizing that, ladies and gentlemen, you can easily understand why iPana toothpaste recently received this remarkable tribute.
In the 1940 national survey conducted among thousands of dentists from coast to coast, it was found that iPana is personally used by twice as many dentists as any other dental preparation, paste, powder, or liquid. In fact, more than the next 3 dentifrices combined.
Now, it's to your advantage, ladies and gentlemen, to make their choice your choice. So get a tube of iPana toothpaste at your druggist's tomorrow.
This is the recruiting office, Harry. Let's go in, huh?
Yes, let's.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, you see, Admiral, I came down here with Harry.
Well, that's a noble gesture, bringing your son in to enlist.
My son?
Look, I'm afraid you don't understand, sir. Eddie wants to enlist in the Navy.
That's right, Harry. If they don't laugh, you do. That's good.
Well, this is embarrassing. You know, when a battleship gets to be your age, we scrap it. But we'll see what we can do. Your name, please?
You're writing it down? Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor. Occupation?
I'm a dispenser of wit and humor. I bring smiles to people's faces. I make the whole world laugh.
Mm-hmm. Unemployed. Now, I will test you first for your knowledge of nautical terminology.
Yeah.
I'll give you some commands, and you answer them using nautical terms. You ready?
Yep.
Anchors away!
Aye, aye, sir.
All clear in the lifeboats.
Lower away.
All hands on deck.
Shuffle the cards. Who's dealing, Harry?
No.
No.
Now, wait, I'll give you one more chance.
Yes.
Batten the hatches.
Button your lip. No. I flunk. Come on, Harry.
No. Hey, now, wait a minute. Come back here.
Not yet?
Cantor, I'll give you one more opportunity.
Yes.
I'll accept you if you pass your hearing test.
If I pass my hearing test?
Yes.
Okay, test my hearing.
All right, I'll stand over here. You ready?
Yep.
What is your name?
I'll be 49 next January.
Oh. How old are you?
Eddie Cantor.
How tall are you?
141 stripped.
I'll find out if this is on the level, Mr. Vaudeville. Hand me my service revolver.
Yeah, here you are.
Thank you.
Come in.
Mr. Cantor, your hearing is excellent. The Navy accepts you, and you're entitled to pick any boat you want to be on.
I can? Any boat? All right. I want to be on the SS Cupid.
The SS Cupid? Where is that boat stationed?
In the Tunnel of Love, Coney Island.
Cantor, where did you ever get the idea of joining the Navy?
From a certain relative of mine? Yes, he's my uncle. I'm his nephew. I'm as proud as I can be. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozens share that pride with me. For my uncle envies no one, and there's no one he provokes. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozen, we're his kind of folk. That spry old chap never picks a scrap, but he's won all he's had. And furthermore, I feel sorry for any big bully that gets him mad. He's my uncle, I'm his nephew, and it's mighty proud I am. And my sisters and my brothers and my cousins by the dozens, we're proud of Uncle Sam.
Yes, proud of Uncle Sam.
He never tries scaring little guys. He's wise to all the tricks. But he's ready to fight when he knows he's right, just like he did back in 76.
We're his nieces.
We're his nephews.
And it's mighty proud I am. All my faith is in my uncle. No amount of crazy bunk'll ever change my Uncle Sam.
You can take it straight from Eddie.
If they bother us, we're ready. And to Uncle
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we of Eddie Cantor's company are attending a party to celebrate Eddie's 9 years in radio. And who do you think is baking the cake? Here we go to Mrs. Waterfall's kitchen in Brooklyn. You know, Brooklyn, that suburb of Ebbets Field.
Why, of course not, Mrs. Waterfall. I'm only too happy to help you bake a cake for Mr. Cantor's anniversary. Where's the butter?
Oh, there's some on the shelf. It's been there since March.
Why don't you throw it out?
What Sure. In a few days, it'll be strong enough to walk out by itself.
You know, Mrs. Waterfall, that butter might still be fresh if you had kept it in your icebox.
Why? You know, every day I used to put food in the icebox, and every day they'd both disappear.
You mean your icebox and your food both disappeared every day?
Yes, but I found out later I was using the dumb waiter.
Oh, come down. Why, at this rate, we'll never get Mr. Cantor's cake finished.
Oh, I love to bake. When my husband Stanislaus was on his diet, I always baked gluten bread for him. He ate 6 loaves a day.
6 loaves a day?
Yeah, he was a glutton for gluten. Oh, but he was such a pleasant husband.
Oh, I imagine.
As husbands go, and as husbands go, he went.
How long has your husband Stanislaus been away?
12 years.
12 years? My, that's a long, long time.
Yes, he'll be all mildewed.
Well, I think perhaps, somebody came in. Who was that?
Oh, he's been walking through here since I moved in 4 years ago.
He's been walking through your apartment all that time?
Yeah, someday I'll have to ask him who he is.
Mr. Cantor's cake is almost ready for the oven.
Oh, Mr. Cantor, he's such a lovely person.
Yeah.
So pleasant. Say, did you ever notice his eyes? How could you miss the damn things?
I wonder where he gets all his energy. He's so active. I don't think that's good for a man his age.
Don't worry.
Running and jumping so much.
After he eats my cake, he won't move.
Well, say, Eddie, is everybody ready for your party tonight?
Everybody except my Uncle Otto. Poor Otto, he can't come. His wife says he has acute coryza.
Oh, Eddie, I'm sorry.
I'm bewildered. I don't know whether to call a doctor, a lawyer, or an architect. Acute coryza? What is that?
Oh, well, after all, Eddie, acute coryza is just a cold in the head.
Now he tells me. If I'd have known that yesterday, I could have told him about sal hepatica.
Oh, well, we could tell him now if he's listening.
He better be. I paid for his radio.
Well, you see, sal hepatica helps fight colds faster. That's why it's recommended by so many doctors. As a matter of fact, in a recent impartial survey among physicians conducted by leading medical journals, it was found that 7 out of 10 physicians recommend a saline laxative when treating a cold. And sal hepatica, we believe, is America's outstanding saline laxative. There are 2 very good reasons for this, which you can check with your own doctor. First,
as a laxative, sal hepatica acts quickly, yet it is exceptionally gentle.
And since the progress of a cold is fast, the speed of sal hepatica is especially important in fighting it. Second,
this famous saline also helps counteract the excess gastric acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for faster action against colds, don't delay. Get a bottle of gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica at any drugstore.
Now, come on, let's get everybody ready for the party. Oh, Dinah Shaw.
Yes, Mr. Cantor?
Come in, Dinah. Come right in here. You know, you're invited to the party, too, Dinah.
Oh, thank you, sir. Will Bobby Sherwood be there? I'm just dying to get him in a game of post office.
Oh, you'd be wasting your time playing post office with him. The last party I took him to, a beautiful blonde called him into the other room, puckered up lips and said, "I have a special delivery for you, Bobby." So he handed her 18 cents and walked out.
Isn't he silly?
Yeah.
Everybody knows a special delivery is only a dime.
Please, Dinah.
Say, Mr. Cantor.
What is it, Bobby?
I just found out about that post office game.
Yeah?
When they say I've got a special delivery for you, you're supposed to give him a kiss.
Why, certainly, Bobby.
Well, I got the darndest sock on the jaw this morning when I tried it on the postman.
Say,
Well,
Eddie,
yeah.
Here comes Nan Ray and her friend Mrs. Waterfall with your anniversary cake.
The cake?
Yes.
Oh, girls, you shouldn't have done it.
Oh, but Mr. Cantor, Mrs. Waterfall and I want to express our sentiments.
Yes.
Here's to your anniversary. Enjoy this glorious day as you slide down the banister of life.
And may the splinters never point the wrong way.
What a lovely sentiment, and what a beautiful cake. Mrs. Waterfall, you must be pretty handy around the house, huh?
Oh, I wish you'd tell that to Mr. Fonsell.
Still stuck on him, huh?
Yes, you know, I bake, I cook, I sew, but I don't use any makeup.
You mean that face is natural? No cosmetics?
Well, once a week I simonize it.
Mr. Cantor, you must admit Mrs. Waterfall has a real schoolgirl complexion.
Schoolgirl? Mrs. Waterfall, you mean that you actually went to school?
Yes. I would have graduated, but I had such a tough time fighting off those Indians.
Good heavens, don't ever tell that to Harry Von Zell. It'll break up that romance between you.
That could never happen.
No.
He's my Prince Charming. I'm his Citronella.
How touching, how very touching.
You know, last night I dreamed that he carried me away on a beautiful white horse.
Oh.
Wasn't it romantic?
Oh.
Oh, I love horses, Mr. Cantor. They have such a noble smell.
You know, Mrs. Waterfall is quite an equestrian.
Yeah?
Yes, that's right. Stanislaus and I used to go riding all the time.
Really?
Yes. He just used to throw a saddle on my back and away we go.
He must have been quite a guy, the Stanislaus of yours.
Oh, he was wonderfully sweet. Yeah. You know, he always used to sneak up behind me and kiss me right on the back of the neck.
How tender.
Then one time I turned around.
Yes?
That was the day he left.
Mrs. Waterfall, your Stanislaus never would have left you if he'd had a girl like Dinah Shore to sing him a song like this.
Don't ask me what ails me, what I'm thinking of. One look reveals that I'm head over heels in love. You've got me this way, say, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? You've got me this way, crazy for you. You kissed me one day then, seeing that I was true about it. What did you go and do about it? You left me this way, bluer than blue. You thought it was funny, I've fallen so hard. I'm laughing my sides off, honey, you're really a card. You've got me this way, say, now that I'm in a stew about it, what am I gonna do about it? I'm just gonna stay crazy for you.
Say, Mrs. Waterfall, wouldn't you like to take a chorus of that song?
But I don't sing it like Miss Shaw sings it.
Well, how do you do it?
I swing it.
Oh.
You made me this way. Say, I wish I had you around the house. I never forget about Stanislaus. You made me this way. Crazy for you. Poo-poo-pa-doo-skadoo. Boo, six-a-hatter.
Don't be so blasé, say, Winchell will print a squib about it, then we will have to fib about it.
Who cares what they say? You made her that way.
The lumber bit me and I don't know where to scratch it. How sweetly he sings.
Oh, lady.
He's just like a big canary.
I wish I had wings. I'd fly to California.
You made me this way. Say, what are you going to do about it?
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I'm just going to say crazy for you.
We love Ipana. I'm going to say crazy for you.
That was very good. And now, look, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a chorus on the occasion of my 9th anniversary in radio. I address it to those in the millions of homes I never could have visited except for radio. You made me this way, say. Could I have possibly scaled the heights, had opening nights and my name in lights? I gratefully say, you made me this way. We met one fine day way back in the days of the crystal wires, and here I am working for Bristol Myers. Once more I can say, you made me this way. We've seen lots of water go over the dam. I still love applause because at heart I'm really a ham. That's what I am. You made me this way, and I pray that each Wednesday night you'll keep on dialing, listening in a while and smiling. I'm happy today. You've made me this way.
Eddie, we're all ready to go upstairs to your party.
Okay, is everybody here?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, hold that elevator, please.
Yes, sir.
Here, get in,
Going
Miss
up.
Ray, Mrs. Waterfall. Get in
Stand over
here.
here next to you, Bobby.
We're all in. All right, elevator boy, get her going.
Well, why aren't we moving?
I can't understand it. Won't budge. There must be too many people in here.
But there's only 6 of us in here. Oh, I know what's holding us. Mrs. Waterfall, throw out that cake, will you?
Well, that's more like it. We're going up now.
3rd floor, 4th floor.
Why, Bobby Sherwood, you're holding my hand. You're getting so romantic.
Romantic nothing. I'm scared to death.
20th floor, 25th floor.
Oh, Mr. Bonzel, you're hurting me.
Well, I'm nowhere near you.
That's what's hurting me.
55th floor, 60th floor.
Hey, wait a minute. The audience downstairs. Well, we were broadcasting. I forgot to tell them.
Forgot to tell them what, Eddie?
I love to spend each Wednesday with you.
120th floor,
As
130th floor.
I'm sorry it's through.
240th floor,
I'm telling...
250th floor.
Wait a minute, boy. There isn't a building in the world that's got 250 floors.
There isn't? Gee, I'd better start going down. 225th floor, 200th floor.
Join us again next Wednesday, won't you? And in the meantime, remember the 2 products which make these evenings together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana and Sal Hepatica. Be sure to stay tuned to this station for another thrilling installment of Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Into Dimension X.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension X. Out of the infinitude of stars and planets in the solar system and other systems in the universe, it is almost mathematically certain that there exist other forms of life on other worlds. Someday in the future, in 1,000 years, or in the next 10 minutes, daring travelers through space will make contact with the inhabitants of another world. But the question is, will we contact them first, or will they contact us?
Come in. This is Broderick's private detective agency. Check. My name is Graffius of Springfield. I would like to see Mr. Broderick. Check.
What is it, Dolan?
There's a guy outside.
What kind of a guy?
Oh, a great big guy with a big shining head and thick glasses like the bottoms of Coca-Cola bottles. And he looks like a professor or something.
What I mean is, does he look like a client or a bill collector?
He didn't say.
Okay, Iron Man. Send him in.
Check. Mr. Graffius, Mr. Broderick will see you. Thank you. Mr. Broderick?
In the flesh. Okay, Iron Man. Step outside.
Check. If you need me, I'll be outside.
You'll have to excuse Mr. Dolan. He's a very useful man if you happen to want a house moved or somebody's head unscrewed from their shoulders. His reflexes aren't too good. He's what you might call underorganized.
I suspected as much.
All right, Mr. Graffius. Let's get down to business.
Precisely. I would like your assistance in helping me locate something here in New York City.
Just what are you trying to locate, Mr. Graffius?
The Martian Embassy.
Would you say that again very slowly?
I came to New York to locate the Martian Embassy.
Martian? Like in Buck Rogers?
Precisely. Agents of the government of the planet of Mars.
Dolan!
What's the trouble, boss?
Throw him out. He's a crackpot.
Of course, if you wish me to leave, I will leave. But before I go, you might examine this. You'll find it quite authentic. Holy mackerel. A 5th-century note.
Let me see that. Sit down, Mr. Graffius. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Dolan, get Mr. Graffius a light.
Check.
Okay, Mr. Graffius. Your remarks about our speckled friends, the Martians, I shall ignore. This being the year 1955, I assume you were joking.
On the contrary, I'm completely serious. As it happens, I'm interested only in Martians at the moment.
I see. Okay, shoot.
It occurred to me in the course of my studies that we Earth people cannot possibly be the only intelligent form of life in the universe. Out of the infinitude of stars and planets, there must definitely, mathematically, be others. Since Mars is older geologically, and since it is also an atmospheric planet, its evolutionary history could easily be similar to ours. You follow me?
Well, so far, I can't say no.
But if this is true, then they must have been watching us, observing us, for hundreds, possibly thousands of years. What for, blackmail?
Shut up, Dolan.
They know, then, that we are not far from achieving space travel. Atomic rocket ships that can travel to other planets. They also know we're a militaristic, warlike race. We might conceivably set out to conquer and occupy Mars one day.
In which case, they'd try to get the jump on it.
Precisely, Mr. Broderick.
And how would they do that?
For a civilization as old as theirs, space travel would be a simple enough matter. Flying saucers. I read about it.
Relax, Iron Man. Go on, Mr. Graffius.
If you were planning to attack an unknown nation, what would be your first move, Mr. Broderick?
Intelligence. Find out what the odds are.
You have a very logical mind, sir. You would send agents to scout the nerve centers of earthly civilization and advancement. Not in Kansas City or equatorial Africa, my dear sir, but here in New York City. The most technically advanced spot on Earth.
Uh-huh. And, you want me to help you prove this theory of yours?
Precisely. Expense does not interest me.
Well, this may take a very long, long time, Mr. Graffius. After all, nobody's ever seen a Martian.
I assure you, they will be very ordinary-appearing people. Very likely they live together in downtown New York, close to the newspapers and publishers, the news cables, communication centers, and the financial center of Wall Street. Most certainly, they live in a private house with no servants to pry into their affairs.
Some ordinary people who live in a private house in downtown New York.
Yes.
I might just as well look up Martians in the classified section of the phone book.
There's one other lead which might help you.
What's that?
They would be almost certain to subscribe to every conceivable type of newspaper, scientific journal, foreign language publication.
Mm-hmm. Well, that might be something. Okay, Mr. Graphius. It's a deal.
Excellent. I shall contact you tomorrow.
Oh, before you leave.
Yes?
Just as a matter of interest. Why are you so interested in meeting up with these Martians?
Mr. Broderick, I wish to avert the catastrophe of a successful Martian invasion of the Earth. Naturally, I cannot go to the police or the military. I'd be laughed out of existence. So I'm doing this privately.
You seem to know all the answers, Mr. Graphius.
Not all of them, Mr. Broderick. Not quite all the answers. Not quite yet.
Hey, boss. Here's a private address. Takes everything from Pick magazine to the Manchester Guardian. Listen to this. Pick, Look, Scientific America, the Daily News, the Daily Worker, the Police Gazette, the Journal of Engineering, Scientific Quarterly, American Psychiatric Journal.
Let me see that. Oh, Doolin. Doolin, sometimes I wonder. What's the address on this?
9 West 124th Street.
Which happens to be the Harlem branch of the Public Library.
Oh.
Now listen, Noodle Brain. Check all the renting agents. Find out every private house in downtown New York. And then cross-check with the magazine subscription departments of the scientific magazines. You got that?
Check.
I wonder.
Boss, what's the sense of all this? We know there ain't no Martian embassy in New York.
This crackpot is paying us $100 a day, and we gotta keep him happy. You understand?
Yeah.
Also, I've got a hunch that Mr. Graphius isn't looking for any Martian embassies. He's looking for something quite different. Now start making with the telephone. Which house is it, Doolin?
Right down there. Number 108.
Did you find out anything?
Not a thing. I've been watching the place for a week now. Nobody comes out, nobody goes in. I asked around. Nobody knows nothing.
You ain't been blabbing around the neighborhood that we're looking for the Martian embassy, have you?
Boss, I'm stupid. But I ain't that stupid.
Who'd you talk to?
I struck up what you might call a casual acquaintanceship with those 2 girls standing with the baby carriages up the street. The cute one is real cute.
Now, look, Doolin, don't try to do anything intelligent. Just keep walking up and down. See?
Check.
I'm going back to the office to meet Graphius.
See you later, boss. Hiya, beautiful.
Hiya, Flatfoot.
How did you know I was a detective?
Your socks are bagging at the arches.
Well, stick around, beautiful. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we can make some beautiful music together.
Listen to Romeo, Helen.
The name is Doolin, honey. Iron Man Doolin.
Your line is getting rusty, Iron Man. What do you want to fool around with him for? He reminds me of my husband. Just a big, good-natured slob. Helen, look. Oh, hey, Doolin! Doolin, look out! Look out! Helen?
Sorry to kept you waiting, Mr. Graphius.
Not at all.
Doolin found a house down in Greenwich Village, privately rented. Number 108 Conklin Street. Nobody seems to know anything about who lives there, except that they subscribe to every paper and scientific journal put out. And also they have a peculiar antenna on the roof.
You don't suppose your Mr. Doolan will try to get inside the house?
No, he knows better.
Mr. Broderick, I assure you, if that place is the Martian embassy...
Doolan can take care of himself.
Still, I wish you had informed me before.
Well, that's probably him reporting back now. Excuse me. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Doolan? Yeah, he works. What? Oh, no. No, I can't think of any. Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, I'll be right down. Okay, Lieutenant. Yeah, right away.
Something the matter?
Doolan is dead, Mr. Graffius.
What?
They found him splattered all over the sidewalk in front of number 108 Conklin Street.
How did it happen?
There were some witnesses. They said a building cornice dropped on him.
The cornice? But how?
It fell off the building next to 108, right on top of him. Come on, we can get a cab. I have to identify the body. Lieutenant, I'm Broderick.
Oh, well, there's your boy, Broderick. Not very pretty.
Oh, Mother in heaven.
That's a 1,000-pound hunk of concrete.
Where did it come from?
Dropped off the roof of 106.
Anybody see it?
Yes, a couple of maids pushing baby carriages. One was so shaken we had to send her to the hospital. The other one is hysterical, but she can talk. Can't seem to get any sense out of her, though.
Do you mind if I talk to her?
Not at all.
I'll be back in a minute, Graffius.
I'll wait here.
She's standing right over there with the patrolman on the beat. Hanson.
Yes, sir?
This guy wants a few questions with the girl.
Please, I told you what I saw. How many times I gotta tell you?
Yes, the dead man was a personal friend of mine. Would you tell me what happened, please?
Helen and I were standing in front of Rathman's candy store up on the corner. We both had the babies out. I worked for Mrs. Gillian on Washington Square North. He said hello and joked a little. Then he walked down the street just like he's been doing all week. Hadn't taken more than a few steps when...
Please, miss. It's very important.
I tell them, but they don't believe me.
What do you tell them?
How it happened.
Tell me.
It's too awful.
Please.
Well, first he squashed, and then the stone fell on him.
What do you mean he squashed?
They don't believe me, but Helen saw it too.
She saw what?
First, he squashed, then it fell on him. He was mashed flat before it even hit him.
Now, look.
That's the story, Broderick.
Please let me alone. Let me go home. I told you what I saw. Now let me alone. Let me alone.
Did you learn anything, Mr. Broderick?
Huh? I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It's crazy.
Mr. Broderick, if I may make a suggestion at this point, perhaps it would be better if we dropped the entire matter.
What's eating you? First you come at me with a chain of nonsense that you're staking real cash on, and now when we hit solid trail, you want to call off the dogs. Well, maybe you operate that way, but Broderick doesn't.
May I ask, then, what do you intend doing?
As soon as the cops clear out and this place quiets down, I'm going to pay a personal call on the Martian embassy. Whatever number 108 is. Whatever you are, open that door. Got 2 heads or 10 fingers, I'll drill you like a platoon of rookies.
Yes?
Oh.
Well, young man,
Excuse me, ma'am. Is the lady of the house at home?
I'm the lady of the house.
Well, my name is Broderick. I represent the Manhattan Child Adoption Center. We're soliciting funds and clothing for stranded and unadopted children. I wondered if...
Oh, won't you come inside?
Well, we don't usually...
Oh, nonsense. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. Besides, my son, Lauren, is working at home.
Your son?
He's a bibliographer. He writes summaries of articles and books from scientific journals and publications for libraries and universities.
I see.
Well, sit down, Mr. Broderick. We get so few calls, and I do like to visit.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what was it you wanted to talk to us about?
Oh, well, I wondered if you or your son... There's nobody else living here.
No, just Lauren and I. I'll have to ask him about the contribution, but I'm sure he'd like to.
Good. Thank you very much. I'll send a representative to collect...
Oh, please stay a moment. I was just about to have tea. Let me pour you a cup.
Well, no, thanks, really.
No, young man, I insist.
Well, thank you.
I was getting awfully tired of having tea by myself every afternoon.
You know, I'm not very much of a tea drinker, but this seems to have a strange taste.
It's my own recipe. The secret is in the brewing.
It's sweet. Yet almost metallic.
It takes a few sips to get used to, like olives.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I'd better be running along.
Oh, but you haven't finished your tea, Mr. Broderick.
I better be going. I'm late.
Oh, you're not being very polite. Do finish your tea.
No, really, I feel funny.
Oh, I'll call Lauren.
No, I'm leaving. I feel kind of dizzy.
Oh, I'm sure Lauren can help you. I'll call him.
Oh, no, don't bother.
But I must. Besides, you aren't well.
Gee.
Lauren!
Gotta get out.
Lauren, hurry.
Got it out of my way.
No, you must stay.
You drugged my tea. Let go my arm.
Lauren!
Let go. Gotta get out of here.
What heaven?
The other one, that Broderick, he was here. I drugged his tea.
He got away. Fool, idiot.
Go after him. Use the pressure ray.
Risk another murder on our doorstep. Are you insane?
But he suspects.
We'll have to take our chances. We'll have to think of some other way.
How did they find us?
I don't know how, but I'm certain someone else sent them.
Who?
I don't know. I'm afraid to let myself think. It might be them.
Watch where you're going, you drunken fool.
Please,
Get away from me.
Stay away from me.
Look out.
Miss, please.
Let go of me. Help.
Please.
Help, officer.
You don't understand.
What's the trouble here?
This drunkard is insulting people. I saw him come out of that house there.
108?
That's the one. He bumped into a gentleman, and then he pulled at my arm.
All right, miss, I'll take care of it. Come along, mister. I'm going to give you a break and take you back to the wife and kids.
No, you can't. I'm sick.
Sick, is it? What's the matter?
Drugged. They drugged me.
Who drugged you?
Number 108. Martians.
Who?
Martians. Number 108. It's a Martian embassy.
Well, I've seen them with pink elephants, rabbits, and mice, but you're the first one who's got Martians.
That's true, I tell you.
Uh-huh. Come along.
Now, listen. Don't take me back there. They'll
Come
kill
on.
me. Look, I gotta make you understand.
Here, I'll help you up the steps.
Please, my name is Broderick. I'm a private dick.
We'll find out about this. Here, don't try any tricks.
Officer, please listen. I'll give you anything. I'll give you $1,000. Please listen. For God's sake, listen.
Yes, officer. Why, Broderick.
You know this slush, Granny?
Why, that's my son, Broderick.
No. Martian.
He's in pretty bad shape. You better get him to bed.
Oh, dear. He was doing so well at the Alcoholic Society. He must have gotten off again.
Looks like he's ready to pass out.
Lauren!
What is it, Mother? Oh.
Your brother, Broderick, has been drinking again.
Look out, he's passed out.
I'll take care of him, officer. We've handled this sort of thing before.
Can you manage okay?
We'll be fine, thank you.
You've been very kind, officer.
Nothing at all, Granny. I know how it is with these alkies. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Martian embassy. Martian. Oh, my head.
Mr. Broderick is regaining consciousness, Mother.
What happened? Oh, I can't get up.
Do not struggle, Mr. Broderick. It'll be impossible for you to rise from that chair. The pressure from this ray will keep you there.
Ray? What? Who are you?
You've already guessed, Mr. Broderick.
You mean this really is the...
Martian Embassy, yes. You have the honor to be the first prisoner of the Imperial Government of Mars.
First prisoner?
Yes. After the invasion, of course, you will all be our prisoners.
Hey, look. What sort of a business is this?
No business, Mr. Broderick. As your people will soon find out. Our preparations for invasion are nearly completed now. As soon as we give the signal, our armed forces will launch a surprise attack. And then the Earth will be ours.
You're crazy.
Not half as mad as you, Mr. Broderick, to come muddling so foolishly into our affairs. That was a fatal mistake.
So, Doolan's death was no accident, then?
Assuredly not. We found it necessary to use a pressure ray on your friend. The block of concrete was an afterthought. We thought it might help to avert suspicion.
All right. What happens now?
If you cooperate, you can look forward to a quick, painless death like your friend, Mr. Doolan.
And if not?
This pressure ray has many delicate adjustments. It can move a pin, or it can crush a boulder. Let me demonstrate. You see, Mr. Broderick, as if an invisible vice for crushing you.
What do you want?
The name of your client. We are interested in knowing who is so anxious to locate the Martian Embassy.
The names of my clients are confidential.
Well?
All right.
Turn it off, Mother. Mr. Broderick has seen the wisdom of speech.
His name is Graphius.
Graphius?
Yeah.
An unusual name for an Earthman.
Describe him.
Well, I don't know if I really can.
Mother. Describe him.
He's tall. Got a big forehead. And about 60. He wears thick glasses. He's bald.
Lauren, sounds like one of them.
Yes, it does. Contact the planet. Tell them we suspect that our plans are known. Ask for an acceleration of invasion day.
At once.
What about me?
I am sorry, Mr. Broderick, but I am afraid you know too much now. In exactly 5 seconds, you will feel the full impact of the ray which faces you. I would suggest that you relax and meet your fate calmly.
Now, wait a minute.
You will feel no pain, just a wall of force engulfing you.
Listen,
5.
No, you can't do this.
4.
It isn't human.
I know, but we are not human. 3.
Yeah, but...
2.
No!
1.
Mother in heaven.
Now.
Lauren.
It didn't work.
Something's happened. The magnetic field is dead.
Get it working. We've got to get rid of this one.
Now, listen. Listen, you
Be quiet.
two.
I can't understand what's gone wrong with the ray. Why would it suddenly stop like that?
Perhaps I can explain.
What? Graphius. It's you.
Yes.
Lauren.
Stand back from the pressure ray, please. It will not function anyway. I have decontrolled your field.
Lauren, it's one of them. They've found us.
Did you think we wouldn't? I trust you have not harmed my friend, Mr. Broderick. He's been very useful to me.
Brother, am I very glad to see you. Talk about the Marines landing in the nick of time.
You're free to move now, Mr. Broderick.
I don't know how you got in here, Graphius, but stick around. These babies are really Martians, just like you said. They're planning to invade the Earth and take over.
There will be no Martian invasion.
You keep these characters covered. I'll get the police.
There will be no need for the police. I intend to handle them myself.
Yeah, but the police will want
Do not call the police.
Why not?
You fool of an Earthling. Don't you realize with whom you are dealing? The invasion of Earth by Mars will be like child's play compared...
Lauren!
Holy mackerel. They just flattened out.
Like your friend, Mr. Doolan. I detest the use of violence where the intellect can rule. But unfortunately, the Martians are a threat to us. It must be destroyed.
I believe you now. Another 5 seconds, they'd have finished me. I'm glad you didn't waste any time.
There is little time to waste. The Martian invasion was to have taken place next week.
Yeah, Hey, they never said that. How do you know?
You would not comprehend.
Wait a minute. There are some things here I do understand. A second ago, that pressure ray didn't work. Now you're using it like it was a toy. How did you get in here, anyway? Who are you? Another one of those Martians?
No, Mr. Broderick. I happen to be a Venusian.
What?
A representative of the planet Venus.
Venus? It's impossible.
Not at all. The Martians are really an inferior race. We've Venusians are much farther advanced. As much as we are over you, Mr. Broderick. The Martians would simply have conquered and enslaved your people. We Venusians felt compelled to exterminate you completely.
That's impossible.
Oh, no. Now that we have disposed of the Martian threat, what is there to stop us? Our invasion begins tomorrow at noon. By nightfall, the Earth will be ours.
Brother in heaven. Either I'm completely cuckoo or... Oh, well, this is really on the level.
You needn't edge toward the door, Mr. Broderick. You're thinking of running for help, aren't you now? I can read your thoughts quite clearly.
Suppose you're going to knock me off like our Martian friends.
On the contrary. Go ahead.
Leave?
Why not? Why don't you try it, Mr. Broderick?
Because the minute I turn my back, you're going to let me have it.
Suppose you try it and see. I've no interest in stopping you. Go ahead.
All right, Buster, you asked for it.
It will do you no good. No good! You'll see!
You let me go.
Here, where do you think you're running to?
Hey, officer, listen to me.
Oh, it's you, the one with the marsh.
Yeah, that's right. Now listen. That story is true. They're inside that house, inside number 108. He killed them.
Who killed him?
Rapheus. He's the leader of the Venusian invasion.
Venusian invasion?
That's right. Tomorrow at noon, they're going to take over the Earth. Now listen, go in that house.
Martians, now Venusians, eh? Okay, that's enough for me.
Come along. Good. We haven't got much time. Now, hey, wait. Where you taking me?
Bellevue Psychiatric Ward, my friend. Come on.
Bellevue, no!
Now, come along.
No! Why don't you listen to me? Why are you such a fool? Let go of me!
You're loony as a bedbug. Come
No! I tell you, there's going to be an invasion! The Venusians are going to invade us, don't you understand? You gotta believe me! You gotta believe me!
All right. I believe you.
Oh, why don't they listen? Why don't they believe me?
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future, the world of Dimension X.
Next week, the story of Riesling, the strange blind singer of the spaceways. He traveled the space lines from Mars to Venus to the moons of Jupiter. No captain could refuse to carry Riesling and his battered guitar. He sang of all the wonders of the galaxy, but his greatest song was of the sight he would never see, the green hills of Earth.
Tonight, Dimension X has presented The Embassy, a story by Donald A. Wollheim, as adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Joseph Julian was heard as Broderick, Barry Kroger as Grapheus. Your narrator was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Don Abbott. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear High Adventure. Now it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.
Okay, it is time for the question of the day, and this question is quite simple. Have you ever broken a video game controller or accessory out of frustration with a video game? I'm proud to say it only happened to me once. It happened one day when I had been running away for hours, and I threw the controller to the ground in frustration while trying to take on that stupid genie in that stupid magic bottle in Final Fantasy VIII. I think I was 15, 16 at the time. I have been sitting in my room forever trying to do this. I think I have spent a couple of days, and I reached a breaking point, and I didn't mean to break it. I just sort of threw it down one time, and the top D-pad button just sort of broke off. But have you ever broken a controller in frustration? If so, what game and what level were you playing? Answer in the comments below, and now let's get back to the shows. Take a trip back and pay a visit to Fort Laramie, coming up next.
Company, charge!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Captain Quince.
Sergeant Gorse, how are you?
Oh, it's sure good to see you, Captain. You look kind of funny, though.
What do you mean?
Well, them clothes, mufti. I ain't used to you out of uniform.
I'll be back in uniform at midnight tonight, Sergeant. We'll stay in town till then, and you can buy me a drink.
Me? I thought you was going to get rich in St. Louis.
Did I say that?
Well, you talked about nothing else before your leave come through.
Just proves you shouldn't believe everything you hear, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. I'll try to remember that.
See that you do. And to really fool you, I may go back to St. Louis.
Quit the Army?
A man can make money there, Sergeant. I don't mean gambling. I mean honestly. In an honest business. Buying things. Selling them.
Well, sir, the Army's sure no place for a man who wants to get rich. I'll say that.
The Army's no place for a man who wants to do any living at all. You're either turning black with the boredom of garrison, or you're riding hell-bent into nowhere.
That's sure enough true, Captain.
Well, come on, let's get our drink. How's B Company, Sergeant?
Company's fine, sir. Major Daggett's going to be mighty glad to see you back at Fort Laramie.
He isn't going to see me till midnight.
He'll be waiting up. Send me into town to tell you.
Oh? Something wrong?
Yes, sir.
Well, what?
Arapahoes. They've been raiding for horses. Massacred a whole family over in the basin about 10 days ago.
You mean You mean they jumped the reservation?
Not the whole tribe, just a few of them, I guess. Mr. Seibert's took B Company out last week, but he didn't have any luck.
Why not?
I don't know, Captain. I wasn't with him.
What?
I've been on sick list till 2 days ago.
Sick list? You?
Yes, sir. Pack mule kicked me in the belly.
Oh. Well, a little whiskey will cure that, Sergeant. Well, here we are.
Mr. Seibert's is feeling mighty bad about it.
Your belly?
Like I said, it's good to have you back, Captain.
Bottle of rye and 2 glasses.
Coming up. The Army. Hey, Moylan, look at what came in.
What's his trouble?
8 soldiers, I guess. Like a lot of people. Since Richmond.
Yeah, too much war, maybe. I guess everybody'd like to forget it now.
We all like to forget it. There's a war still going on.
You're right, sir. Who do they think stands between them and all the hostiles out there waiting to hack them to pieces? Who does all their dirty work for them?
It isn't like people to be grateful for any favors, Sergeant.
No, sir, I guess not.
When I think of the troops aching for home while they sweat and freeze and spill their blood all over the frontier for 50 cents a day, it makes me mad.
Tell me about St. Louis, Captain.
Here's your liquor, gentlemen.
Hey, you! Hold it!
You know them, Sergeant?
No, sir.
What's your trouble, mister?
My name ain't Mister. It's Rudio. I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the soldier.
I'm with the soldier.
You stay out of this. You know what's good for you.
You tell him, Moylan.
What do you want from me? I never saw you before.
Yeah. You won't want to see us again after we're through with you.
What's this all about?
We don't like soldiers drinking where we drink, mister. We like to teach them a lesson now and then. Don't we, Moylan?
Yeah, we do it, too.
Now,
you
just
shut up, mister.
What's the matter with you? Coming in here with a soldier. Gonna drink with him, too.
Rudio, I just guess that he ain't no better than no soldier himself. Just scum floating with scum. That's what I call it. Well?
Okay. Sergeant Gorse?
Yes, sir.
You can have more than there.
Thank you, sir.
Move out.
I'll buy you that drink now, Captain Quince.
You can buy the first one, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You're half an hour late, Captain Quince.
I was on the post at midnight, Major. I wanted to get back into uniform before reporting.
I'm glad of that, anyway.
I kind of figured you would be.
You still think I'm too Army, don't you, Lee?
We've known each other a long time, Major.
Since Vicksburg with Grant.
I remember a night in Chattanooga. You weren't very Army. I've forgotten the girl's name, of course.
Captain Quince, I trust Sergeant Gorse told you about the Arapaho trouble.
Yeah. They're out raiding for horses. They've slaughtered a family over in the basin.
It's got to be stopped. Settlers are beginning to wonder what the 2nd Cavalry's doing at Fort Laramie.
If this goes on, there won't be any settlers.
hard enough homesteading this country without a man waiting for him and his family to be massacred by renegade Indians.
I'll take a patrol out in a few days, have a look around.
You'll take B Company out tomorrow morning.
May I make a suggestion, Major Daggett?
If it's in order.
Lieutenant Seiberts took B Company out and found nothing. Sure, he's green, but a few Arapaho can hide easy from a whole troop of cavalry beating its way through this country. Give me 12 men. I'll scout those Indians, get them set up. Then I'll come back for the company.
No. No, it's too slow. There isn't time.
Better let me try it, sir.
I said no, Captain.
You haven't got very far your way, Major.
You have your orders.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Captain.
Yes, sir.
I heard you and Sergeant Gorse were in a brawl earlier this evening in town.
Conduct unbecoming an officer.
You should learn to control your temper, Captain.
I wonder what family the Arapahoes are putting the knife to tonight, Major Daggett.
Should never start this sort of thing with you. Take your patrol.
Yes, sir. Any further orders?
May have Sergeant Gorse and Lieutenant Seiberts, but no other officers or non-commissioned officers.
Right.
Pass your men through the main gates of the post half hour before reveille. Any questions?
No, sir.
Then move out.
There's a cabin just over this rise, Captain Quince.
Ah. Must be new, Mr. Seiberts.
Yes, sir. It is. A man and his family. He's raising horses.
A man's a fool. There's just as good land a day's ride from the fort.
You're right, sir.
Am I, Mr. Seiberts?
Of course, sir.
What if the man likes it out here, away from people? That make him a fool?
No, sir.
Then I'm wrong.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
You agree too easily, Mr. Seiberts. Better learn to think for yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now, where's your cabin?
Well, you'll see it in a minute, sir. There it... No. Look, it's been burned.
Oh. Sergeant!
Those Arapahoes again, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Look down there, Sergeant. File the patrol out as scouts, Sergeant. 1,000 yards between men. If there's any Indians around, I want to know it. The men will watch us at the cabin for arm signals.
Right, sir.
And then join Mr. Seiberts and me down there. Move out.
Yes, sir.
Follow me, Mr. Seiberts.
Looks as if they slaughtered every one of them.
Man, a woman, a young boy. This the whole family, Mr. Seiberts?
That's all of them, sir.
Thank God for that.
Every one of them scalped. Even the boy.
At least they weren't tortured.
No, sir.
Tell me, Mr. Seiberts, was the other family like this?
Oh, yes, sir.
I see.
Made quite a mess, didn't we?
Take a good look, Sergeant. How many horses did this man have, Mr. Syberts?
About 10, as I remember, sir.
Well, Sergeant?
Funny thing.
What is?
Well, Captain, I don't know how them Arapahoes could have surprised him so fast.
What makes you think they did?
Not many arrows around. If the man had a chance to put up any fight at all, there'd be a lot of arrows.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
Well, yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse, I excuse Mr. Syberts because of his lack of experience. But you're a disgrace to the cavalry. Ought to clean your sleeve and send you back to stable detail.
Yes, sir.
Don't stand there, Gavin. Use your eyes.
I'm looking.
Look harder.
There ain't no tracks.
No tracks?
Somebody dragged him out with a blanket.
Somebody? Why do you say somebody, Sergeant?
I don't know, sir. There's something wrong here.
Look, how old's that boy, Sergeant?
Maybe 12, 13.
Old enough to be a brave in a couple of years if he was an Indian?
Yes, sir.
Don't Arapahoes usually keep a boy that age and try to make a warrior out of him?
They always do. No, wait. Them tracks, they wouldn't hide their tracks.
No, they wouldn't.
Captain.
Yeah?
Now I know why you got so mad. I'm pretty mad myself.
Took you long enough. Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
A man wearing moccasins doesn't care about his tracks. He's got nothing to hide. Wasn't the Arapahoes did this. Wasn't Indians at all. It was white men.
Whose place is this, Captain?
Oh, Jake Steele and his wife. Their daughter lives with them.
Shouldn't their daughter live with them, sir?
Ollie's 19, going on 20. She had some schooling back east.
You mean she should be married now?
This country needs women, Mr. Syberts, but it doesn't need single women.
Yes, sir.
Patrol, hood! Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
Dismount and unsaddle. Dry the horses. Turn them into the corral yonder. Cache the saddles over in that brush so they can't be seen. All other equipment the men will keep.
Yes, sir.
2 men will stand by for escort duty. Move out.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince, Miss Steele.
Well, Captain, what are you and your troopers doing out here?
I'll tell you if you ask me in.
Oh, well, come in.
Where's your family?
Well, they rode over to the Abbott place.
That's a long ride.
We're spending the night. They'll be back tomorrow. Why? Is there trouble?
No, not for you, Holly.
And what are you doing here?
I came to borrow your ranch.
What?
I need it for a few days, maybe a week.
Now, Captain.
You and your folks can stay with the Abbotts for a while. I'll send for you when I'm through here.
You seem to have it all figured out.
I have.
Of course. Shall I leave right now, Captain Quinn?
Sooner the better. I'm sending an escort with you.
Well, that's very kind of you.
I can spare a couple of troopers.
And you'll move in here.
Sergeant Gorse and me.
Wouldn't you like for me to stay and cook for you?
No. You couldn't do that.
Why? Don't you think I'm a good cook?
Maybe when this is over, I'll ride back sometime and find out.
Captain Quince, just because you and I've met once or twice at Fort Laramie dance.
Now, just a minute, Miss Holly. You don't understand.
Don't I?
I should have explained. There's going to be a fight here.
fight?
I'm using this place for a trap, baiting it with a bunch of horses. And when the men I'm after come for them, well, we'll be waiting.
What men?
Men who've been stealing horses, murdering settler families, blaming it on the Arapahoes.
You mean it's white men who've been doing that?
I do.
Captain Quince, I'm beginning to understand that being in the cavalry, you're accustomed to ordering people around and not explaining anything.
I'm sorry, Holly. I upset you.
Now, if you'll wait outside while I get some things together, I'll ride up to the Abbotts with that escort you promised me.
Good.
Oh, Captain.
Yes?
I hope you have a chance someday to find out about my cooking. What I mean is, good luck.
Thank you, Holly.
Go on, get out of here now.
Well, it took me that long to do something. I'd get busted to a private.
You can still get busted, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Syberts.
Right here, Captain.
You'll take over the patrol, Mr. Syberts. I want you to spot the men in a complete circle around this place, half a mile out. They're to dig in. And when they think they're hidden, I'm going to ride that circle.
I understand, sir.
Heaven help any trooper I can see.
Yes, sir.
They're to let those men through. But when they hear gunfire from the cabin here, they're to kill anything that tries to get back out. Any questions?
No, sir.
Move out.
Yes, sir.
Well, Sergeant, you and I are going to be sitting on the pan of this trap.
Like poisoned meat, huh?
Maybe. Before we get off. You have to do that, Sergeant.
I didn't join the Army to be locked up in this coop for 3 days.
Maybe you'd rather be sitting outside with the real men, half buried, afraid to move, with nothing but a canteen of water and a handful of jerky.
And no smoke?
And no smokes.
Captain Quince, I never had it so good, sir.
Then shut up. Dark out already?
Good. Ain't the kind of men who'd attack even a woman in the daylight.
No, I guess not. Doris, you lied to me.
What?
No smokes. You tried to make me think you'd find it rough out there with the troopers because they can't smoke.
Well?
You never smoked in your life, you ape. Not with that quid of tobacco in your jaw day and night. What are you trying to give me?
You need action too, Captain. Bad as I do.
Yeah, I do.
3 days of this is worse than a winter in garrison. You go to St. Louis, I'm going with you. That easy money sounds...
Wait. Come here.
What is it?
Horses. Listen.
We got him, Captain. We got him.
Okay. Move fast. Get out the back window. Come up the off side of the cabin. But don't shoot till I get at least one of them inside here.
Yes, sir. Good hunting, Captain.
Same to you, Sergeant.
Hello? Hello there. Come on, open up. We want to have a little talk with you.
Look out, Jim. You'll have a gun.
Listen, mister. We ain't gonna hurt nobody. We got something to tell you is all.
Let's fix them and get out of here, Jim.
We're just passing by, mister. Got some news for you.
Maybe there ain't nobody home.
They wouldn't leave all them horses alone, would they? I'm coming in, mister. Don't shoot now. Have your daughter light the lamp, mister. Then we can talk.
Jim. What happened?
You're next, mister.
You okay, Sergeant? Yes, sir. Well, we got two of them anyway.
I didn't realize there were more than that.
He was holding their horses.
Well, the troopers will take care of him. They deserve a little action, too.
They sure do. Who are they, do you know?
Strangers.
One inside dead?
I didn't kill him.
But you took an awful chance, Captain.
It'll be worth it. Maybe we can find out what they did with all the horses they've stolen. Maybe we can take them back.
Yes, sir. But, well, there's two families won't never get theirs. Hear that, Captain?
Mission accomplished.
No more women and kids dying hard. Feels kind of good, don't it, Captain? Don't it?
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Feels a whole lot better than making money in St. Louis.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by John Meston, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Dan Riss, and Joyce McCluskey, with Lawrence Dobkin, Clayton Post, Paul Duboff, and James Nusser. Old Man Trouble takes it on the chin 5 nights a week when Bing begins to sing, which is just dandy for everybody else who's listening in. Since Old Man Trouble has no great charm to speak of, and since Bing Crosby has an ear for melody, a cheery disposition, and many other charms as well, folks naturally prefer to spend their time with Bing. For good company and easygoing songs, hear The Bing Crosby Show Monday through Friday nights over most of these same stations.
Company, tension. Dismiss.
Join us again next week for another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
She's the most exciting woman I ever met.
Atari introduces the Woman of the Year, Ms. Pac-Man. Just like the arcade classic, 4 different game screens, floating fruit, even pretzels.
Honey, don't you know I'm more than Pac-Man with a bow?
Reach for Ms. Pac-Man.
Reach for Atari.
Hey, what's your problem?
Got a cold.
There are dozens of cold medicines. Take your pick, Mac.
My cold's in my chest, too.
Oh. Try brand new Head and Chest. It helps clear your head and clear your chest. The leading cold medicine can't do that.
New Head and Chest drains nasal passages so you can breathe easy with no drowsiness. And its moisturizing action loosens and helps get rid of chest congestion.
Hey, Head and Chest works.
Uh-huh. New Head and Chest clears your head and clears your chest.
Wednesday at 8, Ryan O'Neal and Ally McGraw. Love Story.
You look stupid and rich.
Actually, I'm smart and poor.
I'm smart and poor.
They found a love they thought would last forever. A love that would end all too soon. Ally McGraw, Ryan O'Neal, John Marley, and Ray Milland. Love Story. Wednesday at 8 on Channel 2. There's only one, 2. Friends for a Lifetime. Forever young, forever free. Tonight at 8 on Channel 2.
There's only one, 2.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, it's a beautiful sight to sit in a room and see the red and green lights of a Christmas tree reflected softly in the luster of well-polished furniture. It makes the room warmer and richer somehow. Well, now, your furniture will have the kind of luster that reflects the holiday lights if you polish it with Johnson's Cream Wax. You just rub on a little cream wax, let it dry a second or two, and then polish lightly. The surface will actually glow. Dust and dirt won't stick to your furniture or light-colored woodwork, for there's not one single drop of oil in Johnson's Cream Wax. Once polished, all that's necessary to keep that wonderful glow is an occasional light dusting. Clean and polish your furniture in one easy operation with Johnson's Cream Wax. Then sit back and look at the warm reflection of those Christmas tree lights in every shining surface. Use Johnson's Cream Wax to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
One reason things always look brighter in the morning than they did the night before is that it isn't so dark in the daytime. But a little tough luck that Mr. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista had last night was not helped a bit by 8 hours' sleep. Listen to himself this morning as we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
No more breakfast for me, kiddo. I got to get going.
Not even another cup of coffee?
No.
Why, you haven't had fewer than 3 cups of coffee for breakfast since the big Taft ran for president.
I can't help it, Snooky. I got to backtrack myself to the Elks Club and look for my key ring. I lost it on my way home last night.
Why didn't you stop and look for it then?
Because it was blacker than the inside of a buffalo. The moon was behind clouds, the street lights were behind telephone poles, and I was behind $2.40 playing snooker, and I wanted to get home.
Your key ring? Why, Magee, the key to the hall closet was on your key ring, and all our Christmas presents are locked in the hall closet.
I know it, but don't you worry now. I'll find them. I'll just walk back the way I came. Down Oak Street, over to 14th.
Magee, have you looked out the window this morning?
No. You know I can't stand the sight of daylight till after I've had my coffee.
Yes, I know. I sent Maxwell House a Christmas card in care of Burns and Allen.
Good.
But take a peek out the window, sweetheart.
I haven't got time, baby. I got to look for my key ring, so... Oh, my gosh. Snow.
3 feet of it. It just stopped snowing a little while ago. Isn't it beautiful?
Beautiful? With my key ring, with the key to the hall closet, with all our Christmas presents locked in it, buried under it? Why, it's horrible. Well, I gotta get going anyway. Dad, where's my overcoat? Where's my mittens? See if you can find my overshoes.
What are you going to do? Your key ring is under 3 feet of snow.
I'll find it if it's under 44 feet of French fried frog legs. I'll shovel the sidewalk clear down to the Elks Club, or clean down to the Elks Club, as the case may be. And I'll find the dad. I hope that's Foggy Williams, the weatherman. And if it is, kiddo, you'd better leave the room. I got a few choice remarks to make there.
Now, the weatherman can't help it if it snows.
He can predict it, can't he? So people will be prepared and not go losing their key rings the night before.
But, darling, he did predict.
Well, who believes him? My gosh, if I ever thought it was...
Come in. Hi, Miss McGee. Gee, isn't this wonderful? 4 feet of snow.
3 feet.
Well, I bet you it would be up to my hips on you, I bet you. Oh, boy, can us kids ever have fun now, though, ever?
Ah, fun, Fatah.
Well, Teeny, it's nice to see you.
Hand me my sweater, will you, Molly? Thanks. Now, where's my muffler?
Gee, don't Mr. McGee like snow, Miss McGee? Don't you, Mr. McGee? Don't you?
Look, sis, snow is beautiful. In a photograph of Mount Whitney taken from 45 miles away. It's beautiful to a grizzly bear that's been hibernian for the winter in a cave somewhere. But underfoot and down your neck and up your sleeve, you can have it. Where's my overshoes?
Hey, Mr. McGee, if you're going past my house, come on in because we got a surprise for you. The kids and me. You know, Johnny and Kenny and Buddy and Ratty are practicing our Christmas carols.
Yeah, look, Teeny. Some other time I'd love to stand around in my overshoes and hear the exciting news about you and Kenny and Ratty and all them other...
Buddy and Johnny.
Yeah, but I got work to do. So if you'll excuse me, I got to go shovel some snow.
Oh, my daddy can't shovel snow. He's got his arm in a cast. He cut himself shaving.
He cut himself shaving and got his arm in a cast?
Sure. He said he was eating popcorn at the time and the bag fell down over his eyes.
Now, wait a minute, sis. He was eating popcorn at the time and...
Yeah, but he says it wouldn't happen again in a million years because he don't care how vicious a dog is. He can make friends with it, rain or shine.
Well, what that got...
Well, stop at my house if you can, mister. I know you'll like the surprise we got for you. So long, Miss McGee. Bye, Teeny.
If I walk kind of lopsided, kiddo, it's because I think I just had my leg pulled. Well, here I go, Tootsie.
I think you were a little rude to Teeny McGee. My goodness, snow is just what children love at Christmas time, and she was so happy at having this surprise for you.
Surprise my clavicle. Hearing her and them other kids sing Christmas carols is about as much of a surprise as waking up on New Year's Day to find out it's January. Now, let me see. Have I forgot anything?
Well, I don't think so. You have your overshoes, 3 sweaters, overcoat, mittens, your hat with the earmuffs. Your hat with the earmuffs.
I can't hear you.
Earmuffs.
Wait a minute. I can't hear anything with these dad-ratted earmuffs on. What did you say?
I merely said.
Oh, clang, clang, clang. I never saw it to fail. The minute I get busy or want to go someplace, that dad-ratted doorbell starts ringing like there was a fire on the waterfront. Come in.
Well, my goodness, Dr. Gamble with snow in his eyebrows. Come on in out of the cold, Doctor.
Thank you, my dear. And what are you all bundled up for, wet wash? You look like a sail going somewhere to rum it.
You hate to see me dressed up warm, eh, Greedy? Need a few pneumonia cases to pay off your Christmas bills, eh?
Lumpy, when I start picking patients in advance, they'll have better credit ratings than yours. And I would like to add that as a judge of character, you will never be reelected.
Well, to answer your question, Doctor, he's going out to look for his key ring. He lost it somewhere between here and the Elks Club last night.
A splendid project.
Betcha.
Do all that work just to recover a dime store key ring with 6 keys, 3 of them unidentified, a bottle opener, a lucky rabbit's foot, which doesn't seem to have done him any good, and an identification tag which says, please return to Fibber, Magee, 79 Wistful Vista, no reward. However, good luck with it, Lemonhead. So long, my dear.
That big old fraud with the little black bag wouldn't be so quippy if he knew that key ring held the key to the hall closet and all our presents were in there, including the one we're giving him. Hey, I better get going. I got to find that key ring.
Say, couldn't we just get a locksmith to open the door for us?
Nope, all closed. Holidays.
Take the hinges off the door.
I thought of that. With our hall closet, it's too dangerous. You got to have the key. It's got to be so you can twist the key, turn the knob, and leap back. Well, here I go, kiddo, into the wild white yonder.
My hero.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and March of the Toys.
Boy, is this snow ever deep. I don't see how anything so light could get so heavy so fast. I gotta find those dad-ratted keys pretty quick. It'll soon be dark.
Oh, Magee, I brought you another thermos of hot coffee. How you getting along, dearie?
Terrible. I've been shoveling this dad-ratted stuff all day, and I can still see our house. Give me the coffee, will you?
Careful now, it's pretty hot.
As cold as I am, I can't even tell if it's scalding. Boy, I could go for a hot buttered root beer right now.
Oh, look, Magee, look who's coming, the weatherman.
Yeah, walking around gloating, is he? If this is his idea of a practice...
Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hi, Foggy.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Magee, I'm glad to see you. Have a cigar, Mr. Magee?
A cigar? Why, thanks, Foggy. Celebrating something?
Can't you guess?
You don't mean...
Oh.
Why, Mr. Williams, have you and Mrs. Williams had...
No. Mrs. Williams had nothing to do with this.
Huh?
This is my own snowstorm. I predicted it all by myself.
Predicting weather must be fascinating work, Mr. Williams. No, thank you, I don't smoke cigars.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I had rather an interesting time out west last summer, experimenting with making weather.
Well, if you can unmake it, boy, you and me have got a deal cooking.
What'd you do, Mr. Williams? Move in with a Navajo so you could whip up some Indian summers?
No. I rented a plane, took it up 8,000 feet over a dusty ranch, and dropped 50 pounds of ice into a cloud. Then I landed to see what had happened.
And what had happened, kiddo?
I had killed a cow.
Heavenly days, how unfortunate.
Oh, it really was. The rancher was standing there, and he said if the ice had landed 3 feet to the left, it would have killed his son-in-law.
What was so unfortunate about that?
Well, the son-in-law was a worthless lad, but the cow was valued at $600. Well, I must get down to the office. My assistant is watching the instruments down there, and he just called to report a rise in temperature and a warm front.
Oh, just what does that mean, Mr. Williams?
It means he should turn around and stand with his back to the fire for a while. Well, Merry Christmas to both of you.
Same to you, Mr. Williams.
Back to work, peasant. Trouble like you were getting paid by the hour. Uh-oh. Oh.
What is it, McGee? Did you find the key ring?
I don't know. There's something here, all right. Close to the sidewalk. Wait till I chip it loose. Ow!
What was it?
It's all my overshoe. Doggone it. I'm getting tired of this. Don't let me carry keys anymore, Molly. I can't be trusted to
Well, now, we've tried it that way, too, remember? You came home without your front door key the night I was out playing bridge.
Yeah?
You broke the big window, knocked over the floor lamp, put your foot in the goldfish bowl, grabbed the drapes to keep from falling, fell anyhow, hit the end table, rolled in the hall, and found the front door unlocked the way I left it for you.
But I was only trying
Hello there, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Pull up a snowbank and sit down.
Hi, Junior.
Oh, boy, what a day this is. This really feels like Christmas. I love a good... Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you a little lost, pal? Your house is down the street there.
I know that, Junior. Relax. I lost my keyring last night coming home from the Elks. It snowed all over it, so I'm looking for it with a snow snow.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Any further questions?
One more question. Why didn't you clean off your own sidewalk? Yours is the only house on the block with snow in front of it.
I looked on our sidewalk last night, and the keys are not there. There's no use shoveling through a lot of snow that I know my keys and ring isn't under. There's plenty between here and the Elks that I don't know where my keys are.
You know, he's always very efficient, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I'd like to stay and help you, pal, but I'm busy just walking around getting that old Christmas spirit today. Gee, I love this time of year.
Oh, me too, Mr. Wilcox. Everybody's sending cards and buying presents.
And locking them in hall closets.
Christmas trees all lighted up, wreaths in all the windows.
Snow all over my keys.
You know, to me, Christmas and New Year's Day are real Johnson's wax holidays.
To you, Mr. Wilcox, so are Columbus Day, Easter, and the annual convention of the Daughters of Notary Republics of Western Florida.
Also Navy Day and the Kentucky Derby.
No. I mean, with the kids home from school, relatives and friends dropping in the house, the spirit of hospitality is really at its peak at this time of the year. There's a hand clasp at the door, a smile on the face, and a glistening, gleaming welcome from even the floors and furniture. You know what I mean?
Well, if we don't, we've wasted a good 13 years.
Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal?
Go crinkle your Chris someplace else, will you? I got work to do. I may have to shovel my way clean to the Elks. I got no time to stand here in barbershop with you. I give you 2 parting words.
I know. Go home.
No. Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you, pal, and the same to both of you.
Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox. Too bad we don't have another shovel, or I could help you out a little.
Well, now, you can just use this one a while, Tootsie. It's a nice light shovel.
I know you wouldn't want the neighbors to see your wife doing manual labor like that right out on the street, of course.
And what business is it of theirs, I'd like to know. If my wife wants to help me out when she sees I'm breaking my back trying to give us a nice good... Oh. Here comes that kid down the street again.
Oh, Teeny.
Yeah, I better get busy. She'll start giving me that pitch about Kenny and Ratty and Buddy and...
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi, I'm very busy right now, Teeny.
Hello, Teeny. You having fun? Sure. Me and Kenny and Buddy and Ratty and Johnny have been practicing our Christmas carols. And Mr. McGee.
What you want? This as if I didn't know.
My house is just right down there, and if you'll just stop in a little while, we got a surprise for you, I bet you.
I'm in no mood for surprises now. Best surprise you can give me right now is going home.
Yeah, but... Gee, mister, don't you like little children?
Certainly I like little children. Don't you like old men?
Well, okay then. So long, Miss McGee. Hey, kids, now Daddy says.
I'm kids. Breaking my back shoveling snow.
Why don't you let the children sing for you and get it over with, McGee? You ought to sit down and rest a while anyhow.
You know why I don't let them sing for me, Molly. My gosh, when I hear a bunch of grubby little kids like that singing Christmas carols all off-key with their smeary little pusses lit up like an Easter sunrise, I get all mushy and start forgiving everybody for everything they ever done to me. And it's very embarrassing because sometimes I can't even remember what I was sore at them about. Anyways, I got to protect myself.
Jingle bells, jingle all the hello there, kids.
Heavenly days, the old-timer.
Hi, old-timer. What brings you out in this kind of weather?
My flexible flyer, Johnny. What do you think I'm pulling behind me, a bulldozer?
My goodness, this sled. Isn't it awfully cold for you, Mr. Old-timer?
Not if I keep moving, daughter. Me and some of the other kids, the younger crowd, are going out to Dugan's Hill to do some stomach busters.
Yeah, I know, buckle bruisers.
Yeah. Want to come along, Johnny? I'll share my sled with you. I'll use it going down, and you can use it coming up. 50-50.
No, I got work to do.
Yes, he's going to shovel snow all the way down to the Elks Club, it looks like.
Is that so?
Well, different people like different things. Me, I like coasting. I'm going to try to bust my own record for the bobsled run at Dugan's Hill.
Your own record?
Set it last year, daughter. Went down that run in 13 seconds.
Well, that's half a mile.
In 13 seconds?
Yep. May take a little longer with a sled, of course. Hey, Scooty, wait for me. Got a hook and talk, kid. See you later, man.
Let's go home. You're worn out and it's too dark to see anymore anyhow.
I guess so. What a break. All our Christmas presents locked in the hall closet and no key. How do I get into these messes anyhow?
Well, I don't know, but you do it so easily, dearie. Come on, let's go home.
Okay, I'm wore out. I'm beat like the seat of a jockey's pants. I'm as bushed as the left-hand Smith brother.
And no, dearie. I'm sorry. Here, now, let me carry Mr. William's snow shovel a while.
I'll throw it in the snowdrift. My gosh, what kind of a cheap snow scoop is that anyhow? Can't even find a ring of keys with it. Cheap thing. Well, who's that crossing the street?
Why, Magee, I believe it's Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, Wallace Wimple. Hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Well, it's good to see you again, Wimp.
Yes. Are you looking forward to a nice Christmas, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes. I had a wonderful time last night, too, Mrs. Magee. Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife.
Yeah.
Sweetie Face helped out at the kindergarten Christmas party, and I went along.
Oh, sounds big time, all right.
Yes. She got all dressed up as Santa Claus and came down the big brick chimney for the kiddies.
Oh. Isn't that nice?
Yes. Somebody lit the most beautiful fire in the fireplace. Just as she was halfway down. Oh, did she get hot about that?
Built a fire while she was in the chimney. Gee, what happened, Wimp?
Oh, the kiddies loved it.
They did?
They'd never seen a Santa Claus with a pack of toys come through the side of a chimney before. Bricks all over the place. Well, I'll leave you here. You're home. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Wimple.
One nice thing about seeing Wimp, with all the grief that poor guy has, I forget my own troubles. What was I worrying about? Oh, yeah, my key ring and all the keys.
Hi, Miss Magee. Hi, Mr. Magee.
What are you kids doing on our front porch? Don't you know you'll catch cold out here?
Now, Magee, don't be cross with the children. It's almost Christmas Eve.
Well, gee whiz, can't they take a hint? They'll have to come in the house now. Can't have them catch cold out here.
See, kids, see, I told you he would.
Come on in, children. Close the door.
Yeah, close the door.
Come on in, children. Close the door. You wouldn't come to my house, Mr. Magee, so I brought Kenny and Buddy and Johnny and Ratty over here with a surprise.
Yeah, sure, surprise. Okay, get it over with. Sing it.
Well, Kenny and Ratty and Buddy and Johnny and I were practicing our Christmas carols last night, and right in front of our house we found these keys.
Okay. Sing it in any old key, I don't... Keys?
Sure. It says Fibber Magee and no reward on them, and you're the only Fibber.
Oh, my keys. And after me shoveling snow all day long. Oh, Teeny, why didn't you tell me you found my keys?
You didn't give me a chance, mister. All day long I tried to tell you.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I'm sorry I was such a melonhead about it, sis, but you know me. I'm apt to be a little grouchier than usual around Christmas time.
Gee, why, Mr. Magee? Most people are a lot more cheerfuler, I betcha.
Yeah, but I...
Well, I can explain that, Teeny. You see, he's very sentimental. He's got to act a little tough or he goes all to pieces. Now, you take a Christmas carol, for instance. Can you take a Christmas carol, dearie?
Huh? Oh, I love them. But I don't want people to know it. They might take advantage of me. Go ahead, sis. Sing me a carol. But don't anybody ask me to sign my life insurance over to him right afterwards, because I'll do it.
Okay. Come on, Ratty and Kenny and Johnny and Buddy. A 1 and a 2 and a 3. Chimney with care, in hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
what was the matter? I went to the window, I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, threw open the sash. Then, what to my wondering, I should appear but a miniature slave, and a tiny reindeer. With a little old driver so lively and quick that I knew right away that it must be St. Nick. All bundled in fur from his head to his foot, old Santa was covered with ashes and soot. I drew in my head and was turning around when down the chimney he came with a
His eyes, how they twinkled. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses. His nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow. The beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a little old pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke went around and around and around his head like a wreath. He was so chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf. Then I laughed, then I laughed, then I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. He had a broad face, and a little round belly, and shook when he laughed, like a bowl full of jelly. He gave me a wink of his eye, and a twist of his head. A chuckle and a smile I knew all the while I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying a finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang from his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, and he drove on a line. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good
Is he gone?
The night after Christmas and all through the house, not a creature is stirring, not even the mouse. The presents are scattered and broken, I fear, and St. Nicholas won't come again for a year. The children are nestled all warm in their wee little beds, while families of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap are settled at last for a
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Of CounterSpy next.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy.
Calling Washington.
United States CounterSpies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Statue of Death. Another CounterSpy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi's best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now to CounterSpy. Over the hills of Tennessee, the late afternoon sun was low on the horizon. A young chemist stood on the grounds of the world's largest atomic plant. Its grounds protected by high fences, its gates guarded by the latest scientific devices. As the young man walked along the grounds inside the main gate, he bent over and picked up a little gray cat.
Hello, Kitty. How's Mildred? Mouse catching business pretty good, eh, Mildred?
Hey, Pop!
Huh?
Look out for that dog outside the gate.
Oh, Mildred, here he comes. Easy, Mildred. Now, don't jump down. That collar will take your head off. Look. I lost you. Now you're in for a fight. Here, boy. Leave that cat alone. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here. Now, let's see your collar. Let's see your collar. What's your name, huh? Ah, Tommy, huh? Beautiful collar you are, Tommy. Yes, sir. Fine head, good long, thick coat. Ah, your master's whistling for you, Tommy. That man outside the gate, he's going to scold you for running in here. Go to him, Tommy. Go to him, boy.
Sully, some more emery paper.
Yeah. Mr. Morton, you're working on that little statue of St. Cecilia like you was Michael and Angelo.
I certainly didn't hire you because you had brains, Stubby. It's Michelangelo.
Here's your emery paper.
How does the statue look?
It's okay if you like antiques.
You'd never guess there's a vial of uranium compound worth $500,000 hidden in the neck, would you?
$500,000? I'd like to kiss it.
Well, kissing it's all right. But keep this stuff close to you long enough, and you'll become radioactive and die. Don't you ever touch this statuette without a pair of these special gloves.
I won't even kiss it. But, Mr. Morton, them foreign guys you're in touch with, will they pay off in their own dough or good old United States greenbacks?
Stubby, you and I have lived in this dinky town 50 miles from the atomic plant for 2 years, planning and working. Finally, success. We're going to be paid plenty in United States greenbacks.
That was a slick stunt, all right, getting this uranium compound out of the gate and stuck in the dog's long hair with adhesive tape.
Yeah. The dog was so low and ran so fast, even the Geiger counter at the gate didn't register it.
Boy, I done good when I hooked up with you, Mr. Morton. You got more brains than all them bank heisters and counterfeiters I ever worked with. But now we got this stuff, Mr. Morton. How do we get the statue out of the country?
You'll never guess, Stubby. Or will anybody else?
Yeah, have to be some way like nobody ever thought of, huh?
Remember every Sunday the past 2 months, I drove over to that mountain resort 100 miles west?
So?
At the big hotel, there's a certain guest I've been studying. A wealthy Mexican gentleman named Juan Sotillo. About 47, good character, and, very religious.
Yeah?
He's visiting over at the resort, but his home is in Acapulco, Mexico. It's a famous beach resort.
Beach resort, huh?
And an ideal place for us to catch a ship for Europe.
Say, maybe we could stay a while there.
Stay a while. Our theft of the uranium compound will be discovered any minute. We've got to get it to Acapulco fast. And that's where the Mexican gentleman, Senor Sotillo, is going to help us.
I don't get you.
Well, we're going over to visit him, Stubby. Get the car. I'll tell you more. It's only about 10 miles more to the hotel where Senor Sotillo is staying, Stubby.
And what do we do then, Mr. Morton?
Every evening, about dusk, he walks along the shore of a little lake in back of the hotel. There are rowboats on the lake. I'm going to be rowing in one of them.
Oh, look, I hate rowing.
You won't be with me, Stubby. I want something to happen so this statue of St. Cecilia will mean a great deal to him, so that he won't part with it under any conditions.
Look, Mr. Morton, you hired me to help you. I've been with you 2 years, most of the time with my mouth hanging open to what you do. Why don't you explain to me about the boat and stuff?
You'll see this evening, Stubby. No matter what happens, don't come to me in the boat. That's what I want Senor Sotillo to do. There's Sotillo. Walking on the lake shore, right on schedule. Now's the time.
Help! 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 I can't swim! Help! 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 Hold on to the boat! Help! Help! Hold on to the boat!
Yes, senor?
Mr. Sotillo, I'm the man you saved from drowning last evening.
Oh, yes. Senor Morton, come in, please.
Go. Senor Sotillo, I brought you a gift of appreciation. Let me show it to you.
Senor, it's beautiful.
A statue of St. Cecilia. It belonged to my mother before she died. Please take it.
No, Senor Morton. I could not accept such a beautiful gift.
But you saved my life. I want you to have it. I insist.
Well, I will cherish it, Senor. I realize how dear it must be to you.
Senor Sotillo, are you staying in the States?
No, I am starting for my home in Acapulco, Mexico, tomorrow. I am driving down.
I'll be happy to know, sir, that my statue of St. Cecilia will be going with you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. And vaya usted con Dios. In English, one would say, may God be with you.
Elena!
Juan Sotillo. Oh, Juan, I've been waiting here at the mission all afternoon.
It is a long drive here from Tennessee, Elena. And I have 500 miles more to drive to my home.
Juan, I hoped perhaps this time you would stay.
Elena, I promised you that while I was in the States, I would think about us and come to a decision.
I love you very much, Juan.
I love you very much too, Elena. But listen, and try to understand.
You know I'll do whatever you say.
Your father is a fine man, a proud man. And you are all he has left. I, too, in my way, am a proud man. And I know he does not want you to marry me.
But we will tell him my life does not belong to him anymore. It belongs to you.
Elena, I am much older than you. Your father wants you to be the wife of a younger man. And because I am older than you, I know something you do not. If you defy your father, he will die of bitterness and shame. And you could never forgive yourself or me.
Juan, you are a fine man.
There is no other man like you.
Helena, I have something in the car here. Something I want you to have.
The statue of St. Cecilia.
Given to me by a man whose life I saved. It was very dear to him. What better could I do than give it to the one I love as our parting present?
Juan, I will keep it at the head of my bed always. I will never part with it. I shall pray every morning and night that she will watch over you and protect you.
Goodbye, Helena.
Goodbye, Juan. Goodbye, Juan. I love you forever.
Mr. Sotillo.
Huh? What are you doing here in my patio?
Don't you recognize me, Mr. Sotillo?
Senor Morton. The man whose life I saved in Tennessee.
And this is Stubby. A man who works for me.
Hi. How do you do?
Mr. Sotillo. That statuette of St. Cecilia I gave you in the States. I need it back.
I do not have it.
Where is it?
I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you.
Why can't you tell us?
I cannot say that either.
Maybe this gun will make you think a little differently. Mr. Sotillo, if you don't want to be shot right this minute, walk out front to our car. Sotillo, can you hear me? Again, I ask you. Where's that statuette?
I will not tell you.
Okay, Stubby. Some more.
Yeah. You know, Morton, this guy can't take it no.
Hold it, Stubby. Senor Sotillo, listen to me. The reason you won't say where that statue of St. Cecilia is it because you might hurt somebody if you did?
Yes.
Now we're getting somewhere. Who is that person?
I would never tell. Not if you beat me for 100 years.
Does that person have the statuette?
Yes.
Listen, Sotillo. I gave you that statuette so you'd bring it down here to Acapulco. I knew, with your reputation, no one would suspect you. But hidden in that statue is $500,000 worth of a certain uranium compound.
What?
The statue is not lead. If anyone has it who doesn't know how to handle it, that person will become radioactive and die.
Senor, you try to frighten me with lies.
You have read of the effects of the atom bomb, the radioactivity which has caused deaths.
I will go and get the statuette.
Tell me where it is and we'll get it.
No. And you must promise not to follow me.
All right, I promise.
On your word of honor?
Yes, on my word of honor.
I must drive 500 miles. I will start now.
500 miles?
Help me to my feet. I will be back in 3 days. On my honor.
You better hurry.
Yes. I must hurry. I must.
Back to CounterSpy in a moment. But first...
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question. Why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste. Twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi is best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi's best?
Pepsi-Cola so delicious, and each bottle makes 2 drinks. It is certainly the cola for the purchaser who thinks everybody's drinking Pepsi. Just compare it with the rest. So much more and so much finer. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshments, remember,
why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to CounterSpy. In the dim main room of a luxurious Mexican hacienda, 2 men tensely face each other.
Senor Sortillo, I must ask you to leave my house at once.
Senor Fuentes, I beg of you to let me see your daughter.
I will not.
You are right to be angry. But believe me, I would not come without a good reason.
You are a man of honor, senor. You told Elena you would never see her again. I am her father. I forbid you to see her now.
Senor, with all respect, I must see Elena. And I shall before I leave this house. Her life depends on it.
Her life, do you say? You must have great reason indeed to come here now. To use such words to... I am sorry. You could not have known.
Known?
I must remember, even now, that you loved her deeply. That is the door to her room.
Her room? Is she ill?
The doctors do not understand it. But they say there is no hope for her.
No hope?
She's dying, Senor Sortillo. That is her room. You may go in.
Elena.
Juan? Are you real?
Yes, Elena. I am real.
Let me touch you.
I am sorry, Elena. So bitterly, terribly sorry.
Juan, on the table here, your statue of Saint Cecilia. It has been near me all the time.
I don't know what to say.
I am so happy you have come.
Elena, I'm going to take the statuette away.
Oh, no.
I must.
Very well, if you must, but for a moment, hold it where I can see it. And you... Oh, I'll be waiting for you, Juan. Sometime. Somewhere.
I promise. On my word of honor. I must leave now.
Goodbye, Juan. But I'll be waiting.
Sortillo.
Huh?
Sortillo, wait.
What? Oh, Senor Morton.
You have the statuette? Give it to me.
You promised you would not follow me.
With $500,000 at stake, Stubby, let him have it so he can't talk.
Yes, this is Helen Ferguson, Mr. Harding's secretary. No, Mr. Harding's not here. He flew out this morning. He's already at the atomic plant in Tennessee.
Naturally, Mr. Harding, the theft of uranium compound from this atomic plant is a matter for the CounterSpies.
Well, Dr. Corning,
What section of the plant do you believe it was stolen from?
Right from this laboratory section, Mr. Harding.
It's highly radioactive, isn't it?
Unless precautions are taken, it can be fatal. Pardon me, Mr. Harding.
Sure.
Yes? What? Yes. Yes, of course. Oh, that's awful. Awful. Yes, I'll tell Mr. Harding at once.
What is it, Doctor?
One of our young chemists, Selwood Parks, has just shot himself over at his house.
Oh?
And he left a suicide note addressed to you.
Let's get over there as fast as we can, Doctor. I want to read that note. I am killing myself because I committed treason, blackmailed by a man whose identity I never learned, but I followed his orders. I stole the uranium from the laboratory. Out in the yard, I picked up the yard cat. The man was on the outside of the gate with a collie shepherd dog. He let the dog run in through the gate, and there was a fight.
Of all the fiendishly clever schemes.
I petted the dog, but as I did so, I hid the vial under the collie's stomach with adhesive tape. The dog's owner whistled, and the dog ran out of the gate. It looked so natural, the guards paid no attention.
What a trick, Dave.
Now I cannot live on as a traitor. My wife, my children, forgive me.
What an end for a young fellow. If he could have given us just one clue to the identity of the man.
Maybe he did, Peters, without realizing it. In this part of the country, people prefer hounds. Not many have collie shepherd dogs. I want you to locate every collie shepherd dog within 100 miles of this plant. We're outside the town, Peters. You can drop the siren. Now, go ahead and tell me.
Well, we've located 119 collie shepherd dogs within 100 miles of the atomic plant.
And the owners all stood inspection?
The only odd situation is this family we're going to visit. 6 weeks ago, a man named Morton said he was going to Mexico and gave them his dog.
Well, that's worth investigating. I'm glad you brought along the Geiger counter, too.
With so much uranium compound taped to the body of the dog, even though it was only on him for a few minutes, it may have made him radioactive.
Yeah, there's some trucks ahead, Peter. Sound your siren. Time counts. Now, easy, boy. This isn't going to hurt.
All set with the counter, Dave.
I'll move the dog over this way, Father, Peter.
Over with you, boy. Come on.
Now, let's try the Geiger counter. Oh, that's normal. Swing the dog over a little farther.
Come on, boy. There you go. Good boy. Oh. He sure is radioactive.
This is the dog without any question, Peters. Look at that needle. This dog will never live. Sorry, old boy.
Look at his eyes. I think he knows it, too.
Peters, you say the woman who has this dog now says that the man who gave it to her mentioned flying to Mexico.
Yes. I'll check any plane reservations made recently from around here to Mexico.
And contact the Mexican police. The thieves are going to want to get that uranium to some foreign country just as soon as they can.
Mr. Morton, I'm sure glad to see that boat.
Yes, Stubby. I'll be glad to get out of Acapulco, too. Not too happy about our disguises, though.
Why, it's the best we could do. You got the tickets.
Nice one, Stubby. For Europe.
Yeah, and $500,000 payoff, eh? Hey.
Yeah?
We ain't going to Europe in that little tub.
That's only the lighter to take passengers out to the ship.
Oh.
She's anchored way out.
Don't let that suitcase get out of your hands now.
Never.
Huh?
Get in line. We have to show our tickets.
Yeah. You know, I gotta laugh.
What's funny?
Right in our hands, enough uranium compound.
Shut up. Don't you yell it out, you have to.
Here's the guy taking tickets.
Tickets, please. Please show your tickets.
There you are.
You two gentlemen?
Yeah, us two gentlemen.
Want a porter for that bag, sir?
I'll carry it.
Very well. Just a moment.
We're delaying the line. Let's keep going, sir.
Stand where you are.
What?
A gun? And another one. Right behind you both. Walk through that door.
What is this?
United States CounterSpies. Peters, I've got them covered. See if they have guns. All right.
One each, Mr. Hunting.
Mr. Harding, I protest this treatment.
If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. Peters, put the suitcase on the table.
All right.
Now, bring the Geiger counter closer.
Here.
Now, let's see. Papers. Books. Shirts, ties. Toilet articles. Morton, what's this wrapped in flannel?
Just a statuette.
You hear that? The Geiger counter tells us that whatever's in this flannel is radioactive. Open up, Peters. Let's see.
But
Well, statuette of St. Cecilia. Morton, is this where you hid the uranium compound you stole from the atomic plant?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You blackmailed a man in helping you get it out with your own collie dog.
You're out of your mind. I never owned a dog in my life.
Just a moment. I have another way to make a test. Come on out, Tommy. Come on, boy.
He's jumping all over it.
That doesn't mean anything.
The dog hasn't forgotten you, has he?
Wait for me, you-
Of all the people here, he picked you right out. You killed him. Now he's putting the finger on you.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station to CounterSpy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting CounterSpy case of the Desert Explosion.
The man-eating birds of prey that were used to execute a betrayer. The worldwide smuggler who used geometry in action to test salesmen of information. And the 3 pennies worth of sulfur that were used to trick the killer the law couldn't touch. Be sure to be listening on Thursday, day after tomorrow, to
Case of the Desert Explosion on CounterSpy. Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford. CounterSpy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi ice cold tonight.
Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hi, Matt. Sam said you were waiting to see me.
Yeah, I thought maybe I could buy you a beer, Kitty.
On a hot day like this, that'd go pretty good. You sit still, Matt. I'll get it.
All right.
Where's Chester?
Oh, he's hanging around down at Moss Grimmick's.
I brought a pitcher full for you, just in case.
Thank you.
Dog days, Matt. It's days like this I wish I was back in Kansas City.
Just as bad there.
Well, at least there's something happening to keep your mind off it.
Mr. Dillon, quick, come here.
Well, what is it, Chester?
There's an elephant out here in the street.
Oh, all right, Chester.
Elephant right here on the plaza.
I could use an elephant in the street today, man.
You ought to see it, Mr. Dillon, doing tricks and everything.
Chester, will you get in out of the sun?
He's gone.
You know, Chester sees things even on a good day.
Oh, hey, Matt, you in here?
Yeah, Doc, I'm in here.
That sun's so bright out there, I can hardly see you, Matt.
Well, I'm in here, Doc. Now, what do you want?
Well, I thought as marshal around here, you'd be interested in knowing that there's a elephant out in the street.
Yeah, so I hear.
But it's true, Matt. It's really true.
Well, I can't stand it any longer, Matt.
Neither can I, Kitty. All right, Doc, what's it really all about?
You'll see, Matt. You'll see.
Well, I'll be. By golly, you're right, Doc. There is an elephant out here.
Yeah, he's advertising the circus. There, see him, Mr. Dillon, right over there. See him? See him? See him there?
I see him.
Well, I can't hardly wait, Mr. Dillon. That man with Jenny there giving me this handbill.
Jenny?
Yeah, that's the elephant, Jenny.
Oh. Here, let me see the handbill. Bannock's Grand International Circus and Menagerie. Bannock?
The show's going to be here tomorrow, Mr. Dillon, 2 o'clock.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, but Mr. Dillon, what's the matter with him, Miss Kitty?
Hey, mister, I'd like to talk to you.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's the law. Well, Jenny, salute the marshal. Trunk up. That's the girl.
Ah, that's very fine. Very good.
I'm Jim Conger, Marshal. Maybe you heard of me. I used to be billed as a human fly. I could climb anything, anywhere. But I got too old for it. Now I'm the best bull man there is.
Mr. Conger, are you with the Bannock show?
Yes, sir.
You're planning to play here in Dodge?
Yep, tomorrow. Parade at 10, show at 2. Of course, no tickets needed for the law.
You have to have a permit to play in Dodge, you know.
We know that, Marshal. You wasn't in your office when I came looking for one.
Mr. Conger, I'm responsible for the peace in Dodge City, and I'm not going to sign a permit for this circus to play here.
Well, why's that, Marshal?
You know as well as I do why. For what happened in Hayes City and a few other towns where that show is played. I don't want any riots here in Dodge.
Oh, you know about them things?
2 people were killed in Hayes, weren't they?
Well, I reckon so, but, Marshal, that don't say it happened here.
I can't take that chance. Now, you go on back to your boss and you tell him that I won't let you play Dodge.
Oh, I can't do that, Marshal.
Why not?
She wouldn't listen to me. She's a strong woman.
She?
Yeah. Maggie Bannock. She's my wife, Maggie is. She used to be known as Dainty Margarita, the strongest woman in the world. Well, Marshal, she could lift 5 men at one time when she was younger.
Look, Mr. Conger.
Well, I'd rather not have to tell her what you said.
All right, Mr. Conger, you show me where I can find Maggie Bannock, and I'll tell her.
You know, Mr. Dillon, when I was back in Texas and the weather got extra dry and it was hot and people begun getting on each other's touch bones more than usual, you know what happened?
No, what?
Well, sir, just when it seemed like everything else had gone wrong, the circus had come to town.
Oh? Chester, what are you trying to say?
Well, back in Texas, After the circus had came and went, everything was different.
It was?
Oh, yes, sir. Somehow it didn't seem near so hot nor so dry, and you even forgot what you was fighting with your friends about.
That's the way it worked in Texas, huh?
Yes, sir, it did.
Chester, I know it's been hot, and Dodge has been pretty dull. But this particular circus isn't going to help any.
Well, why?
Because there's trouble connected with this show.
What kind of trouble?
I don't really know, Chester, but 2 people got killed over in Hayes, and there's been trouble in other places.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there they are, down by the creek.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, just look at that string of wagon, will you? With Hey, looks to me like one of them is stuck in the creek bed.
Now, come on, let's get down there.
Come on, you probate boy, will you? Oh, ain't no use left. We're gonna have to hitch another team to this wagon.
All right, Maggie.
Wait a minute, boys. Got visitors. Howdy, stranger.
Hello, ma'am.
I'm Maggie Bannock, partner.
I'm Matt Dillon from Dodge City.
Glad to know you, Dillon. You look like that other team we've been needing to move this wagon. You'll oblige, won't you?
Oh, sure.
How about Falstaff there?
Chester? Sure. Come on, give us a hand, Chester.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Dillon, you see what's in that wagon?
Oh, don't let that lion worry you. That's old terrible Tom. He hasn't got a tooth in his head. Say, what are you, Dillon, a marshal?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Boys, we made the big time. I told you we would. Come on, Marshal. Let's get that poor old cat out of that water.
All right, ma'am. Come on, Chester.
All right, Leb. Work them horses now.
I got him, Maggie.
Come on, boys. Get your shoulders into it.
All right, now.
Whipple up, Leb. Here we go. Boys, I thought we could do it.
We can, ma'am. Chester, let me have that corner, huh?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, that old lion sure is watching me.
Yeah, he'll be more help where you can't see him. Get over there. That's it. All right, Maggie. Here we go again.
Ah, throw that!
Well, I never thought I'd meet a Yankee marshal. But I guess you can't help being what you are. Thanks.
Maggie.
You aren't leaving Dodge, are you? We're going to put on a show there tomorrow.
Now, that's what I came to talk to you about.
Well, then talk.
Maggie, you can't bring your show to Dodge City.
Say, you are a big-time marshal, aren't you?
Your performance in Hayes left 2 people dead.
They came looking for trouble, and they got it, Marshal. Now get out of my way. I'm heading for Dodge.
Who started the trouble, Maggie?
I told you who started it.
Over in Kinsley, too? And Atchison? Seems like trouble follows your show, Maggie. Now, why?
You got a big badge on you, Marshal. Why don't you figure it out for yourself? Let's go, boys!
Maggie, you're not gonna play Dodge.
All right, Marshal. We won't play Dodge. Does that make you feel better? Move out, lad!
All right. Seems like an awful determined lady, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, I guess you have to be to run the circus, Chester. All right, come on, let's get back to town.
Yes, sir. This way, Mr. Dillon sees his parade. I swear he'll just have himself a fit on.
Chester? Oh, Chester. Where's Matt?
Miss Kitty, he slept in this morning, and I just ain't got the heart to wake him to this parade. I swear he's going to have a conniption fit when he sees that lady's planning to go ahead with her circus.
Well, that ought to wake him up if nothing else does.
Good morning, Kitty. And Chester, where's the killjoy this morning?
You mean Matt? Chester says he's still sleeping.
Sleeping with this parade going by under his nose?
Oh, and ain't it fine, Doc? Ain't it just fine?
Oh, look at the three of you. You look like three grubby little kids.
Well, Mr. Dillon, I didn't know you was up.
When did it start, Chester?
About 15 minutes ago. Jenny just went by with a big sign on her back saying circus at 2 o'clock.
Why didn't you come and wake me up?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon.
You kind of go to pieces around a circus, don't you, Chester?
Well, most people do, Matt.
It looks to me like it didn't scare that circus owner too bad, Matt. And I don't mind admitting that I'm glad. I'd enjoy a little innocent entertainment for a change.
Innocent? Doc, if this circus takes place, all the entertainment you're going to get will be mending heads.
Oh, Matt. Look at all the people on the street. The word spread all over the county. I bet people have come from miles around for this. Why would they make trouble?
I don't know, Kitty, but there must be something that sets them off. It's happened too many times.
Doc, look at that clown. Why, he's tumbling right under the heels of them horses.
Yeah, Chester, but look what's on the horses. Ever seen anything like that in pink tights before?
Oh, my.
No wonder you like the circus, Doc.
Well, I do, and you should too. It's good red-blooded fun. Oh, look at those pink tights.
You man.
Doc, I have to admit there's something mighty fine about hearing the music and seeing those animals and the clowns.
Are you sure it's the clowns, Matt?
Look at that man, Mr. Dillon. He's standing on 4 horses at one time. I'm going to try that.
Hey, you have enough trouble with one horse.
Oh, well, I declare I feel like I could do it, Miss Kitty.
They are, Matt. You see, there's the magic of the circus. A country boy like Chester can suddenly ride 4 horses. And whether he ever does or not doesn't make any difference at all.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Now, you're going to take that away from the hard-working people of this county?
Doc, I like a circus as much as anybody.
Well, then prove it. Don't try to stop it.
You're not changing my mind.
Oh, stubborn, that's what you are.
I may be.
The way I see it, Matt, you will have a riot on your hands if you do stop.
Mr. Dillon, look, coming around the corner. Miss Bannock riding a big white horse. Oh, look at there what she's got.
Yeah. She's carrying a Confederate flag.
So that's it. That's where the trouble starts.
Well, what are you going to do, Matt?
Good morning, Marshal Dillon. It's a fine day for a circus, isn't it?
Hold up, Maggie. I want to talk to you. I said hold up.
Let go of that bridle, Marshal. There's no law says we can't have the circus outside the town limits.
That's not what's bothering me now, Maggie. It's that flag.
Oh, that even bothers the law, don't it?
That's not what I mean.
This flag is all I got left, Marshal. My sons died holding it high. Since then, I swore I'd hold it for them. No Yankee yet has told me I had to burn it. Are you going to?
I'm not telling you to burn it. I'm just saying you shouldn't parade it through Kansas.
I do what I want, Marshal, whether it's Dodge City, Kansas, or Atlanta, Georgia. Let go of that bridle.
All right. But if you keep showing that flag, I can't be responsible for what happens to you or your men.
We take care of ourselves, Marshal. Come on.
What are you going to do about it, Mr. Dillon?
Hope I'm wrong, Chester. It's about all I can do right now.
Well, another hour and the circus will be starting, Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one thing in your favor, Matt.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Doc. What is it?
Yeah, we've been in the Long Branch almost an hour, and I don't think more than 10 or 12 men have been in for a drink.
Well, that'll help some.
Where's Chester?
Oh, I imagine he's watering the elephant by now.
Matt, Why don't you deputize 10 or 15 men and take them out there to the circus? Stop the trouble before it starts.
I thought of that, Kitty, but it won't work.
Well, why not?
Do I put guns in the hands of 15 Yankees or 15 Southerners?
This is it, boys. Last chance to wet your whistle before
Yeah,
the
I see
circus.
it.
I'm ready. Hey, barkeep, how about some service here? We're in a hurry. We got something to do, ain't we, boys?
You stay here, Kitty. I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, boys, look at here. The circus lover himself.
Baxter, I want to know why you're dressed that way.
This little old Confederate coat, Marshal. What do you care?
I've never seen you wear any part of your uniform before.
Ain't had reason to wear it since the war ended.
And why today?
Ain't you heard? This is my passport to the circus. All us Johnny Rebs. Maggie lets us in free, long as we got a piece of the old uniform on.
A piece of uniform and a gun. Is that your ticket to the circus?
Marshal, you're making a big thing out of this. We just come in for some drink.
The Long Branch is closed, Baxter.
Since when?
Since just now. Your boys have had enough to drink.
Just drinking our way out to the circus, Marshal. You ain't going to try to kill that fun, too, are you?
And what is that supposed to mean?
Why, the whole town knows how you tried to keep the circus from playing. People are saying you're stepping outside your duties, Marshal. Ain't that right, boy?
Yeah. You saying it too, Baxter?
Yeah, I'm saying it, too. Only difference is I'm saying it this way.
Now, does anybody else want to try me?
Get him, boy. He's just another danged old Yankee.
Come on.
Yankee.
Now, the next man that makes a move, I'll shoot him in the leg. All right, start walking, all of you.
Walking? Where to?
Jail.
Marshal, you can't lock us up. We're going to the circus.
No, you're not. You're going to jail.
For what? We ain't done nothing.
Doc, these men look drunk to me. What do you think?
Never seen anything worse. What are you talking about?
All right, you men. The doctor says you're drunk. Now start walking.
Hey, Jenny, you want a piece of this apple? Yeah, you hear that, Jenny? That was my music for my climbing act back in the old days. Yes, sir, I'd go in there and climb that center pole faster than any man in the business. Oh, Jenny, you're the only woman I ever loved outside of Magee. Here, have some more apple, huh? Come on.
Jim.
What? Oh, howdy, Marshal. Didn't know anyone was around. Suppose you heard me talking to Jenny here.
Yeah, I heard you, Jim.
You probably think I'm kind of crazy.
No, I don't, Jim. Look, I need your help. That crowd's getting mean in there, and I got to slow them down.
I know, Marshal. You hang that flag off the top of that center pole, and then they fight the war all over again. Maybe if Maggie had had sons in the war, she would have let it end proper like.
What? She told me her sons died defending that flag.
No, Marshal. We never had no children. We always wanted some. And when the war came along, Maggie went in as a nurse. She saw a lot of the boys die, and each one was just like her own. And she just never got over it.
Yeah, so that's it.
Look, what can I do, Marshal? This thing's got to stop. I tried to tell Maggie, but she just won't listen to me.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do, Jim. You can find me 6 men that think the way you do and have them meet me by the main tent right away. Now, do you men understand what I want you to do?
Yeah, they got it, Marshal. They cut the rope when you give the word. That crowd's getting meaner every minute.
Yeah. All right, then you men go on before it's too late.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Dillon?
You just follow me and do what I tell you.
Where are you going?
In there.
All right. I'll go too, Marshal.
Well, that's the start of it. Come on, Chester. All right, listen to me. Hold! Chester, fire a couple of rounds in the air. Now, everybody, settle down. Quiet now.
Marshal, you
stationed around outside this tent. If any man leaves his seat before the show's over, I'll have him cut the ropes and drop the tent.
Don't let him buffalo you. He wouldn't dare.
Maggie, I will if you make me.
It's that flag up there that's causing all this trouble. I'm going to bring it down.
No, Jim! You'll fall.
Mr. Dillon, look at him climb that pole.
Jim!
Jim!
Don't try it!
Jim, please! Please, Jim, you can't climb no more!
I'm doing it, Maggie. Look here, Maggie. I got it. I got your flag, Maggie. The war's over. Oh, he fell, Mr. Dillon.
Stand back, Chester.
Now, you take it easy, Jim. It's all right now.
Jim. Jim. Oh, my poor Jim. Why did you try?
Maggie, darling, I had to. You wouldn't let the war end.
But I will, Jim. Don't die. I will, I promise. I'll never put the flag up again, Jim.
Maggie, I'm sorry.
Maggie.
I lost the last of my boys, Marshal. Jim was the last of them. Would you lay him out gently?
Yes, ma'am. Chester.
And, Marshal, you can bury the flag with him.
Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Tom Hanley, with editorial supervision by John Meston. CBS Radio is proud to announce that effective with today's programs, 7 new stations have joined the network. They are stations WKMH Detroit, WKMF Flint, WKHM Jackson, WHLS Port Huron, WLEW Bad Axe, and WSGW Saginaw, all in Michigan, and station WTOD in Toledo, Ohio. More listeners than ever in the Midwest are now able to enjoy the superior programming of CBS Radio. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller on the CBS Radio Network.
Next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. If any of you have visited a hospital anywhere in America recently, you know there's a critical shortage of nurses. At least 65,000 new students must enroll this year if we are to care for our fighting forces and our civilians at home. So please think about it. You can do an important war job as a cadet nurse, and you can become one with all expenses paid. The U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps issues scholarships, which pay all expenses, plus a regular monthly spending allowance. As a cadet nurse, you can help your country right now. And you receive training for a respected and well-paid lifetime career. So if you're from 18 to 35 years of age, with a good high school record and good health, why don't you join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps? Apply for complete information at your local hospital or write to the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps, Box 88, New York City.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, of all things, folks, Wilbur Brown is on a diet. And of all the foolish things I ever heard, why, it's so silly I hate to tell you. You know what Wilbur does? He goes on a starvation diet for breakfast. Then, of course, eats like a stuffed owl at lunchtime. Doesn't the poor guy know that breakfast is the stoke-up meal, the most important meal of the day? We've been without any food 10 or 12 hours. That's why dietitians tell us we need at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment in the morning. And they say we need a whole grain cereal. So make it Grape Nuts Flakes, folks. Delicious? You bet. Crisp, toasty brown, malty rich, and nourishing. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, cram full of energy-giving whole grain food values. So, friends, don't be a Wilbur. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. America's most distinctive flake cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes. Oklahoma, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn back the clock a few hours. It's Sunday morning in the Jack Benny household.
A Sunday, a Monday, and always.
I would be in heaven if I could roll a 7. Sunday, Monday, and always. I'd be so happy it would make my poor heart pound to hear those little cubes go round and round and round and round.
Oh, Rochester, whoever told you you could sing?
There was only one man who told me I couldn't.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
He's dead now.
Well, prop up another pillow behind me so I'll be more comfortable. You can bring me my breakfast now.
Okay, but this is the silliest thing I ever heard of.
There's nothing silly about it. Lots of people have breakfast in bed.
I know, boss, but not in the kitchen.
Well, it's warmer down here than it is up in my room. I hope you haven't any objection.
No, but it sure was a strain on me carrying your bed downstairs.
It was a strain on me, too. You almost shook me out of it. Now, how about some orange juice?
I'm fixing it for you right now. Let's see. Here's the orange. Now, where's the knife? I got it. Now to give it a good squeeze.
What was that?
Juice!
Juice?
Yes, sir. These California oranges don't know their own strength.
That looks good. What else should I have, Rochester?
How about some breakfast cereal?
Yeah. What kind of breakfast cereal have we got?
Oh, boss, come now.
Oh, yes, I'll have the flakies this time. The flakies?
And would you like some... Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Shh, quiet, Rochester. You'll hurt his feelings. Good morning, Mr. Billingsley.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Taking it lying down, I see.
Yes. Breakfast in bed is one luxury I always enjoy.
You know, I always used to have my bed in the kitchen, too. In fact, I lived in the kitchen.
You did? Why?
Oh, it was one of those things. I was married to a cockroach.
To a cockroach?
Her name was Gwendolyn. We used to argue all the time over who was boss.
What was that, Mr. Billingsley?
I say we used to argue all the time over who was boss. You and the cockroach? You did? Yes. So one day I put my foot down, and that was the end of it. After that, I stayed single for a long time. But I got tired of being a bachelor, so I remarried. What's that, Rochester?
Our trap. It finally caught that mouse.
Oh. Well, what do you know? I'm single again. One tragedy after another. Would you care for a cup of coffee, Mr. Billingsley? No, thanks. I must be leaving now. I'm going to run over to the barber shop and get a T-bone steak. But you can't get a T-bone steak at the barber shop. I know, but I can't get one at the butcher's either, so I might as well get a haircut while I'm waiting. I see. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. Goodbye. Now, how did that get by the censor? That's what you... You know, Rochester, I feel like laughing, but he scares me so. Rochester, I think you're right. He has been acting a little eccentric lately. Well, hand me my robe. I'm going to get up.
Okay. Say, boss, you better hurry. We got to pick up your camel at the freight company today.
That's right, Rochester. I invited my whole gang over. And remember, don't breathe a word about it. I want the camel to be a big surprise. I'll get it, Rochester. You clean up the dishes. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, you told me to come over here. Now, what's the big secret you're going to spring on us?
Mary, you'll never guess. It'll be the biggest surprise this town ever had.
Don't tell me you were drafted.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm over 38. What are you laughing at?
That's what kept you out of the last war.
Mary, I'm only a little over 38 now.
Go on. You've got a brother that's 50.
I know I have.
Your twin brother.
So what? We had a slow doctor. Anyway, the idea of my being in the service isn't so ridiculous.
Well, you know what Fred Allen said. The biggest laugh you ever got was when you appeared before your draft board.
Oh, yeah? Well, all I know is when Allen went to his draft board, they looked at the guy in front of him and said 4H, the guy in back of him and said 4F, then they looked at Allen and said, what for? Which, incidentally, is the same thing his father said to the stork. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack.
Why, that weakling. He had to take a local anesthetic to get his elk's tooth cleaned. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, I won't.
He had to go to Charles Atlas for 6 months to get enough muscles to hiccup. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, all right.
And you're lucky I can't think of anything else.
Jack, will you please forget about Allen and tell me what the surprise is?
Mary, I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to wait here till it comes. Meanwhile, I'm going upstairs and get dressed.
Okay, I want to use the phone anyway. I forgot to tell Butterfly what to prepare for dinner.
Go ahead. I'll be down in a minute.
This is the operator. Number, please.
Give me Crestview 52717.
Just a minute. Does Mr. Benny know you're using his phone?
Well, of course he knows.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the password?
Password? Well, of all the... Oh, Jack, what's the password?
Sulfanilamide.
You have to get a prescription to make a phone call here yet. Operator, it's sulfanilamide.
Okay, I'll get your number.
Hello? Hello, Butterfly. This is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Gee, I'm awfully glad you called.
You are, Butterfly? Why?
I was lonesome.
Oh, well, Butterfly, the reason I called is I forgot to tell you what to prepare for dinner tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have dinner at 7 o'clock, so let's have vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Have you got that down?
I haven't even cooked it yet.
Butterfly, I mean, did you write it down?
No, ma'am, but I will. Would you mind telling me again, Miss Livingston?
All right. vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Now, have you got that written?
Not yet, Miss Livingston. I'm having trouble with the spelling.
Oh, what can't you spell?
The words.
Well, never mind, Butterfly. I'll come home early and help you out.
Thank you. By the way, Miss Livingston, when you get home, would you mind coming in the back door?
Why?
I just swept the living room.
Well, I'll try and be careful. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Say, Mary, I'm going to rush out now and bring back the surprise. So you call Don, Phil, and Dennis and tell them to hurry over.
All right.
Rochester, get the car out.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Jack, are you still driving around in that yellow cab of yours?
Mary, it doesn't look like a cab anymore. I had it painted a different color.
Oh.
That's right, Miss Livingston. If we didn't stop to pick up passengers, no one would know it's a taxi cab.
Rochester, stop lying and let's go. Oh, darn it, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. Benny, this is the operator.
Yes?
What's the password for tomorrow?
LSMFT. Goodbye. Come on, Rochester, let's go. You better hurry, Rochester. I want to get to the freight office before it closes.
Okay.
And when we get the camel, I want you to be nice to her.
Boss, I don't want to have anything to do with those wild animals. I'm having enough trouble with your polar bear.
Oh, you're always afraid of Carmichael just because he shows his teeth once in a while. For heaven's sake, he's only smiling at you.
Smiling at me?
Yes.
You want to know something, boss?
What?
Yesterday when I was feeding him, I happened to turn my back, and he smiled right through the seat of my pants.
Oh, Rochester, stop exaggerating. Carmichael's just playful.
Playful? What happened to the gas man?
What are you talking about? That was 2 years ago.
Well, we haven't had a gas bill since.
All right, Rochester, drop it. Anyway, here we are at the freight office. Oh, boy. Won't the gang be surprised when I come home with the camel? I guess we'll have to go over to that other window.
Where?
Over there, where the man's on the phone.
I'm sorry, but we don't make deliveries. You'll have to call for it yourself. I'll be with you in a minute, sir. No, I can't break the rule. You'll have to call for it yourself. Goodbye. Can you imagine a guy like that sending a mountain goat all the way from Denver?
A mountain goat, huh?
Yeah. What a crackpot he must be.
Well...
But there's nothing. You know what I got waiting here for some nitwit?
What?
It's...
Well, what is it?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe it.
Oh, yes, he would.
Rochester.
Well, what's waiting here for you, Bud?
Well,
what is it?
Well...
Oh!
Well, what about it? They have them for pets in North Africa. Now, you have got my camel here, haven't you?
You don't think I got these windows open because I love the great outdoors, do you?
Never mind that. Bring her out.
You'll have to go get her yourself, mister. Every time I go near that crazy animal, she spits at me.
It's your own fault. Camels only spit at people they don't like. Come on, Rochester. We'll go get her. Oh, there she is, Rochester. There's the camel. Isn't she cute? Oh, you sweet thing. We're going to be pals, aren't we? We're going to... It was nothing, Rochester. She just threw me a kiss.
Well, I got some of it on me.
Never mind. Now help me put this rope around her neck.
Okay.
Gee, Rochester, I can hardly wait to get her home. Boy, will the gang be surprised.
Gosh, I wonder what's keeping Jack so long. I'm getting kind of anxious to know what the surprise is.
Me too.
What do you think it is, Phil?
I don't know. Maybe he broke down and finally decided to give us Christmas presents.
Oh, I don't think so. I told Jack it's better to give than to receive, but he didn't hear the first part of it. No, I guess it isn't that.
Oh, I know what.
What?
Maybe he broke down and finally decided to give us Christmas presents, huh?
Dennis, I just said that.
You did?
Yeah.
Copycat?
Oh.
Say, I'll bet I know what the surprise is.
No, Don. No, Don. No.
Well, I don't see why not.
Don, please.
Well, gee, Mary, why couldn't the surprise be a violin? Maybe a real Stradivarius.
Oh, for a minute I thought you were going to say grape nuts flakes.
So did I.
I didn't.
Why, of course not. Now, what kind of a surprise would grape nuts flakes be? There's nothing unusual about people coming home with grape nuts flakes, and why shouldn't they? They're malty, rich, sweet as a nut, and are a whole grain cereal.
Mr. Wilson is right. It could be a violin.
And not only that, they're a basic 7 food.
Violins?
No, grape nuts flakes. And they're a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package.
That could be a small violin.
Guessing.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait till Jackson gets back.
Hey, Dennis, while we're waiting, how about giving us a little entertainment?
Okay, take a card.
I don't mean card trick.
Oh, this isn't a trick. This card I want you to take is from my singing teacher. He's looking for more business.
Oh, well, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, let's have that song, kid.
Easy now, girlie. Easy. Here's the car, Rochester. Rochester, open the door.
That camel ain't gonna fit in the car.
Certainly it will. She can pull in her neck and fold up her leg. Oh, darn it, she won't get in. She keeps shying away.
You should have taken the meter out, boss. She knows it's a taxi cab.
Don't be silly, Rochester. Well, put the flag up anyway. Now, let's see. I'll tell you what we better do. You drive the car home, and I'll ride the camel. Give me a boost, will you?
Okay.
Steady, steady. Steady there. There. Steady, girlie. Gee, this feels high.
Hey, look at the guy on the camel.
Holy smoke.
Well, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Hey, mister.
What?
The camels are coming. Da-da-da-da. The camels are coming.
Oh, shut up. What's the matter with you people? Did you ever see a camel before? Hey, Sonny, stop that. Cut it out. Cut that out, I say.
You quit hollering at my boy, mister.
Well, make him stop riding his bicycle under us. What a bunch of tourists. Rochester, start the car and let's get going. Rochester.
I beg your pardon, sir.
You know me and don't deny it. Now, let's get started.
My goodness, look in the middle of the street, a lumpy giraffe.
Madam, this happens to be a camel.
I'm not talking to you.
Rochester, let's get away from this crowd. Come on, girlie. Giddy up. Come on. Steady, steady.
Careful, boss. She's rearing up.
Take it easy, girlie. Take it easy.
Oh, boss, hold on. Look out, look out.
I can't. Oh.
What happened, boss?
What happened? I fell off. That's what happened. Rochester, the camel's running away. Grab the rope.
I did, but it broke.
Oh, doggone it. There she goes down the street.
Don't worry, boss. There's a red light. She'll have to stop.
Don't be silly. Well, I better call up the house and tell the gang not to wait. Darn it, and I wanted to surprise them with the camel. Oh, well. Rochester, you try to catch her. I'm going over to that drugstore and phone.
Hey, Mary, I can't hang around here any longer. I got to get home before the broadcast and bring Alice my radio script.
Oh, does she rehearse it with you?
No, she explains it to me.
Well, I can do that, Phil.
Hey, that must be Jack with his surprise.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's ringing the bell. I'll open the door. Oh. Hello.
Hello, is Jack Benny here?
Well, no.
Well, gee, I can't understand it. I'm his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, and he wanted me to come over to the house for a surprise.
Oh, do you hear that, fellas?
So you're the surprise.
Gee, am I?
Say, Mary, maybe they're engaged.
Come on in, Gladys.
Thank you.
Well, so you're the surprise.
Oh, Mr. Bisco.
Yeah.
Dennis.
I'm only trying to be a wolf.
Hey, Mary, it looks like that Jack and his girlfriend got their signals crossed, huh?
Yeah, I wonder where... Oh, excuse me, Gladys. I'll be right back. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Jack. I've got some bad news about my surprise.
I know. I've seen her.
What?
Your surprise is here.
At my house? You mean she found her way all by herself?
Well, what's so wonderful about that?
Well, I knew she had a tag around her neck, but I didn't know she could read.
Jack, stop being so funny, and I think it was rude of you not to come with her.
Mary, I was bringing her home, but the rope broke and she got away.
The rope broke?
Yes, the last time I saw her, she was running down the street waving her tail at people.
What?
Oh, Mary, look, she must be thirsty by now. Would you mind giving her a drink of water?
Of course not.
Now, look, you'll find a pail on the back porch. Just fill it up with water and set it on the floor in front of her.
On the floor?
Yes, she'll get down on her knees and drink it.
Jack, do you know what you're talking about?
Of course, she was trained that way. And Mary, look, she has a special diet, so don't give her anything to eat till I get home. I don't want anything to happen because I got a good offer for her from the zoo.
Jack, I think you're nuts.
Oh, yeah, I know she looks kind of dirty now, but when I get home, I'm going to give her a bath.
Jack, if she heard you say that, she'd slap your face.
Slap my face? Mary, what are you talking about?
Your girlfriend, Gladys Abisco, she's here.
Well, what of it?
Isn't she your surprise?
Of course not. The surprise is my camel.
Your camel?
Yes, you remember. It's the one that I said I was going to...
Boss!
But, Jack,
I have to hang up the phone now, Mary. Rochester's calling me. What is it, Rochester?
I found the camel.
Good. Where'd you find her?
In the next booth.
Well, get her out of there.
We gotta wait, boss. She put in the call to Egypt, and there'll be a 3-hour delay on the call.
Rochester, stop making up such silly things.
Okay.
Now tell me, where is she?
She's over at the counter having a cherry Coke.
Well, that's different. Let's go get her and go home.
Most folks are sort of contrary. Why, if a law was passed, no more breakfast, everybody'd holler for breakfast. But as it is, far, far too many people are skimping the most important meal of the day. And you can't expect to do a man-sized job on a canary bird breakfast. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and feature those two leading favorites, Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. If you've enjoyed the distinctive malty-rich goodness of these two delicious cereals, you know why they're favorites. Because theirs is the luscious flavor of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley, expertly blended. Grape Nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels. Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. Both bring you a swell-tasting breakfast treat and a big extra plus. The extra plus of all-around whole-grain nourishment. One type of nourishment recommended as a breakfast must by nutrition experts. Yep, they're as good for you as they're grand to eat. So feature Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes on your breakfast table every morning.
Well, folks, we'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from the Marine Air Station at El Toro, California. Good night, everybody.
Hosts Lux Radio Theater up next.
First time I come up with them was in Tampico. That's a seaport town. Tampico, northeast Mexico. I was having a beer near the docks when they came in. Hot Sunday afternoon.
You a fellow American?
Yeah, that's right, mister. What do you want?
I want to know about a guy named McCormick. You ever hear of him?
McCormick? McCormick. Oh, yeah, in the oil business. That's right, oil.
Have you seen him lately? Where can we find him?
If I was you gentlemen, I'd run clear McCormick. Hires a crew to work in the oil field, see, then he never pays him off. Slick. Slick like oil.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't mean to tell me he's hooked two smart fellow Americans like you.
That's right, Pop. 6 weeks in the oil fields, 120 in the shade. Only I ain't through with Mr. McCormick. Fred C. Dobbs is going to get his wages, see?
Come on, Dobbs, let's have a beer. I could hear him talking at the bar. Drifters, both of them. Not what you call good friends, either. Just a couple of guys that happen to wind up in Tampico. Yeah, just like me. Only difference is they're young. Yeah, I see him again that night. They came wandering in the flop house. 50-cent towers for a bed. Me? I'm sitting up talking to a couple of sailors. The subject of the conversation is gold.
Hey, Pop, you mean there's gold here in Mexico?
Not 10 days from this very spot. Whole mountain of gold's waiting for the right guy to come along, discover her treasure, and then tickle her till she lets him have it. Question is, are you the right guy? Tell me something. Why is gold worth some $20 an ounce?
I don't know, Pop. Because it's scarce, I guess.
1,000 men say go searching for gold. After 6 months, one of them's lucky. 1 out of 1,000. Now, his find represents not only his own labor, but that of 999 others to boot. That's 6,000 months or 500 years scrabbling over mountains, going hungry and thirsty. An ounce of gold, mister, is worth what it is because of the human labor that went in to find the getting of it.
Yeah, never thought of it just like that.
Well, there's no other explanation, mister. You start out, you tell yourself you'll be satisfied with 25,000 handsome smackers worth of it. So help my Lord and cross my heart. Fine resolution. After months of sweating yourself dizzy and growing short on provisions and finding nothing, you finally come down to 15,000 and 10. Finally, you say, Lord, let me just find $5,000 worth and never ask for anything more the rest of my life.
Yeah, $5,000 is still a lot of dough.
Yeah, here in this joint seems like a lot, but I tell you, if you was to make a real strike, you couldn't be dragged away. Not even the threat of miserable death could keep you from trying to add 10,000 more. You get 10, you want 25. 25, you want to get 50. 50, 100. Like roulette. One more turn, always one more.
I wouldn't be that way with me.
Oh, hello, mister. You didn't find McCormick, huh?
I'll find him. But about gold, I swear it wouldn't be that way with me. I'd take only what I set out to get, even if there was still $500,000 lying around, just waiting to be picked up.
I have dug for gold all over the world. I know what gold does to a man.
You talk as if you once struck it rich. How about it, Pop?
Yeah, what are you doing in here? A down and outer.
That's the gold, mister. That's what it makes of us. Never knew a prospector yet that died rich. Sure, I'm an odd old bone now, but say, don't you guys think the spirit's gone? I'm all set to shoulder a pick and shovel any time anybody's willing to share expenses.
I bet you are.
I'd rather go by myself. Going it alone's the best way. It's got to have a stomach for loneliness. On the other hand, going with a partner or two is dangerous. Murder's always lurking about. Partners accusing each other of all sorts of meanness.
So why should finding gold make a man any different? If he's the right kind of a man to start with, gold ain't going to change him.
You ever tried running her down, mister? Ever tried prospecting?
No, I ain't.
You didn't have the answer to that. Yeah, I knew that answer.
You know it all, Pop. Well, I think I'll go to sleep and dream about piles of gold growing bigger and bigger and bigger.
A week later, I see him again, Dobbs and Curtin, all lumps and bloodied up. Looking for me they were, something to tell me. They take me to a cantina and put a bottle of beer under my nose.
And we found McCormick, Pop.
Yeah, from the looks of you, found a peck of trouble, too.
Well, we got our wages. Every last penny.
Yeah, we've been thinking. Why not try digging gold for a change? Well, it ain't any riskier than waiting around here for a break. And this is a country where the nuggets of gold are just crying for you to take them out of the ground and make them shine on coins. And of the fingers and necks of swell dames. Well, that's what you said the other night, wasn't it?
Yeah, what's so funny? Living out in the open is cheaper than living in town. Our money would last longer.
Yeah, sure it would, sure. Only you have to have equipment. Ever think of that? How much that all cost?
Well, we figured we'd ask you. We ain't denying anything when you come right down to it. We don't know much about prospecting. Of course, if you wasn't so old...
Maybe I'd go with you, huh? Is that what's on your mind? You want to take me along?
Would you go?
Would I? Say, what a question. Of course I'll go. Any time, any day, out for gold. Always at your service. Well, I got 200 American bucks ready cash. Last money I got in the world. How much dough you guys got to put in?
$150. Curtin here has the same.
Total 500. Ain't hardly enough to buy the tools, weapons, and essential provisions.
What do we need guns for?
Well, for one thing, meat. For another thing, bandits. Bandit country's where we'd be going. We ought to have $600 between us.
Well, that much, huh?
Can't dig up any more, huh?
Not a red cent.
Senor Dobbs, I look all over for you. Give me my money, senor. Give me my money.
Get away from me, will you?
Senor, you don't comprehend.
You'll comprehend a glass full of beer right in your kisser if you don't leave me alone. I tell you, I don't want any lottery tickets. Now beat it.
Lottery tickets? Well, that's for gambling men.
But always whoever wins the lucky number gives the seller a present of 10%.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Dobbs. He's trying to tell you he sold you the winning ticket.
Here, look, the list of all the winning numbers. You buy ticket for 5 centavos, remember? 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I remember. What about it?
You win, senor. A 200 peso prize.
Oh, give me that paper. Oh, just look at that fat, rich printed number.
You got the ticket?
Sure, I got the ticket. Oh, 200 pesos. Welcome, sweet little smackaroos. Here, son, here's a present for you with my blessing.
Go to the lottery office, senor. Get the money.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations yourself. You stand a profit out of this the same as I do.
How do you figure that?
But did he just say we needed $600? Well, that's what we got now, ain't it?
Yes, sir. Just like that. Stroke of fate. Fortunate circumstance.
But how come you're putting up for me? Because this is an all-or-nothing proposition. We make a find, we'll be lighting cigars with $100 bills. If we don't, the difference between what you put up and what I put up ain't enough to keep me from being right back where I was this afternoon. Polishing the park bench with the seat of my pants. Put her there, pard.
Thanks, Dobbs.
Well, gentlemen, now here's what we do. We'll take a train to Perla. That's a little town at the foot of the Sierra Madre Mountains. And there, when we're there, we'll buy our burrs and get away from the railroad. No use looking for gold anywhere near a railroad. You gotta have, we gotta go where there's no trails at all. Just bandits.
Now, that sounds okay to me. Okay, partner?
Sure. Yeah. We gotta go where no surveyor, anybody who knows anything about prospecting has ever been there before. Well, drink up, gentlemen. Drink up. We'll buy a map and some railroad tickets. Bought about half our gear there in Tampico and then took the train for Perla. About 50 miles from Perla out in the desert, there's a big boulder on the tracks. Bandits trying to raid the train.
Hey, they're retreating. Look, they're retreating. Look, they're riding off.
Hey, save your bullets, Mr. Dobbs. They're too far off now.
I got 3 of them. Credit me with 3. How many did you get?
Couple, I guess.
Bandits. Guess they were expected. That's how come so many Federal soldiers riding on this train.
That bandit that rode right up to the train. The one with the gold hat.
Yeah, I had my sights on him nice as you please. But the train gave a jolt and I missed him. I sure wish I could have got him.
Well, you boys cooled off enough to look at this map?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Yeah, it ain't much of a map. Don't properly show whether it's mountain or desert. That shows the makers of the map themselves don't know for sure. That's good. What are you doing, Dobbs?
Why, reloading. Can't tell if them bandits may come back.
Yeah, that's right. Well, wake me up when the shooting starts.
Con una media luna arriba. Eso es lo mismo. Una con una media luna arriba, my friend.
Hey, Pop. What's he saying, the storekeeper?
Well, he's proving he's got a right to sell us these burrs. They all got the same brand, see? Letter A. Elsewise, some native or Indian might meet up us and claim our burrs.
I will load your supplies on the burro, senor.
Oh, thanks, son. Thanks, yeah.
My father is much worried for you, senor.
Worried? What's he worried for?
Yeah, we paid him, didn't we?
Well, he says we're going into very wild country, jungles, and then high mountains, and tigers so big and strong they can climb a tree with a burr in their mouth.
Tigers? Here?
Yeah, more like leopards, I guess. Well, I'm glad to hear such tall tales, gentlemen. That means mighty few outsiders ever set foot there.
Yeah, well, let's get going then. Come on, kid, shake it up. We're in a hurry. Get them burros loaded. Hey, Curtin, take it easy. That is mountain climbing. Ain't like a walk around the block.
I'm dead. Let's sit a while.
Yeah. If there is gold in these mountains, how long would it have been here? Millions and millions of years, wouldn't it? And then what's our hurry? A couple of days, more or less, ain't gonna matter.
Look at the old man. Way ahead of us there.
Yeah.
You and me scared we'd have to pack him on our backs.
Yeah. That was when I took him for an ordinary human being. He's part goat. Let him climb, will you?
If I'd have known what prospecting meant, I'd have stayed in Tampico and waited for another job to turn up.
Hey, Curtin, look.
What's the matter?
These rocks, look, these little veins running through the rocks. Look at them glitter yellow, too, like gold.
Gold? We've been sitting on a gold mine.
Get the water bag. Wash some of that dirt off. Hey, Howard, come back. We found something.
Yeah, we found something. Here's the water.
There's a vein all over the rock. We've struck it, Curtin. Look over there. It's in all the rocks, just like he said, a bonanza.
Howard, look. Look at these rocks.
Oh, they're full of gold, veins of gold.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to show me? Yeah. I saw it when I passed by. Gentlemen, this stuff wouldn't pay you dinner for a carload.
It ain't gold?
Pyrite, fool's gold. Oh, not there ain't plenty of the real stuff hereabouts. Walked over it 4 or 5 times already.
You mean we've been passing it up? Why?
Not enough of it. Not enough to pay us a good day's wages. Well, you figure to set it out here all day?
Come on, Kurt, let's go.
Next time you fellas strike it rich, holler for me before it starts splashing water around. Water's precious. Sometimes it'll be more precious than gold. Get, you burro. Get, burro. That was a fine country, inspiring. Didn't see a soul, just the beasts of the jungle and birds, all bright, gay colors. Felt good, 10 years younger. Better man than either of them. Warm down to just plain gristle. Come out, well, they just lay on the ground, puffing and groaning, too dogged out to set up and eat their beans.
I can't move. I just want to lie here.
Yeah. Hey, ain't you guys going to eat some beans? You want some beans? Going through some mighty rough country tomorrow. You better have some beans.
Oh, shut up, Pop. Go on, eat 'em up. Let us alone.
How's your feet feel, Dobbsy? Bet you jump up like a jackrabbit was a pretty woman to stroll by. Bet your feet wouldn't bother you nothing then.
That wind. Blowing up awful cold.
Getting cold, is it? Getting cold. Feels like a norther. Yeah. When they blow hard, they set that desert country up down there on its hind legs. We're lucky to be up here, all right.
Lucky.
Reckon there's only a couple of more days of this heavy stuff. Pretty soon we'll be leveling off. Pretty soon now.
Howard, come here. A couple of more days, you said. That was 3 nights ago.
We've had enough, Howard. Dobbs and me, we want to give up.
Give up, huh?
Yeah. Leave the whole outfit right here. Go back to civilization.
Well, tell my whole grandmother. Go back to civilization. I got 2 very fine, elegant bedfellows who kick at the first drop of rain and hide the closet when thunder rumbles. My. What great prospect.
Now lay off us, Howard.
Yeah, 2 shoe clerks is what you are. 2 shoe clerks reading the magazine about prospecting for the land, gold in the land of the midnight sun. South the border, west of the Rockies.
Got your trap. Shut up or I'll smash your head flat.
Go ahead. Pick up that rock and throw it. Go ahead. If you did, you'd never leave this wilderness alive. Without me, you 2 would die here more miserable than rats.
Leave him alone, Dobbs. Can't you see the old man's nuts?
Nuts, am I? Let me tell you something, my 2 fine bedfellows. You're so dumb there's nothing to compare you with. You're dumber than the dumbest jackass. Look at you. Did you ever see anything like yourselves for being dumb specimens? You're so dumb, you don't even see the riches you're treading on with your own feet. Look at me. I'm doing a dance on a mountain of gold.
What are you talking about? This is it? There's gold here?
Yeah, what'd you expect to see? Nuggets of molten gold? Sure, it's here. Rich too, but not rich enough for me. Yeah, here ain't the place to dig. It comes from someplace further up. Up there. See? That's where we've got to go. Up there. Only I'm going alone, because my 2 courageous companions have agreed between themselves to desert and go back. Well, go on. Get.
I'll take 1 more day of it. What do you say, Kurt?
1 more day won't kill us.
Change your minds, huh? Thank you, my 2 fine friends. You moved me to tears with your faith and trust in me. 1 more day, huh? Then you can follow my trail, because I'm going to be camping there tonight.
This is it, Howard? This stuff right here?
Yeah, this is it, all right.
Gold. Sure don't look like I thought it would.
It's just sand. That's just sand.
Yeah, it's just like plain sand. It don't glitter. I thought it would glitter.
Oh, it'll glitter when it's refined. But that's another guy's job. Yeah, you got to know how to recognize it. And that ain't all. Not to find it, not by a long shot. You got to know how to tickle her so she'll come out. Yeah, it's mighty rich, this sand. It'll pay good.
How good?
Oh, about 20 ounce a ton.
It's some $20 an ounce.
How many tons can we handle in a week?
Depends on how hard we work. Well, we better pitch our camp down the mountain a bit.
Why do that when the gold is here?
In case anybody happens by, bandits or soldiers chasing bandits or Indians. Or a pretty woman out for a stroll. In that case, we'll tell them we're hunters. And maybe we'll get away with it, maybe.
Hunters? Wouldn't it be easier just to file a claim?
Easier, maybe, but not so profitable. Wouldn't be no time till an emissary from one of those big mining companies would be right up here with a paper in his hand showing us we had no right to be here. Well, how does it feel, you fellers, to be men of property?
I'm sorry about the fuss we kicked up, Pop. Guess we was pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we made it, and we're here. Men of property, what do you know?
Yeah. Everything's going to be all right from now on, huh? Everything's going to be fine.
Sure it is. Why not?
Why not? Why not? Well, we'll find out, won't we, Dotsy? Yeah, we'll find out.
Our stars will return in a moment with Act Two of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Here's our producer, William Keeley.
Act Two of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Houston as Howard.
Oh, for a month we didn't mind a grain of ore. There were things to do first, setting up camp, corral for the birds, and a sluice way out the creek to wash out the gold. Finally, the time come when we weighed our first stake of the treasure.
How much, Howard? How much you figure we got?
Oh, about $5,000 worth, I reckon.
That's not bad. When do we start dividing it up?
Why divide it now? When the time comes, we're all going back together.
I'm for dividing as we go along. Make each guy responsible for his own goods.
Well, I just soon have it that way. I haven't liked the responsibility of guarding your treasure any too well.
Who asked you to, Pop?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you never asked me. Only I thought I was the most trustworthy of the three.
You? How come?
I said trustworthy. As far as being honest, well, no one can say.
I don't get it.
All right, suppose you were charged with taking care of the goods. One day I am deep in the brush and Curtin's on his way to the village to get provisions. That'd be your big chance to pack up and leave us in the cold.
Only a guy that's a thief at heart would think me likely to pull a stunt like that.
Well, right now it wouldn't be worth your while, but, when the pile has grown, yes, sir. Think of such things you will.
Yeah? How about yourself?
Oh, me? Well, I'm not picking the feet any longer. You fellas are a lot tougher than when we started out. Yeah, you'd have me strung up in no time. That's why I think I'm the most trustworthy.
Well, looking at it that way, I guess you're right. But let's do like Dobbs says, divide the proceeds every night.
Well, by me, gentlemen. Then each one of us will have to hide his share of the treasure from the other two, huh?
Well, why not?
Having done so, he'll have to be forever on the watch to see that his hiding place is not discovered.
What a dirty, filthy mind you got.
Oh, no, not dirty, baby. Only I know what kind of ideas even supposedly decent people get when gold's at stake. All right, Curtin, hand me them weighing scales. Here she goes, boys, 3 ways.
Venison stew. Sure tastes good, Pop. Where's Dobbs?
He ate before.
Alone?
Yeah.
Tell me something, Pop. What are you going to do with all your hard-earned money?
Oh, I reckon I'll settle down some quiet place, get me a little business, hardware, grocery store, spend the better part of my time reading comic strips and adventure stories. One thing's for sure. I'm not going prospecting again.
Well, what's all that about?
Oh, we're just jawing, Dobbsy, telling each other what we'll do when we get back.
Me? I got it all figured. First off, I'm going to get a brand new set of duds, a dozen of everything. Then I'm going to a swell cafe. Order everything on the bill of fare, and if it ain't just right, and even if it is, I'm going to bawl out the manager and make him take it all back.
What's next on the program?
Well, what would be?
You know what? We ought to put up some kind of a limit on our take. Agree now that when we get so much, well, we'll just pull up stakes and beat it.
What kind of a limit?
Oh, say $25,000 worth for each man.
25,000. Small potatoes, 50 anyway. 75 would be more like it. I'm young. I need dough and plenty of it.
No use making hogs of ourselves.
Hog, am I? Maybe you don't know it. I'd be within my rights if I demanded half again as much as you get.
How come?
Well, I put up the lion's share of the cash, didn't I?
Well, so you did, Dobbsy. I always meant to pay you back.
In any civilized place, the biggest investor gets the biggest return, don't he?
That's one thing in favor of the wilds.
Oh, not that I intended to demand it, but I'd be within my rights if I did. So next time you go calling me a hog, just remember what I could have done if I'd wanted to. It's funny, ain't it, Pop? Yeah, real funny. Catch me sleeping, huh? I'm not that dumb. Hey, them guys try to put anything over on me, it'll be a costly one for both of them. Any more lip out of them, and I'll let them have it. You know what's good for you? You don't monkey around with Fred C. Dobbs.
What'd you say, Dobbs?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
You better look out. Bad sign when a guy starts talking to him.
Yeah? Well, who else am I going to talk to? Certainly not to you or Curtin. And don't get the idea you two are putting anything over on me. I know what your game is.
Well, you know more than I do.
So why am I elected to go to the village tomorrow? Why me instead of you or Curtin? Time I'd be gone, give you plenty of chance to discover where I hid my goods, wouldn't it?
You got any fear along those lines? Why don't you take your goods with you?
Well, run the risk of having it taken from me by bandits?
They'd kill you anyway, Dodsey. Just for the sport of it.
Ah, so that's it. You're hoping bandits will get me. That'd save you two a lot of trouble, wouldn't it?
All right, Dobbs. Forget about it.
Hell, I ain't going to the village, see? You can go back and tell that to Curtin.
Okay, partner. I'll tell him. So Curtin went down to the village for provisions. He was all stirred up coming back. There were soldiers in the village chasing bandits. That wasn't all. He met up with an American, a fellow named Cody.
And he kept pumping me. Followed me into the store. Wanted to know what I was doing here.
What'd you tell him?
I said I was a hunter, a professional hunter. Kept asking me, did I see anything up here that looked like gold?
Shook him off, Curtin? You got rid of him, huh?
I couldn't. He followed me.
You sure he trailed you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
What makes you so positive?
Because every time... Because if you turn around, you can see for yourself. There he is.
Hello. All right, you. Walk over here to the fire.
I guess I'm not wanted, huh? I just couldn't resist the chance to sit around and jaw with an American.
Now, don't make any mistake, mister. We got no use for you. We're full up. No vacancies. Go back where you came from. Take our blessing with you.
Thanks.
Hungry, mister? Go on, help yourself.
Yeah. Go ahead. We don't want a guy to starve to death. Tonight you're our guest, see? But tomorrow morning, look out. No trespassing. Beware of the dogs. Get it? I got a few hides while you were gone, Curtin. 5 foxes and a tiger.
How are the skins?
Pretty good.
Excuse me for butting in. But there's no wild game around here worth going after.
Yeah, you're right, mister. You're right. That's why we've made up our minds to clear out.
Yet it might be pretty good ground for something else.
I told you in the village there's no gold around here.
My boy, if there'd been one single ounce of it, I'd have smelled it, believe me.
Then you're not as smart as you appear to be.
Gold, huh? It gives me an idea. Guess I'll sleep on it, gentlemen.
Yeah, me too. See you in the morning, Cody.
Sorry there's no room in our tent. If you want to, you can roll up here by the fire.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I can't figure him out. Is he wise to us or not?
Now, you guys go to sleep. I'll be watchdog for a couple of hours, and then you and Dobbs can take your turns.
You got a gun handy?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
You didn't get much sleep last night, did you, friend?
That's fact. We didn't.
Well, let's lay our cards on the table right now, huh? You found gold here, I know it. And because I know it, you'll have to do one of 3 things.
Now, look who's telling us what we got to do.
One of 3 things. Kill me, run me off, or take me in as a partner.
Partner? Well,
Now, let's consider the first. If you start killing people, just how far are you prepared to go with it? Another guy may come along tomorrow.
Not much we'd stop at, mister, to protect our interests.
I only say that killing me isn't the answer. As for choice number 2, you run me off, and I might very well inform on you. 25% of your gold is the reward I'd get.
It's a pretty strong argument in favor of killing you.
Yeah, I don't deny it. But take me in as a partner, and you don't lose anything. I'm not asking for a share of what you've made so far, only in the profits to come. Think it over. I'll be looking after my burros.
Well, Howard?
Yeah. Send them away is out of the question.
Fred C. Dobbs ain't a guy who likes being taken advantage of. We got no real choice at all. Bump him off.
What do we gain by killing him? I don't mind being taken some advantage of as long as there ain't no money out of my pocket.
And whoever else happens along, they're to be invited in too. Come one, come all, huh?
You got a point there, Dobbsy. No question about that. But to kill a man.
What's the matter? Ain't you up to it?
Sure, I'm up to it. Let the majority decide. What do you say, Curtin? For or against?
Well, for or against?
For.
Okay. We'll make it short and sweet for him. Stand right where you are, Cody.
Guns, huh? Gonna shoot me, huh?
Yeah. You convinced us.
Before you start shooting, you better take a look down there in the valley. There's some men coming on horses.
Oh, so that's your stinking game. I knew you was an informer. I knew it all the time.
You're wrong, brother. This means all our funerals.
Yeah. They're bandits, gentlemen. About a dozen of them.
Someone at the village must have told them about the American hunter up here.
Well, we better start thinking of a way to defend ourselves. Could try hiding the rocks, but then we'd lose the burrs and the whole outfit. No, the best thing for us to make a fight of it.
Is it you three against them or us four?
For now, I guess it's us four.
Yeah. We'll settle your case later.
If you're alive.
He's got something there, Dobbsy. That's right. If we're alive. Ben has turned out to be Gold Hat and his boys. Same crowd that held the train on the way up to Perla. They spotted us, all right. Started pouring it on us. And all at once they turned and took off. Didn't make sense. When we saw why, far down the mountain, hot on their trail, was maybe 50 soldiers, federales. We just stood there watching them shoot it out, half a mile below us.
Look at them federales. Sick 'em tight, chew 'em up and swallow 'em. Oh, boy, am I happy. To tell you the truth, I was already eating dirt.
You better stay covered, Dobbsy. If them soldiers start spreading out, we may have company after all.
Yeah. Get down, Curtin.
Come here, you guys. Looks like the bandits settled our problem. Cody's dead.
What do you mean he's dead?
Take a look.
Bullet. Right through his neck.
I wonder who he was. Maybe better to go through his pockets. Maybe he's got folks somewhere.
Here's his wallet, Pop. James Cody, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, and a picture. A girl, a little kid. Guess she's his wife, huh?
Oh, it's not bad. Well, I guess we better dig a hole for him. Funny how it's all worked out. We didn't have to shoot him after all.
Gentlemen, if you'd ask me, I'd say it's about time we considered leaving this mountain.
How much gold do you figure we got?
Upwards of 35,000 apiece, and I'll tell you what, we ought to be plenty thankful.
Well, let's call it quits then. The sooner the better.
Take another week to put the mountain back in shape.
Do what to the mountain?
We've wounded this mountain. It's our duty to close her wounds. The least we can do for all the wealth she's given us. If you guys don't want to help me, then I'll do it alone.
You talk about a mountain like it was a real woman.
You've been a lot better to me than any woman I ever knew. Keep your shirt on, old-timer. Sure, I'll help you.
6 days later, we loaded the gold on the burrs and little canvas bags and started down. Late that afternoon, pushing through the brush, we walked straight into a bunch of Indians. I don't know where they come. Peaceful, all right, friendly. But they wanted help.
What do you mean, help? What kind of help?
They've been heading for Durango. Seems like a little boy in their village fell into the river. They fished him out, but he won't come to. He ain't dead, but they say he just won't come to.
Well, that's tough.
Well, they want me to go back to the village with them. Ain't far. Maybe I can do something.
Why?
Was I to refuse them? They'd make me go. I'll be back soon, before morning, probably.
And if you're not?
I'm leaving my burrs with you. Look after my goods till I get back.
It's okay, Pop. We'll wait for you here.
No use arguing. Sorry, gentlemen. I got to go back again to the village.
Yeah, but you just said you fixed the kid. You said he was cured.
Yeah, fixing the kid was simple. Artificial respiration, a few Boy Scout tricks. But they say I got to visit them with, well, I got to go with them. Their gods will be angry if they don't show their gratitude to me.
Tell them to forget it. They don't owe us a thing.
I tried, just made them mad. Well, that's them over there waiting for me.
I'll handle it. Sabe, hombre? No puede quedar. No.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't you touch your gun. Don't touch your gun or we'll be scalped in half an hour.
El señor no importa. El doctor sí importa.
Now, what's he saying now?
Well, he says it makes no difference about you guys, but I've got to go back with him.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah.
They just want you.
Looks like it.
Well, go on then. We'll meet in Durango.
Well, what about my goods?
Take them with you.
If they found out, they might forget he was their honored guest and bump him off, huh, Pop?
Well, what'll I do? Dump them out here on the ground?
We'll take them with us if you want us to.
Well.
Any better ideas, Pop?
I reckon that's about the only solution.
I'll bet you remember this the next time you try to do a good deed.
Don't worry, Pop. Good luck.
Yeah, we'll be lonesome without you, Pop. Look out for those Indian dames. One of them squaws might marry you.
Yeah, maybe I'll do just that. Pick me out a good-looking squaw and marry her. They're easy to dress and feed and entertain. Well, so long, partners. See you in Durango. So I left them and went back to the Indians. No choice. I had to go. And behind me, in the keeping of Curtin and Dobbs, was my share of the treasure. $35,000. I knew they'd have a time of it. Just as hard going down them mountains as it was going up.
I'm stopping here for the night. You hear me, Curtin? I'm stopping here.
It's early yet. We can wait 4 or 5 miles before dark.
Well, go on then. Take his burros with you. Ain't my responsibility.
Since when?
Give us nothing but trouble for 2 days. Straying off trails, smashing their packs against the rocks. He knew what he was doing when he turned them over to us. Mighty cute of him, wasn't it?
So you're staying here for the night, huh?
Yeah, you heard me.
Well, you can't go any further.
Who says I can't? It don't make me laugh. I go 4 times as far as a mug like you, but I don't want to. I could if I want to. I want to, but I don't want to. See, Mug?
What's the use of hollering, Dobbsy? Okay, we'll cancel it.
How far do you suppose the railroad is from here?
Well, it's hard to say. We'll reach the high pass in 2 days more and get fresh water. After that, I don't know. What's a joke, Dobbsy?
I was just thinking what a bonehead play that old jackass made when he put all his goods in our keeping. Figured he'd let us do his sweating for him, did he? We'll show him.
We'll show him what?
Can't you see it's all ours now? We don't go back to Durango at all. Nowhere near Durango.
Steal his goods?
Where'd you ever grow up? Sure. Take his goods and go north. Leave the old jackass flat.
Now, look, you don't really mean that.
Fred C. Dobbs don't say nothing he don't mean.
As long as I can do anything about it, you won't take a single grain of the old man's goods.
So you want to take it all for yourself and cut me out?
Why, you're out of your head. I'm on the level with the old man, same as I'd be with you.
Oh, sure. For a long time I've had my suspicions about you, and now I know I've been right.
What suspicion?
Bump me off. Bury me out here in the brush like a dog.
Oh, you're crazy, Dobbs. You're out.
And you'd have not only the old man's good, but mine in the bargain. You'd have yourself a big laugh, wouldn't you? Thinking how dumb the old man and I were. Put your hands up, Curtin. Go on, put your hands up.
Dobbs.
Was I right or was I right? Go on, stand up, get on your feet and take it like a man. Trying to put one over on Fred C. Dobbs.
Pull a gun on me, huh? Pull a gun on me. Only now I got the gun and you listen to me.
Go on. Pull the trigger.
Oh, Dobbsy, look, you're all wrong. I never intended to rob you.
You really mean that? Then give me back my gun.
Look, wouldn't it be better the way things are to split up? I mean now, tonight.
Yeah, that would suit you fine, wouldn't it? So you could fall on me from behind, shoot me in the back.
All right, then. I'll go first.
Wait for me on the trail. Ambush me.
If I meant to kill you, why wouldn't I do it here?
Because you're yeller. You're yeller. You haven't got the nerve to pull the trigger when I'm looking you straight in the eye.
You really believe that, don't you?
Jokes. Full of jokes.
Well, then we won't separate. We'll go on together. And every day you'll take the trail right ahead of me, and every night I'll tie you up.
I'll tell you what, Kurt. I'll make you a little bet. 3 times 35 is 105. I'll bet you $105,000 you go to sleep before I do. How long can you go without sleeping, Curtin? 2 days? 3? 4? Whatever it is, I can go longer, see? And the day you fall down on the trail, that's the day that Fred C. Dobbs wins his bet. $105,000. Just like I said, Curtin, you couldn't take it, could you? Fell asleep, didn't you? Who wins the bet? Who wins the bet?
The old man will catch up with you.
He will. Oh, he will he? Well, I got an answer for that one, too. I'll tell him you tied me to a tree, that you stole all the good, yours, mine, and his. So he'll be looking for you, Curtin, not for me. And a fat chance he's got of finding you. So long, partner.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, starring Humphrey Bogart as Dobbs and Walter Houston as Howard.
Yeah, I left Dobbs and Curtin on the trail with all my goods and gone to the village of the Indians. They couldn't do enough for me. Food, drink, pretty little girls to brush flies off me. Yes, sir, old man Howard is a regular mogul. Real potentate. Then some of their hunters came in from the brush. They were carrying a man. Curtin it was. Curtin, with 2 bullet holes in him.
Dobbs did it, Howard. Dobbs.
Yeah, made off with our goods, huh?
How could he be such a bad shot? He left me there. He thought I was dead.
Now, take it easy, son. Take it easy. You're talking too much.
Don't worry about me. I'll pull out of this if only to get that guy.
Well, I reckon I can't blame Dobbs too much.
What do you mean?
Well, Dobbs ain't a real killer as killers go. I think he's honest the next fella, or almost. Big mistake was leaving you 2 fellas alone in the wilderness. Mighty big temptation, partner, believe me.
Dobbs shot me down in cold blood. He shot me a second time just to make sure.
A man goes crazy with that much wealth in his reach. Maybe if I'd have been young, been out there with either one of you, I might have been tempted too. Well, Curtin, nothing to do but set out after him.
A couple of days, I'll be okay.
Yeah, but not for chasing down a mountainside.
The Indians, they could loan us horses.
That's why I figure I'll catch Dobbs. He'd go as far and as fast as a man can, but alone, with them burrs and on foot.
I'm going with you.
Give me 10 days, 2 weeks, and I'll come back for you.
I'm going with you.
Look at you. You're weak as a newborn kitten. Don't worry. I'll look after our interests.
I'm still going.
Yeah? Yeah, I reckon you're going. Some of the Indians came with me. Said they had to protect me as he rode north. Tried to figure out what I'd do as I'm Dobbs's boots. I tried to make time. I'd sacrifice anything for time, sleep, rations, even water.
Otro burrito muerto, señor. El tercero con la marca de la letra. Howard, what have they found?
Another dead burro. Dobbs is really driving. That's the 3rd burro he's killed off.
I don't like this wind. Dust blowing like this cover up his trail.
Yeah, it might blow like this for days. Fills a man's lungs with dust. Burns him out like pure poison.
We're not going to stop, are we? Dobbs won't stop.
We'll keep going. He'd be running out of water soon.
We were going to fill up at the high pass.
Yeah. Only he went north, and my friends say water's mighty scarce in the north. They say something else, too, Curtin.
Yeah?
Yeah. Gold Hat and a couple of his pals escaped the federales. They're on foot. They passed here just a day before Dobbs.
There he is, amigo, see? At the mud hole. 1 man and 6 burros trying to squeeze water out of the mud hole.
Aye, 6 burros. Shoes he wears, see? Shoes.
I think the 3 of us have a little fun, huh? Jewelry too, maybe, huh? Come on, we say hello to our friend.
Water. Oh, I made it. Town can't be far off now. A road. That's a road over there. Just one more day and...
Oiga, amigo.
What? What do you want?
Senor, we are 3 poor men in rags. Cigarettes? You have cigarettes, maybe?
No, I haven't. I got a little tobacco, that'll do.
He's got a little tobacco.
No paper to roll it in?
Paper? Yeah, here.
Going into Perla, amigo?
Yeah, I gotta sell my burros. I gotta get some money.
Matches. Or cigarette.
Match, yeah. Here.
Your handshakes, amigo. You sick, maybe?
Sick? No, I ran out of water. I'm all right now. I could use a good burro driver, maybe 2 or 3.
Burro drivers,
Yeah, I'll pay when we get to town. I'm a hunter. See all those hides?
Hey, did I know you from someplace? Maybe I know you, huh?
No, I don't think so.
You are all alone, a poor, lonely man?
No. I'm not alone. I got a couple of friends coming along. They ought to be here any minute.
And then look at your face. Sure, I know I've seen you before. Up in the mountains. The guy in the rocks before the Federales
You're
chase
crazy. I never seen you till now.
You don't remember me? Me with the yellow sombrero, the gold hat? But then you tell a lie.
No,
So you have a load of hides on the burros, huh?
Yeah, like I said, I'm a hunter.
Oh, ought to bring lots of money, huh? All these hides?
Now get away from them. Get away from them hides.
Oh, we can sell these burros, too.
Hey, what's these? Little cloth bags filled with something. Hey, give me a knife. I think I look in the little
You
bag.
touch those bags and I'll kill you.
Hey, it's some kind of joke. Nothing in this bag, only sand, dirt. All the little bags got only sand.
Get out of here. Clear out before
A pistol, huh? For you can't even frighten a sick louse with that. You can only shoot one of us before the other two jump on you. And that one wouldn't mind too much because the Federales are after him anyway.
Stand back there.
Hey, with the rock! I hit him with the rock!
His shoes? I'm gonna get his shoes?
Finish him off. Come on, finish him.
How you feeling, Curtin?
I'm all right.
Town is over the hill there, Perla. We're almost there.
But will Dobbs be there?
Yes, sir. That's the question, all right.
Shooting.
Yeah. Kind of like a volley. Sound seemed to come from the town.
Miranda, señor. Quizás los federales encontraron bandidos.
Sí, federales. Execution, probably. Well, we'll know about it pretty soon now. Looks like we guessed it all right, Curtin. Execution, 3 bandits. Storekeeper here says that one of them was Gold Hat. They finally got him.
Y eso no es todo, señor.
He says that's not all.
Look, we better keep after Dobbs.
Yo tengo malas noticias, señor. Su compañero.
Bueno, amigo.
Su compañero fue matado a sangre fría por los 3 bandidos.
He's dead, Curtin. Dobbs is dead.
Dead?
Yeah, those bandits.
But our goods. What does he say about our goods?
¿Dónde están nuestras cosas?
Aquí, señor. Yo tengo todo aquí, incluyendo los burritos. Están detrás de la tienda.
He says he's got everything. This way, Curtin, the back of the store.
It's not here, Howard. The gold's gone. Everything else is here but the gold.
Keep your shirt on. Senor.
¿Qué pasa, señor?
¿Sabe algo sobre unas costelitas muy pesadas?
No, señor, no. De eso no sé nada.
Well?
Says everything the bandits had is right here.
Senor, you asked my father about some little canvas bags?
Yeah. Where are they?
Costalitos. ¿De qué habla, hijo?
Un momento, Papa. I do not know where the bags are, senor. But I heard the Bonnes talking in the jail. They said the senor whom they killed had canvas bags with sand in them. Many bags on the burros.
Well, where are they? Where did they kill the American?
At the water hole by the ruined wall, outside the town.
And you take us there?
Oh, yes, senor. Right away.
Here's another one, Howard. Empty. The bags are all empty. They're cut open and empty. Keep looking. Keep looking.
Yeah, they're all... Yeah, they're empty, all right. Another couple of hours in this wind, and we wouldn't even find the bags. Swept away and buried under the dust of the earth.
But what happened?
Bandits. Them miserable, stupid, ignorant bandits. Stole Dobbs' shoes, took the shirt off his back, and threw away $105,000 worth of gold because they thought it was sand.
Well, then it must be here on the ground somewhere.
Here in this wind. Ha! Ha 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 ha! It's a great joke, Curtin, old boy. It's a great joke. Played on us by the Lord or fate or nature, whatever you prefer. But whoever or whatever played it certainly had a sense of humor. The gold is gone, Curtin. Gone back the way we found it.
Gone. It's all gone. Dobbs is dead and the gold is gone.
This joke is worth 10 months of suffering and labor, this joke is.
Look at the Indians. They're laughing too, and they don't know what they're laughing at.
That's our own private joke, Curtin, old boy.
Well, Howard, what next, I wonder?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm all fixed. I'll go back with the Indians, be a medicine man. 3 meals a day, 5 if I want them, roof over my head and a drink every now and then to warm me up. I'll be worshipped and fed and treated like a high priest for telling people things they want to hear. Good medicine men are born, not made. Come and see me sometime, my boy. You'll take your hat off when you see how respected I am. Yeah, I'm all fixed up for the rest of my natural life. How about yourself? What are you aiming to do?
I haven't got any idea.
You're young yet. Got plenty of time to make 3 or 4 fortunes for yourself.
You know, I'm really no worse off than I was back in Tampico. I'm out a couple of $100 when you come right down to it. Not very much compared to what Dobbsy lost.
Any special place you're bent on going?
No. All places are the same to me.
Tell you what, you keep my share of what the Burrs and the Hydes will bring, and if you use the money to buy a ticket to Dallas, see Cody's widow. Better in writing. Tell her what happened.
Okay, Pop. I'll go to Dallas.
Hey, you son, come here.
Yes, senor?
Tell your father to give this man all the Hydes and Burrs. They're all his now. I'm going off with the Indians.
Yes, senor. I will tell him.
Well, I guess I'll round up my heathen brethren and we'll be on our way. Bye, Curtin.
Bye, Howard.
Good luck.
Same to you.
Seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway settles down to another year's living. The days begin to drift backward again, away from you like they did last year. And it starts all over. Punch the time card, smile at the boss, and the income tax forms can be picked up at any bank or branch post office. But there's still the dream, and it could happen on Broadway. It's the corner of the world where 1 million performers do their bit just for you. It's carnival, and a clown and a girl with yellow hair blowing kisses. The end of a ride that costs you a dime. Maybe you'll get your money's worth. But there were no dreams where I was, in the big room, the chilled room, the room of the lost dead, the city morgue, and the man with me, the seeker of sorrow, a father.
And she wanted to come home, Mr. Clover. The last letter I got from her told me how much she missed Akron. Not that she didn't like New York, but it's so big, so hard to make friends.
Yeah. You want to look now, Dr. Halstead?
Yes.
Doctor?
How did she die?
Here.
Shot. Lynn? Shot? Where did you find her?
Look, Doctor.
I want to know. Where was she found?
The river. She's been here for 3 days.
No, I want to look at her. I want to look at her face.
You haven't said it directly, Doctor. She is your daughter, isn't she?
My daughter.
Feeling all right, Doctor?
Yes, I just want to sit down.
Cigarette? How long has Lynn been in New York?
About 3 years. She left Akron on her 18th birthday. Didn't have much trouble getting jobs. As far as I knew, her last employment was as a private secretary.
Private secretary with whom?
She didn't say. She just mentioned it was a real estate office and that she liked her work.
Where did she live here in town?
I addressed my letters to her at the Linden Apartments in Gramercy Park. Now, please, Mr. Clover, leave me alone with her for a little while.
And know that outside, the light of the winter's morning is brilliant, dazzling, as it strikes the frost-veiled chrome of the city. But here it must filter through steel-webbed windows, reflect off the faces of the dead, grow dim. Here it lies against the closed eyes of a man who has made the journey, found at its end his child's death. Then his hand reaches out for the girl's forehead, draws aside a strand of hair, tries to smooth away the pain, the shock that had been frozen there, and walk away from it, because this is an image of anguish seen too many times. Go now to the Linden Apartments, yellow ivy clinging to old marble, facing the steel-fenced winter's garden, whose paths can be walked only by those privileged with a key to its gates. Gramercy Park. Talk to a man who, among his other duties, had dispensed such a key to Lynn Halstead.
You understand it's quite a privilege, our private little park. And I must say of Miss Halstead, she availed herself of it far too rarely. For what reasons, I shudder to think.
Why, Mr. Clement? Why do you shudder?
Well, after all, it is rather desirable to maintain residence here in Gramercy. I could show you waiting lists years long.
Miss Halstead lived here? I don't see...
Of course she lived here, but so sporadically. Weeks on weeks would go by with her apartment standing forlorn, empty, lonely.
You're saying, Mr. Clement, that she lived here but didn't live here?
Only used this as a mailing address, I fear, and a kind of phone service. For what reason?
I know, you shudder.
Quite. See, her mailbox is filled with uncalled-for letters. Here, from Dr. Halstead. A relative?
Give them to me.
From department stores, book clubs, and these phone messages. This man has been calling for 3 days now. I keep telling him Miss Lynn isn't in. Leaves his number, not his name.
Give it to me, please.
Why, of course. No one else to give it to now, is there?
Show me her apartment, Mr. Clement.
Oh, I'm delighted to. It's one of our most desirable. Now I'm free to inform the management that it's...
Which one is it?
Just down the hall. Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a mess. What a frightful mess. The disarray, the things left about. Why, these stains on our carpets.
Blood stains, Mr. Clement.
That kind of stain? But that means she must have been here when she... Here in Gramercy Park when she...
Where's the phone?
Why, there, under that French doll.
Oh.
You gonna call that number I gave you? That man?
Jane's lunchroom.
Who is this?
Gene Blake. Who's this?
This is the police, Mr. Blake. Where are you?
48 and 3rd. White enamel coffee pot in the window.
Stay there.
I'll be here, kiddo. Something for you?
Coffee'd be fine.
Fresh donut?
Just coffee, please.
Sure. Coffee. You take cream?
This is fine. Your name Gene Blake?
That's right. Oh, you must be the phone call I had a little while ago.
My name's Danny Clover.
You're the policeman, huh?
Uh-huh. You know a girl named Lynn Halstead?
Sure I do.
When was the last time you saw her?
You tell me first, Danny. What's the trouble?
She's dead, Gene.
She's not dead. I've got a date with her tonight.
When was the last time you saw her?
4 days ago.
The last time you talked to her?
Well, I haven't talked to her since the last time I saw her.
She's dead.
Cut it out, will you?
This morning, her father identified her at the morgue. There's no doubt about it.
I said cut it out, will you? So that's why
That's why what?
Well, I've been calling her, to talk to her, to remind her about our date tonight. She was never in. She never returned my calls. In a hospital, sick, huh?
Lynn was murdered. She was found in the
I don't want you
river.
to tell me. I don't want you to tell me.
You known her for long?
August, I think it was. I didn't get to fall in love with her till September.
How'd you meet her, Gene?
Now she wandered in here one night, late, sat down there and had coffee.
Mm-hmm.
She talked to me, thought my line of patter was kind of... We got along, that's all. I closed the joint, took her dancing. Neither one of us did things very well, or dance or conversation. Things. That's why we got along so good.
Did you see her often?
Yeah, a couple of times a week, sometimes 3.
Uh-huh.
A movie, walking, a drink. It's funny, though, I never took her home. She wouldn't let me. Just gave me her phone number.
Do you know where she worked?
The secretarial or something. A couple of times I picked her up in front of the Equitable building. I guess there. But she never said.
You'll be here whenever I want you, huh, Gene?
Yeah. Where am I going to go?
And gather up the pieces that had once shaped the pattern of a girl's life. An apartment in Gramercy Park for mail, for phone messages, for death. Her wandering onto a man who then walked with her, danced with her, loved her. A father who had seen her lying in the morgue. And against them, the barrier of secrecy the girl had woven out of the city's darkness. Not to tell them where she worked, to give them only a phone number, a mailing address against their sudden need of her. And take what Gene Blake has given you, among other things, the name of a building, the Equitable Building. Find it in the 40s on Madison. Try it. And after many real estate offices and receptionists whose lips were not moist enough had to be moistened again before answering the policeman, after the long parade of friendly real estate brokers with the bone crusher handclasp and the sorrow at not knowing a girl named Lynn Halstead, find the man who did know her, whose private secretary she was. John Martin, real estate. Don't look anymore. We'll find you a home.
And I mean it, Mr. Clover. I'm dedicated to it. Why, it's the passion of John Martin's life, finding the right home for the right people.
It must be gratifying when you do, Mr. Martin.
Oh, it is. Let me tell you it is.
That photograph on your desk, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Your family?
Yes. Oh, I like you for that, Mr. Clover. I like you for taking notice of something like that. Go on, pick it up. Take a good long look at it.
Yeah. Fine-looking boys.
Yes, aren't they?
This woman is Mrs. Martin?
My doll. My sister, my mother, my wife takes care of me like I was a baby with a colic. And now you were saying about Lynn.
We found her in the river, shot to death. She lay in the morgue 3 days before anyone identified her.
Someone finally did, huh?
Yes, her father, Dr. Stephen Halstead. He came from Akron to take his daughter home. She'd written him she wanted to go home.
Go know a girl. Go know a girl who works for you day in and day out, takes your dictation, reminds you it's a wife's birthday, trudges across the street on her own time to bring you coffee, a snack. Then police find her in a river. Don't know them.
You didn't know she wanted to go home?
Oh, it's like a bolt from the blue, Mr. Clover. I thought Lynn was happy here working for me. She told me many times how glad she was, how I'd helped her to finally carve a niche for herself in this crazy town.
Yeah. There's something I said before, Mr. Martin. Lynn was in the morgue for 3 days. No one came to identify her.
Oh, you're saying that I should have done that. Look, a girl as beautiful, young as Lynn, she takes 3 days off. I'm not the man to question such whims. No, she could have been gone a week or a month. Her job would have still been here for her.
Well, there are other private secretaries.
No, you're kidding. None like Lynn. Why, she... Oh, excuse me, please. John Martin, Real Estate. Oh, yes, he's here. Oh, you, Mr. Clover.
Thanks. Yes?
This is Dr. Sinsky. I've called every real estate agent in the Equitable Building, Danny. I'm in the emergency ward. Get down here.
I'm busy.
Sure you're busy. So am I. It'll all keep. Just get down here fast. Drink it. Drink it all down and you'll sleep. The hurt will go away.
Dr. Sinsky?
Fine. Very good.
Dr. Sinsky.
Hello, Danny. It never stops, does it?
All right, just tell me what happened.
The fur coat over there on the chair she was wearing when she was brought in here at 10 o'clock. And under it, the nightgown she has on.
wandering around the street that way. What happens to people, Danny?
Who is she?
Who is she? Wait. Miss. Can you hear me, miss? I want you to tell me your name, miss.
Name?
I want you to tell me again, miss.
Name? Lynn. Lynn Halstead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The new year has taken hold now, and already Broadway scurries to quicken its passing. There are ways to do that. Add more neon to burn away the night times, more Mazdas in the spectaculars to wink away the long darkness. And the illusions? No new ones, kid. Last year's models. Heated up and with a new paint job, no one will know the difference. Need an illusion, kid, to pass the time? For free. Just reach in the bag. Every color, every size. Faded a little, worn a little. But at these prices, what do you expect? Big red rose, all dewy with tears? Reach in, kid. Take your pick. And hurry, because Broadway's waiting in line. But the lost girl who had wandered a city, drifted on winter's wind, this was no illusion. Nor was her slow, still dying.
I tell you this, Danny. This girl could have stayed alive, even with the bullet wound that is in her.
You mean she wanted to die?
No, I don't think so. I think what made her get out of whatever bed she was in, it made her walk in the cold only in a nightgown and a coat. What made her do that was something else.
Huh?
A shock, maybe, a hurt, maybe, a memory.
You're saying that if she'd stayed where she was, she wouldn't have to die.
What else am I saying? The wound had been tended to. The bullet removed 3-4 days ago, professionally. The healing had already begun to take hold. It was not the work of a clumsy man, Dan. It was the work of a professional, a doctor.
You're sure of that?
Some things I know, Dan. I'm saying to you, this girl undid what was done for her.
Huh. Can she be moved?
Yeah, it won't matter.
Put her in a room upstairs.
All right. We've been going all around it, Danny. We haven't let ourselves dwell on what she told us.
Well, that she was Lynn Halstead?
That she was Lynn Halstead.
I'll make a call.
Dr. Halstead? The man who called another dead girl his daughter?
That's right.
Tell him to get here quickly, Danny, and...
And what?
Nothing. Just tell him to get here quickly.
One more thing, Doctor.
What?
Don't talk to any reporters. I don't want this to get out.
Danny, please, get this girl's father here quickly.
You'd only explain to me, Mr. Clover, why you asked me to come down here after all.
You'll get all the explanation you need, Dr. Halstead.
Very well.
Is it?
What?
Never mind. This is the... Go ahead, Doctor. On the other side of the screen.
Lynn. Hello, Lynn.
It'll be all right now, Daddy.
Of course it will.
All right now.
Yes, I won't go away again.
I waited. It was so long.
It was just a little while, Lynn, that's all. No more than an hour.
It seemed...
Don't talk, Lynn. Lynn. Miss Clover.
Yes?
My daughter is dead.
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is my daughter. This is Lynn.
That other girl, the one in the morgue, who is she?
I don't know. I'd never seen her before.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's over. I suppose you'll have to do something about me.
Yeah, obstruction of justice, Doctor. There'll be something you'll be charged with. You want to talk with me now?
Outside.
All right.
All right, Doctor.
I got to New York 4 days ago. I came here to bring Lynn home. I found her apartment house, and I found Lynn.
She'd been shot, Doctor. Did you shoot her?
I found Lynn. She was dying when I got to her. I didn't shoot her, Mr. Clover. You can think so. I don't care. I really don't. If you want me to say I shot her and you want to charge me with that, it's all right. If you want me to, I'll say I did.
Just tell me what happened, Dr. Halstead.
She'd been shot. She was barely conscious.
Tell you who shot her?
No. She cried when she saw me, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Then she went into shock. After that, she just babbled about her childhood, about her home, about the faraway years.
And you, a doctor, you removed the bullet and treated her?
Yes. I didn't know whether she was going to live. I just sat beside her and waited for her to say the person's name who shot her. There were phone calls and people knocking on the door. I never moved from her side, but she never spoke the person's name who shot her.
Well, how'd she get away from you?
When I came to the morgue this morning, Lynn was gone when I got back. I guess she wandered around looking for me or looking for something, I don't know.
Why did you come to the morgue?
Those phone calls, those people at the door, I suddenly realized that one of them might be my daughter's assailant.
Go on.
I'm a doctor. I've been in morgues before. There was a good chance there'd be an unidentified girl in your morgue. There was. I identified her as Lynn because I wanted to keep Lynn alive.
You did all that? You could have gone to the police.
I'm here now. And you'll do what you have to do.
Danny?
What do you want, Chino?
Well, at least look at me when you ask me what do I want. The way you stand at the window staring out into the nowhere and the beyond gives a person chilblains.
Sorry, Gino.
My eldest Tina does the same thing. A starer from cold windows. What am I to do with you two?
Now I'm looking at you, Sergeant. I ask you again, what do you want?
To give you things. Like that Dr. Halstead is now being held by the DA for arraignment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The girl in the morgue, whom Dr. Halstead called his daughter, has been identified. This time for sure.
Oh?
A Miss Lily Follett, a frequenter of bars where there was frequent mayhem.
Uh-huh.
The last one she so attended cost her her life, our boys have ascertained. It was there she was shot, from there tossed into the river. Several characters are now being held on suspicion of her murder.
Anything else?
The rundown on the true Lynn Halstead, the girl who...
Brief it, Gino.
It goes without saying. Miss Halstead left Akron, arrived in our city 3 years ago. This checks with her father's testimony. While here, attempted all the things bright out-of-town girls attempt. Drama school, modeling...
What else?
What else is that our checkers have discovered where Miss Halstead was staying when she was not staying at the Linden Apartments.
Oh?
Indeed. Our checkers, having gone over Miss Halstead's place at the Linden with fine tooth and comb, came up with a commuter's ticket to Long Island in her effects. And to Long Island they went.
You want to tell me what they found, Gino?
A cottage small twixt Sound and Highway owned by Miss Halstead. Nice going for a secretary to maintain two residences.
Yeah, nice going to you, too, Gino. You understand everything now, officer?
I think so.
I can go over it for you again if you want.
I'll be okay.
Uh-huh. Use this phone. I'll listen in on the extension. Go ahead. Try to act hurt, officer.
I'll try, Lieutenant, but I've never been shot.
Hello?
John?
Hello, who's this?
It's Lynn.
Who is it?
Lynn. Lynn Halstead.
Where are you?
Where you left me. You know where I am, John.
Wait.
All right, Lieutenant?
Just fine.
Lynn, Oh.
Sit down, Mr. Martin.
What?
I said sit down. That's right.
Where's Lynn?
Dead?
I don't believe you.
That's up to you.
Look, once before you told me Lynn was dead. I just talked to Lynn less than an hour ago.
That's funny. She's dead.
Where is she? In there in her bedroom?
You want to see her?
Died after she called me, huh?
You want to see her, Mr. Martin?
No. No, I never could stand the sight of death. Well, I guess I'll be going, Mr. Clover. I guess the papers will tell me the where and when about the funeral, huh?
Don't go, Mr. Martin.
Why not?
Lynn's not in her bedroom. She died hours ago.
I don't get you.
Oh?
What are you doing? Playing crazy games? You get your kicks playing with a dead girl's name? She is here, she isn't here, she's dead, she isn't dead? Who called me, anyhow?
A policewoman.
A policewoman? Well, be proud. Funny game you policemen play.
Why'd you come here, Mr. Martin?
I'm a sucker for phone calls. A girl calls and tells me she's alive. I get happy about it and I call a cab.
That's not the reason.
Well, read my mind for me.
All right. You came here to finish what you started out to do, to kill Lynn Halstead.
I gotta take this from you?
No, you can just submit to arrest, come downtown, call a lawyer, and tell them you're being held for murder. We'll even let you call your family. Tell them the same thing.
What's on your mind?
You didn't know whether Lynn was dead or alive until just now, did you? You just knew the girl who was first identified as Lynn wasn't really her.
You told me she was, and I believed you. Why shouldn't I believe you?
You didn't believe me the first time I talked to you. You knew the girl dragged out of the river wasn't Lynn, because how could Lynn have gotten to the river? You must have gone out of your mind, Mr. Martin. Shoot a girl, and there's no news of the shooting. Just waiting. And a girl is identified as Lynn Halstead. You knew it wasn't Lynn Halstead at all. All you could do was wait.
What are you mixing me up in this for, anyhow? I got a family.
You had a family when Lynn Halstead walked into your office. She was a beautiful girl, wasn't she?
I told you that.
How much were you paying her as a secretary?
Well, she was a good secretary. I paid her $75 a week.
I guess she could have afforded her place here at the Linen Apartments and that.
She started at $50, but I raised her to $75.
But how could she afford to buy that cottage in Long Island?
Mr. Clover.
I thought about that, Mr. Martin. I asked myself a question. If a real estate broker has a friend and he wants to keep the friendship quiet...
All right. I gave her the house.
But she gave it back to you, didn't she? Everything in it. Because she found a boy she fell in love with.
Love? That's love? What she had with that soup slinger in that 10-seat restaurant?
She told you to sell it. Do anything you wanted with it. She didn't want any strings attached to you anymore. So you killed her.
That's love? What she had with that soup slinger? Cheap movies? Walking in the park? That's love? Listen, I've been through it when I was a young punk. You think that kind of stuff was for Lynn?
So you killed her.
I thought I did. I sweated through it. For 4 days I did.
Let's go.
She walked out on me. You think that's fair? Sure, I killed her. What do you think I was, anyhow? A punk? Some young punk? What do you think I was, anyhow?
Broadway's quiet now. The hour without color. The 6 o'clock hour. The hour of going home. But in a while, the night will dip down and touch the street. And there'll be fury again. A rack and roar and crowd. The puppet dance into a screaming furnace of light. It's Broadway. The gaudiest. The most violent. The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as John Martin and Herb Butterfield as Dr. Halstead. Featured in the cast were Hy Averback, Joyce McCluskey, and Bob Bruce.
All right, it is now time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. Bob Bernstein, an advertising executive, is credited with coming up with the idea for the Happy Meal after seeing Burger Chef's Fun Meals. Kansas City, Denver, and Phoenix were the first cities to test the Happy Meal. By 1979, the Happy Meal was available nationwide, featuring circus wagon boxes and simple toys. Early examples of these toys included tops, stencils, wallets, puzzles, and erasers. Bernstein trademarked Happy Meal and transferred it to McDonald's for $1 plus a $5,000 bonus. In 1987, Bernstein received the Bronze Happy Meal Award, which he proudly displays in his office. A 2009 exhibit showcased early Happy Meal boxes and toys. The FTC tried to regulate marketing to children and ban the Happy Meal, but Congress blocked it. And that was the Trivia Minute. Now, let's get back to the shows. Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, Elliot Lewis, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
I think we'd be safe in saying that George Burns' life is never dull. Gracie sees to that. As we join them now, we find Gracie telling George about her new interest, spiritualism.
What?
Spiritualism. Oh, it's wonderful, George. This medium, Swami Abu, goes into a trance, and I talk to people in another world.
What a racket. How much does this medium charge you to talk to that other world?
Oh, his rates are very reasonable. $1 for the first 3 minutes. And 50 cents for each additional minute. It's certainly worth that to talk to Julius Caesar.
You talked to Caesar?
Mm-hmm. I had a long talk with him yesterday. And you know something about him? He's very stingy.
Caesar is stingy.
He wouldn't let me reverse the charges.
Probably spending all his money on Cleopatra.
Mm-hmm. I talked to her, too.
Well, she's a sociable girl.
Yes, yes. You know, I was surprised to find she had a Brooklyn accent.
Gracie, this Cleopatra's out front. Gracie, this whole thing is a fake.
Nobody can talk to Caesar and Cleopatra.
I can, George. Swami Abul says I'm unusually receptive to messages from the other world. He says I'm no ordinary woman.
That I've known for years.
He says my whole body is like a delicately turned radio with a large vacuum tube on top.
Tracy, this medium is out to get your money. Don't go back to him.
But I have a seance scheduled for this morning. The spirits are going to give me some more advice.
You say.
Oh, that must be Meredith. He's going to the seance with me today.
Meredith goes to the spiritualist, too?
Mm-hmm. He's another one with a vacuum top.
Probably got two tops, one for each head.
Come in.
Hello.
Hello, Meredith. Are you ready to contact the other world?
Bet I am, Gracie. I brought along my flute today to play for Beethoven.
You're going to play the flute for Beethoven?
Yes, George. To see if I'm rendering his compositions properly.
Why don't you come with us, George? You can contact Joe Miller and see if you're telling his jokes right.
Never mind. Look, Meredith, don't you realize that Beethoven couldn't possibly hear you play the flute?
George, upon sober reflection, I am forced to admit that you may be right. Of course Beethoven couldn't hear me.
Well, sure.
He was completely deaf.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Gracie, I'll go to the seance with you tomorrow and take Beethoven a hearing aid.
Well, I give up. I'm going to the cigar stall. I'll see you later, beautiful.
Very well, George.
Who's that in the telephone booth, Pops?
Oh, that's Joe Bagley. He's still trying to sell that lot he's got down in the swamp.
Bagley will never make a go of the real estate business. All he thinks about is playing poker.
Yeah. That's why he didn't sell a house to the new preacher, you know. Sure. Before he handed the Reverend one of his business cards, he shuffled and cut them.
That's Bagley, all right.
Well, Pops, I still haven't found a sucker who'll buy... George! Old pal. My bosom friend. How would you like to buy a beautiful lot for only $5,000?
Go away with that hunk of swamp. $5,000.
I'll come down a little. Take it for $800.
I wouldn't give you a nickel for that swamp full of mosquitoes.
George. Old pal, I'm not asking this for myself. I don't mind if I starve to death. Life has been gay and good.
I think that'll get me.
I've lived. But it's Clara I'm thinking of.
Well, of course.
Clara and the little one. If I don't raise some money, I may never hold those little ones again.
What little one?
The little ones he's been holding in the poker game.
All right, so I've been losing at poker, but I still need dough. How am I going to sell that darn swamp lot?
Why don't you ask Judas Caesar? That's who Gracie gets her advice from now.
What?
Yeah, some phony swami named Abul. And has got Gracie believing that she can talk to the spirits.
You mean Gracie believes the advice she gets from them?
Oh, sure, you know her. She's on her way to a seance now.
George, I think I'll take your advice and go see that swami.
Joe, I was kidding. The guy's a fake. Caesar can't sell that lot for you.
He might, George. He might. Now, here's my proposition, Swami. I'll give you $5 if you'll have your spooks tell Mrs. Burns to buy my swamp lot.
How dare you suggest that for a paltry $5 I would dishonor my mystic powers?
I'll make it 10.
I'll take it.
Good. I'll get behind that curtain and be the voice of the spirit. Then I'll sneak out the back, circle around, and close the deal.
You can't fail. Mrs. Burns is preternaturally receptive to occult manifestations.
Meaning?
She'll swallow anything. Oh, there she is now. Get behind the curtain.
Yep.
Enter the mystic portals, O seeker after knowledge.
Oh, hello, Mr. Swami. Can we have a short seance today? I'm trying to visit the other world between a bargain sale and a finger wave.
Very well, Mrs. Burns. Shall we contact the spirit of Julius Caesar?
No, I'm tired of Julius. Let's try someone else.
Would you care to speak to Benjamin Franklin at a slightly reduced rate? I also have a special on poets today. Shelley and Keats for the price of one.
No, they don't sound very interesting. Oh, I know. How about Napoleon?
I can offer Napoleon for $1.
Well, that's very reasonable. I'll take him.
I will now go into a trance and establish contact with the other world. Bonaparte! Bonaparte!
You're calling the wrong man. I want Napoleon.
Napoleon! Can you hear me? Speak to us, Napoleon.
Hello. This is Napoleon. Someone here wishes to speak to me?
Yes, I do. Have you got a message for me, Napoleon? Some advice to give?
Yes. I advise you to buy a lot.
A lot of what?
A piece of real estate.
Oh.
This real estate must be in a swamp.
A swamp? Well, do you think I'll be able to find some?
Certainement.
Certainement, huh? All right, if you say so, Napoleon.
I must go now. Bonjour. Au revoir.
Waterloo.
Was the seance a success? Did we contact Napoleon?
Yes, and he advised me to buy some real estate in a swamp.
We must follow the advice of the spirit.
But I don't know where to find a swamp.
Hello, learned Swami. I have come to... Oh, why, Gracie.
Why, Joe Bagley, what are you doing here?
I am a believer in this great man, Gracie. I sit at his feet and follow where he leads.
My goodness, doesn't it wear the seat out of your pants?
I mean, I seek guidance from his spirit world. Right now, I want to contact the spirits and see if I should sell a very valuable lot I have in a swamp.
Joe, that must be the lot I'm supposed to buy.
You?
Yes. Napoleon gave your name wrong, though. He said I could get it from a certain mole. He must have meant Joe.
Yeah, well, Gracie, I wouldn't want to sell this valuable lot without consulting the spirits.
But Napoleon okayed it. He just hung up.
Well, all right. Here's the deal. Just sign this promissory note for $800.
Oh, thank you, Joe. There.
You've made a wise investment, Gracie. You're a brilliant woman.
Oh, well, it's just noticeable because I'm so young. Good night, Joe. Oh, George, I've got wonderful news. I just bought a lot from Joe Bagley for our future home.
Wait a minute. Is it in a swamp?
Oh, darn it. Napoleon must have told you.
Napoleon?
His spirit advised me to buy it.
This sounds like a Joe Bagley trick to me.
Oh, it couldn't be.
Honey, does it make sense that Napoleon would tell you to buy a swamp?
Certainly he loves swamps. He spends lots of time there.
Huh?
In all his pictures, it shows him with his hand inside his coat scratching a mosquito bite.
I'm in trouble.
Merit of the Silvery Moon and When Hearts Are Young, the lovely music of Sigmund Romberg.
It's just the music for a May evening, even the Romberg titles. Blossom Time, New Moon, and Maytime itself.
Yes, and season after season, those operettas grow in favor. I suppose romance will always be popular.
Well, let's hope so, Toby. But Romberg music can stand on its own 2 feet. Like all good composers, he knows fine music must be woven of many parts, each letter perfect in itself. Here's a famous Romberg number. We'll play only the mellow harmony. See if you can recognize the song.
Well, I like the harmony, Meredith, but I need more.
Well, let's add this equally beautiful counter melody.
So far, it's very lovely, but something's still missing.
Then we'll work in this vigorous rhythm section. And now to round out this lovely song, we'll blend in the melody.
Everybody's favorite, When I Grow Too Old to Dream. Yes, America's favorite songs. They're blended carefully of many perfect orchestral parts. And the superb flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee is created in much the same way. That coffee, of course, is Maxwell House. Just one coffee alone could never account for the famous good-to-the-last-drop flavor of Maxwell House. No, indeed. From the rich, fertile highlands of Latin America, many premium coffees are chosen by the Maxwell House experts. They select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellins. For vigor, they select other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. These they carefully blend in one great coffee, Maxwell House, which is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh. So if you find real enjoyment in good coffee, discover the extra pleasure you get in America's favorite brand. Tomorrow, discover the extra flavor, extra satisfaction of America's favorite brand of coffee. Discover why now, more than ever, all this extra flavor and satisfaction makes Maxwell House today's outstanding coffee buy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Now, Gracie, I drove you out here so that you could take a look at this lot you bought from Joe Bagley.
Yes, our future home.
Look at it. Swamp full of mud, rubbish, poison ivy, mosquitoes, snakes, bullfrogs, and quicksand.
Where will we put the living room?
We can't live in this swamp. It's unhealthy.
It is not. Don't alligators live in swamps?
Sure.
Ever see a sick alligator?
Yes. He had alligator bags under his eyes. It's awful, but I had to say it. Gracie, we can't live here. Look at the size of those mosquitoes.
There's one on your arm. Slap it.
I'm afraid it'll slap me back.
I don't see how you can say this place is unhealthy when it grows those big, strong mosquitoes.
Gracie, stop trying to defend this awful mistake you made. Now admit it. You were talked into buying this dump by a cheap swindler who stole the money right out of your pocket.
That's not true. Napoleon didn't lay a hand on it.
Stop with Napoleon. Let's go home.
All right. Oh, wait till I put up my no trespassing sign.
No trespassing.
Mm-hmm. When your own property is nice as this, you've got to protect it. Now, let's see. I'll drive the stake in right here between the poison ivy and the mud hole.
But don't hurt that rat.
Yeah.
Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Tex.
Hey, you sound a mite low. Are you distressed?
I ain't delighted.
What's crowding your craw?
Gracie went to a phony medium, and Napoleon advised her to buy a worthless lot.
Napoleon wouldn't do that. No Texan would cheat a lady.
Napoleon was a Frenchman.
A man as famous as him must have been a Texan.
Look at your history book. He was defeated at the Battle of Waterloo.
He got licked?
Yes.
Why, that ornery Frenchman cheating a lady.
You said it. I'll never be able to sell that lot. It's a swamp full of mosquitoes.
Well, I can get rid of them mosquitoes for you, little man. I'll just take a couple of barrels of oil over there and spread it around. That'll kill them.
Gee, that would be swell, Mr. Judson. Without mosquitoes, I might be able to get part of my money back on it.
Well, I'd just be glad to do it for you. You folks have been right nice to me. The first day I come here, you treated me like a king. And why should you? You didn't know I was from Texas.
Well, here's the address of the lot. Now, be sure to tell me.
George, shall we put the swimming... Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little lady. Your husband told me about that lot you bought.
Oh, it's such a lovely, quiet, peaceful spot.
Quiet and peaceful. Wait till the nighttime when those hundreds of bullfrogs start sounding off.
Yeah, and soon them bullfrogs will have thousands of baby ones.
Oh, you men are so innocent. It's the cow frogs that have the babies.
It's the cow frogs that have the baby. Oh, I like your sense of humor, man. Oh, we're seeing you.
Well, Gracie, thanks to Mr. Judson, I may be able to sell that lot. Give me the deed.
Oh, I can't sell that lot. How could I face Napoleon?
Gracie, forget that. I don't want people going around saying that my wife and Napoleon talk to each other.
Why, George, you're jealous.
Give me the deed to the lot.
No, I can't, dear. Not unless the medium contacts the spirits and they okay it.
Gracie, the medium is a fake. A complete phony.
If he was a phony, would great people like Caesar and Napoleon have anything to do with him?
I'll see you later.
Well, what brings you over, George?
Oh, Gracie's in the clutches of a phony medium, Bill.
Huh?
She thinks she's been talking to Napoleon.
Hey, one of those guys offered to put me in touch with Helen of Troy.
Bill, don't tell me that you're trying to talk to Helen of Troy.
Oh, no, she's trying to get in touch with me.
Stop kidding. I'm out $800 because Napoleon told Gracie to buy a swamp. And now she won't sell it without his okay.
Well, that's easy, George. Let's get his okay.
Yeah, but how?
Well, we'll stage a fake seance here in my apartment, and I'll be the voice of Napoleon.
Hey, it might work at that. Who'll we get for the medium?
Well, yeah, that's a problem.
We might...
Excuse it, please. Is anybody using this telephone booth?
Professor Korkendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
You know, he always thinks my room is a telephone booth. Yesterday, before I could stop him, he shoved 30 cents down my throat.
How could I make such a mistake? I got ice like a how.
Say, Professor, could you pretend to be a medium and contact the spirit of Napoleon for Mrs. Burns?
You ask a great scientist to do such a ridiculous thing.
Please help me, Professor. My wife has got me into an awful mess.
Oh, then I do it. I know what trouble a wife can cause.
Oh, you got a wife?
Well, I had one, but I lost her.
Oh.
Gee, that's a shame, Professor. How'd it happen?
We was walking down the street, and I lost her.
I thought you had good eyes.
Well, sure, I got eyes like a house.
Then why couldn't you find your wife?
Who looked?
I'll call Gracie and get her right over for the seance.
And I'll get behind this curtain and be the voice of Napoleon.
Well, Professor Korkendorfer, So you're a spiritualist medium.
Yeah. I guess there is something in that stuff after all, Gracie. Are you ready for the seance?
Oh, yes, I can't wait to speak to Napoleon again.
I contact him right away. Napoleon, here is Professor Korkendorfer calling. Speak to us. Hello? Somebody spoke?
This is Napoleon. I have the message for Gracie Allen. Sells the lot. That is all. Over.
Well, all right, if you say so.
Oh, swell.
But, Napoleon, why does your voice sound so much huskier than it did this morning?
I have the frog in the throat.
Oh, still hanging around the swamps, huh?
No, I have the hoarseness.
Oh, well, do what I always do. Drink a cup of hot coffee.
Oh, oui. I drink the Maxwell House coffee. Too sweet.
Well, don't put so much sugar in it.
Let's go, Gracie.
In fact, Napoleon, I like Maxwell House coffee without cream or sugar. That way you get the full flavor.
Oh, oui, and what a flavor.
Yes.
Très bon, très magnifique, très marvelous, très terrifique. Let's face it tastes like $1 million.
Let's go, Gracie. Napoleon is tired.
You know, Mr. Napoleon, you're an awful lot like Bill Goodwin.
Well, that is why Josephine loves me. And I love Josephine because she makes for me the fine, rich, mellow Maxwell House coffee. Good to the last drop.
The lot, Gracie. Let's go sell it quick. You
Okay,
see, if
well,
we
wait a
sell it
minute,
now, we won't...
Mr. Napoleon, for a spirit, you certainly know a lot about Maxwell House coffee.
Well, but of course. Maxwell House is out of the world, and so am I. The rich fragrance of the superb Maxwell House blend is so appetizing. The delightful aroma creeps up from the steaming cup.
Stop. It sounds so good, I gotta have some. We'll come out from behind the curtain and make me some delicious Maxwell House coffee.
Okay, Professor, I want some too.
Aha! I thought so. You three cooked this up to get my valuable lot away from me. Well, it won't work. I'm going to the lot right now and decide where to put the living room.
But, Gracie, this...
Shame on you for trying to trick me. I knew men were deceitful, but I'm surprised at you, George. Goodbye.
Professor, you gave it away.
Yeah, Professor, you lost your head.
Don't worry. If I lost it, I find it. I got eyes like a hawk.
Joe, I've just come from that lot you sold me, and I discovered something terrible about it. You've got to take it back.
Sorry, Gracie. A deal's a deal.
But look, Joe, look, I ruined my shoes. The lot's full of oil.
Sorry, Gracie. A deal's a... Oil?
Yes.
There's oil there?
Yes, the poor mosquitoes are all lying around dead. And if it'll kill those nice, healthy mosquitoes, think what it'll do to George.
Are you sure there's oil there?
Well, there wasn't this morning when I drove that stake in the ground, but when I went back just now, it was covered with it.
You drove a stake in the ground, and now there's oil?
Yes, and I can't have that in my yard. Even if it didn't kill George, he'd come in the house oiled every night.
Gracie, I'll take the lot back. I place honor above money. Here's your note. Give me back the deed.
Oh, you're good, Joe. Good. Oh, but I hate to think of you being stuck with that old swamp full of oil. What'll you do with it?
Oh, I'll try to sell it to some rich man who doesn't care about money. Somebody like Rockefeller.
Oh, good luck, Joe. You deserve it.
Bagley took the lot back and gave you your money? I don't believe it.
I told you he was a fine, decent man. The minute I said there was oil there, he took it back.
Oil? Oh, Judson put oil there and Bagley thought?
What are we laughing at?
Oh, he thinks he's got himself an oil field. Come in.
Howdy, little folks.
Hello, Mr. Judson.
Mr. Judson, old pal, I want to thank you again for that wonderful idea of spreading oil on my lot.
Well, you're welcome. I got the oil on my truck now. Come on, we'll go over to the lot and spread it.
You didn't. You haven't. There's really oil on.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra. And yours truly, Toby Reed.
We're a little late. Good night, everybody.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House Coffee. The George Burns and Gracie Allen show is written by Keith Fowler and Paul Hemming. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national...
With the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a smuggling racket. This is the customs office right here, Axford.
Golly, it's a big place, Lodi. What's all this courtyard for? They hold parades or something?
You lug, don't you know what a customs office is?
What are you trying to do? Make me out to be ignorant?
Now, with you, that's not necessary. I can see the proof right before my eyes.
I ain't been a detective for nothing, Lodi.
The police department would give you an argument on that.
The customs office is where, well, golly, it's where the customs inspectors hang out.
Surprise, you do know something.
And if that ain't the answer, Holy crow, you mean I hit it right?
For you, it's a bullseye. The customs office is where people coming into the country make their declarations.
Declarations of independence?
No, you sap. Declarations of the stuff they're bringing into the country. Now, look, see that guy with the cap ahead of us?
Yeah?
Standing next to the truck?
Is he a customs officer?
Yep.
The guy with him is giving him some kind of argument, huh?
It looks that way.
Something snakes, Lodi. Look at that trunk. It's fell off the truck and got all smashed open.
Say, maybe there is some news here.
Huh?
Jonathan gave me this as a routine assignment because things were dull. But who knows? Maybe that guy's important enough to give us a story for the Sentinel. Come on, let's go over there and listen in.
This is outrageous. I shall notify my government. I'm the vice consul for my country in this city. You have no right to inspect my luggage.
It was a mistake, Mr. Sneed.
You did it deliberately.
Even a blind man could see the diplomatic seals on my baggage.
You brought in 8 trunks. That's a lot even for a diplomat.
I shall report this occurrence.
There's no harm done. We'll send your stuff to your home.
No harm? What is this trunk here? You deliberately let it smash open.
Okay, I did. As a matter of fact, Mr. Sneed, I wanted to see what was in that trunk.
This is an outrage.
There's been plenty of smuggling going on. Look at the contents of this trunk.
What of it?
Nothing in it but lace handkerchiefs. Imported lace. What are you doing with a trunk full of imported lace handkerchiefs?
You have no right to ask questions.
Yeah, I know. Diplomatic immunity.
Those handkerchiefs are for the consulate. I may give some away as gifts.
If you ask me, you're smuggling them in.
For the last time, you have no right to question me. I will lodge a protest against this. It will be
Hey, this is pretty expensive lace, isn't it?
How dare you? Golly, look at all the decorations on it. Give me that.
Hey, take it easy.
For the last time, I've had enough of this prying. Who are these two?
Search me. We're reporters, mister. From the Daily Sentinel.
Reporters, sir. There is no story here. Go back to your paper. Golly, what's in here? This oaf.
Meaning me, Mr. Sneed?
You and no other. I am leaving. I'm going to the consulate, and I warn you. Unless these trunks are delivered at once, with none of the diplomatic seals tampered with, I shall see that you lose your job. Your government will pay damages for that broken trunk as well.
Holy cow, he's mad enough to chew nails.
Hey, what's all this talk about smuggling? Who is that guy? Name's Sneed. He's a foreign diplomat. If you ask me, the guy's using his diplomatic job as a cover for smuggling.
Huh? What are you going to do?
Me? I can't do a thing. You heard him yelling about his immunity.
Holy crow, you mean he's bringing in stuff without paying no duty?
Yeah, but just try and pin it on him. I'll be lucky if he doesn't get my badge for this. You guys might as well go peddle your papers. I'm in hot water enough already.
Well, that's what I call reporting, Lowry. I send you out to cover a customs house. And what happens?
Donegan,
I'm two-bit diplomat gets riled when a trunk busts. And you're told to go peddle your papers, and you go.
Sure, I went Donegan, because I had something better.
I see. You're too important for a little assignment like the customs house, eh? Wearing a balloon where your head ought to be, huh? Or is your work on the Daily Sentinel beginning to bore you, Lowry?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Donegan, give me a break. I tell you, I got something.
Yeah?
And maybe I can prove it right now.
Maybe. You better.
Casey. Hey, Casey.
Have you two finished your word battle?
Final round, Casey. Did you tell the boss we wanted to see him?
I don't see why Reed has to be
my inning, Gunnigan. Well?
He said he'd be right out. Oh, here he is now.
Yes, what's this about?
Okay, Lowry. Give.
Boss, I swiped a handkerchief this afternoon. I
Good
want you...
grief, Lowry. Swipe.
See? Now he's a kleptomaniac.
Okay, then borrowed. But Sneed doesn't know I have it.
Sneed?
At the customs house. He's some half-pint vice consul. When Axford and I got there, he was having a terrific argument with one of the customs officials.
A diplomat shouldn't have to argue with the customs.
That's what he said. There was a busted trunk, and I took this handkerchief from it.
Gosh, that's a beauty.
This guy Sneed had a dozen trunks, and the one I saw was jammed full of lace hankies.
So instead of a story, Lowry comes home with a lace hanky.
It's one of the loveliest I've ever seen. Well, what
Hey, Casey, you don't have to grab it out of my hand.
Lowry, are you sure you're not pulling a gag?
Huh?
Are you sure this hanky didn't come from Creevy's?
Creevy's? The department store?
They've made a feature of imported lace handkerchiefs like this at a swell price.
Miss Case, you're sure they're the same as this one?
Mr. Reed, that's one thing a woman knows. Materials.
And you got this at the customs house, Lowry?
Out of Sneed's trunk, boss.
What is this, a memory test?
It's more than that, Gunnigan.
Huh?
Lowry said he had a story, and I believe he has. Right, Lowry?
Check, boss. I have the same idea about this guy Sneed that the customs official had.
Customs official?
And he didn't mince any words either. He told this guy off, even though it may mean his job.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, I smell a mouse.
Not a mouse, Casey. What you smell is a smuggling racket.
What?
Lowry, you're suggesting Sneed is smuggling these in?
He had plenty, and Casey saw him in that store.
Well, maybe you are a reporter.
But, Mr. Reed, the department store may have gotten the hankies some other way. Some honest way.
Why not? This guy hasn't got a corner on lace hankies.
What about the price, Miss Case? Did Creevy's offer them at a low price?
Yes, Mr. Reed. It was much cheaper than anywhere else.
It's a natural, boss. Creevy's is a big firm. They sell plenty of these things. Who's going to trace them?
Yeah, that's true, Lowry. It would be difficult.
Sure.
Larry, you missed your calling. You're not a reporter. You're an amateur sleuth.
What reporter isn't, Gunnigan?
Gosh, Mr. Reed, if this is true, think of the thousands of people that are buying smuggled goods.
And the thousands this guy Sneed is picking up.
Reed, can't you turn any place without running into a racket of some kind?
I'm afraid not, Gunnigan.
Every place you look, somebody is raking in the chips.
I'm doing it by stacking the cards.
Smuggling in lace. What can be done about it?
Can't Sneed be arrested?
Without proof, Casey?
Even with proof, Miss Case. Remember, Sneed is a foreigner in this country under diplomatic immunity. All the police could do is make him leave the country.
I see.
People who purchase these handkerchiefs will be out of luck.
Why?
For possessing smuggled goods, Casey.
It'll be a mess all around, Miss Case.
One thing gets me, boss. How does Sneed deliver this goods to the department store? Who's he working with?
Gunnigan Lowry dug this up.
Can you keep him on it?
You think there's a story?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Where do I start? I got the police in on this. Give them the tip. Cover Sneed.
Like a temp, boss.
You find out who he's dealing with, there's something for the police.
And plenty for the Daily Sentinel.
Now, whatever you get, phone it in.
I'll have a rewrite man handy.
Sneed's going to have to move those goods fast, and the Sentinel wants to know how.
That evening, Britt Reed returned to his apartment and gave certain instructions to Cato, his valet and the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
You understand what I want, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt.
A chemical ink that'll be invisible for a certain period and then begin to show up. You can do that?
It's easy, Mr. Britt.
Laurie and Dax are with the police shadowing Sneed's home. Even if they have some idea about who's working with Sneed in this smuggling racket, they may be unable to get proof. And that puts it up to us.
You go out tonight?
Tonight, Cato, as the Green Hornet. Get down to the hiding place of the Black Beauty and start preparing the chemical. I'll join you as soon as I hear from Lowry. Hello?
Boss?
Yes, Lowry, what is it?
I called Dunnigan. He said you left word to ring your apartment.
Will the police have any news?
Sneed's throwing a party, boss. Axford and Moran and I have been checking the guests.
Come on, get to the point.
Moran spotted one of the guests. Looks like our hunch was right.
Don't tell me Sneed's trying to move that lace now.
No, not yet, boss. But one of the guests was from the department store.
Was it Creevy himself?
Not Creevy, boss. Creevy's daughter.
Creevy's daughter? Oh, looks like you may have a story, Lowry.
If we get anything else, I'll give it to Gunnigan tomorrow.
Yes, do that. Good night.
Night, boss.
Creevy's daughter, huh? Yeah, if anyone could get goods smuggled into the department store, she could. I think I'll go to that party myself.
Britt Reed went through a sliding panel in the rear of his clothes press, then along a narrow passageway hidden within the wall of the apartment house, which led directly to the supposedly abandoned building where Cato's laboratory stood, next to the sleek, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Are you almost through with the chemical, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Here, pour it in this container as soon as you add the reagent.
I'm adding it now, Mr. Britt.
Your knowledge of chemistry comes in handy, Cato. Here, I'll hold the funnel. Now cap this container and put it in your pocket. You have the Hornet mask and the gun?
In the car.
I'll drive the Black Beauty, Cato. We can't get too close to Sneed's place with the police watching. We'll leave the Black Beauty a little distance off and trust to the darkness to get in.
It's dangerous, Mr. Britt.
And Lowry called after you left the apartment. Sneed is having a party. One of the guests is Miss Creevy.
Creevy?
When she and Sneed start discussing the smuggled lace, there's going to be another guest present, Cato. An uninvited guest called the Green Hornet.
Miss Creevy.
Mr. Sneed. Oh, this is a lovely party.
I'm so glad that you enjoy it. Would you care to dance?
No, thanks. I'm rather tired. Can't we just, talk?
Surely, Miss Creevy. Here, through this door. Now we can talk privately.
You brought in the lace?
8 large trunks crammed full. There was almost some difficulty.
What?
The blundering customs inspector let the trunks fall off the truck.
Does anyone suspect?
One of the trunks burst open. There was a snooping reporter present at the time.
He saw the lace?
Oh, I guess nothing. He doesn't suspect. I sent him away hurriedly. But we must be extremely cautious how we transfer the lace to your department store.
There's no trouble about that. This particular department happens to be my job at the store. You have the lace here?
Below in the basement. When will you pick it up?
Tomorrow night, midnight. I'll have the truck.
As usual, eh?
Yes, the back entrance.
We must be extremely careful.
Haven't we always? We got away with it before. We can do it again.
Fine, then. Tomorrow midnight. Now, perhaps it is best for us to return to the main room and mingle with the...
What's that?
Excitement from outside. Here, this way. Through the French windows. I seen him, Moran. It was this way.
Hey, nothing wrong now, expert.
Who are these people?
He was running across the lawn.
Who are you? What do you want? Ain't you been seeing nobody around? What does this mean? I am having some people in. What is a disturbance?
Sorry, Mr. Sneed. Moran, police headquarters. There's been a prowler around your place.
A prowler?
Golly, lady, ain't doubting it.
You can have him, Moran.
He must have got away, Lowry.
You are that reporter. Why are you here?
Well,
Holy crow, I tell you why we're hanging around, Sneed. It's on the
never mind, expert.
But
I said never mind. It's nothing, Mr. Sneed. We're just covering police news for the paper, that's all.
You've been prying, snooping around.
Sneed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. You must forgive me. I'm a little disturbed.
So much excitement. Was it a robber?
I guess so, lady. You've got a lot of jewels in that crowd.
Thank you very much for frightening this prowler away, Sergeant. If he has gone.
Sure he has.
Suffering snakes, we seen him too fast for him to try nothing. Whoever the crook was, he ain't hanging around. Not with Michael Axford to nab him.
Have you any idea who it was?
All we seen was the shadow, lady. Might have been any one of 100 crooks.
Sure, it's
Holy mackerel.
Listen to that.
A strange buzzing. What is it?
There it goes, way down at the corner.
It's a car.
But it's going so fast. I never saw a car like that.
Well, take a good look while you can.
There's your prowler.
But who?
Who? Holy crow, who do you think? That's the car of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet at Sneed's party. Has Britt Reed's plan gotten underway? Before the next exciting scenes of our Green Hornet adventure, please permit us to pause briefly. Green Hornet fans, please stand by for an important announcement. Next Thursday night, November 30th, the Green Hornet is going to inaugurate a new feature on this program when he calls into session for the first time on the air the Law and Order Roundtable, your forum of discussion on vicious rackets, the clever men behind them who victimize you and your neighbors, and what he thinks you can do to remedy the situation. Be sure to be on hand when the gavel sounds next Thursday night on this program and calls to order the first meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable. It's a feature for you and for every high-minded citizen in this great country of ours, and the Green Hornet's counting on you to be present. Now to continue our story. As the huge, streamlined Black Beauty sped away from Sneed's home through dark alleys, Britt Reed spoke briefly to Cato.
The time will be tomorrow night at midnight, Cato.
I'll be ready, Mr. Britt.
Fortunately, Axford didn't get a close look at me. He spotted me there at the window, but the mask in the darkness gave me a chance to warn you.
Just in time, Mr. Britt.
You got into the basement.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to mark the lace handkerchiefs with a chemical?
I stumped in.
You used that rubber stamp we found on Sneed's desk, is that right?
Yes.
Good. Even though we were interrupted, there was still time enough to mark plenty of the lace. You went through each trunk.
That's right.
And the stage is set, Cato. I'll be at the Daily Sentinel tomorrow during the day to keep checking what the police know. Tomorrow night, we'll see if we can trap these smugglers without trapping the Green Hornet.
Hey, Casey. Oh, golly, Casey, where's I to read?
Put the brakes on, expert. You'll go through the wall.
Casey, did anyone ever tell you about what a great detective I am?
You did, but I still don't believe it.
You will when you hear what I dug up.
The only thing you ever dug up was a garden.
It's news, Casey.
Go ahead. Convince me.
Suffering snakes, you don't take me serious. So help me, Hosanna. It's real news. News with a capital G.
Capital G? You big lug. News isn't spelled with a G.
Who said so?
Mr. Webster. That's his dictionary right there.
Never mind that. This here news does start with a G.
G for what?
G for Green Hornet, that's what. But it's exciting.
Not anymore.
But, Casey, didn't you hear me? The Green Hornet.
Axford, what time is it now?
Huh?
It's 4:00 in the afternoon.
Golly, what's that got to do with it?
Anyone else would have been calmed down by now.
What are you talking about?
The same thing you are.
I'm talking about the Green Hornet.
Just it. You've been talking about him ever since last night when you spotted his car at Sneed's place. Axford, don't you realize that's old stuff by now?
Holy crow, Casey, I ain't talking about last night.
I can't figure out why you keep up. What?
It ain't about last night.
The Hornet's popped up again?
Sure he has. A telephone call to public headquarters. That's what I want to see read about.
Well, that's different.
Yes?
Axford's here, Mr. Reed.
Axford?
With a mouthful of news about the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Late development?
He's champing at the bit with it. Does he go in?
Yes, send him right in, Miss Case. Now.
Okay, Axford, that's your signal. But not too fast. Mr. Reed has company.
Company?
Lowry and Gunnigan are in there.
Ah, them two.
Go up, Axford.
What do you mean?
You're going through that door. Open it first. It's easier.
You and your guys. Hey, Reed.
What's this about the Hornet, Axford?
It better be good.
You're interrupting something.
I came right over from headquarters.
What's the scoop?
Reed, the Hornet's going to be over to Sneed's.
Well, I thought that was last night, Axford.
Summer snakes, I just finished going through that once with Casey. He's going to be there again.
Holy mackerel, boss. What's he after?
Well, there's the smuggling business.
Don't tell me the Hornet's interested in that.
Why not?
Reed, you seem mighty sure of yourself.
Do I?
From what Lowry said, they're smuggling with a team of two, Sneed and Miss Creevy. Now you're ringing in the Hornet.
Well, he was there last night, Gunnigan.
Sure, we seen him.
So it seems logical to suppose he's concerned in some way with this racket.
Yeah, that's true.
Who took this phone call, Axford?
Over at headquarters, Reed. Moran took it. But he couldn't find out who was giving the tip-off.
Do we stand another watch, boss?
You do, Lowry.
The Sentinel can use a good story. Help circulation. Golly, Reed, why don't you come along? It's going to be a lot of excitement.
Yes, perhaps I will, Axford. Perhaps I will.
I'm telling you, I've been in training. If I get near that Green Hornet, I'll... You'll do nothing. You guys remember one thing. You're newspaper men. Your business is getting the news. Leave the Green Hornet to the police. You get the story into the Daily Sentinel. What are you doing here, Casey? 8 o'clock. You closed up your typewriter long ago.
Didn't you know, Gunnigan? I wanted to go along with Axford and Lowry.
Oh, I get it. You couldn't be right on the scene, so
I'm staying here at the Sentinel to learn the news when they phone you.
Well, maybe a long wait, Casey.
I don't mind. I have my knitting.
Okay. We'll hold down the lobster shift together. Holy crow, Miranda. The clock hit 9 already. Ain't we going out to nab the Hornet?
According to that phone call, we got 3 hours yet. You ought to provide softer benches for the working press. But this bench is hardwood.
Do you think Reed is going to be there tonight, Lowry?
I don't know, Axford. He said maybe. Your guess is as good as mine. All I hope is that the Hornet is there.
What do you say, Creevy? 10 o'clock?
It's too early. I'll give the order.
Joe's downstairs with a truck. Wait.
Can he wait? We leave for Sneed's when I say so, not before.
Mr. Brett, 11 o'clock.
Yes, time for us to start moving, Cato. You understand what you're to do?
Yes, sir.
We'll use both cars tonight. You'll drive the Black Beauty. I'll take the small sedan. If I'm going to come in at the finish, I can't have Lowry and Axford wondering how I got there.
I understand.
I'll meet you at the entrance to the alley 2 blocks south of Sneed's place. Keep the Hornet mask and the gun and the Black Beauty with you so I can pick them up.
I have them.
The gun is loaded?
Yes.
That's all, Cato. Get going. Take the Black Beauty out of here. I'll meet you in a few minutes.
Okay, here's the squad car. Pile in.
Come on, Axford. Move those dogs.
We're going to Sneed's place now?
Sure. I should have the police force. Step.
That you, Butch?
I'll set Joe.
3 of us can sit up in front here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We're going to pick up them laces, huh?
Get this bus rolling. Sneed's expecting us.
This is far enough, Cato.
Where are we, Mr. Brett?
In the alley behind Sneed's house. It's almost midnight. As soon as that truck pulls in here, we have to get busy.
Mr. Brett.
Yes, I hear it, Cato. A truck. That must be the one we're waiting for.
Listen now.
Give me the Hornet mask. Put yours on.
Yes, sir.
And the gun.
Here.
Remember, as soon as we're through here, we race for the Black Beauty fast. I need you the mask and gun, get in the small sedan, and come back here. And make sure the Black Beauty gets away with you in it.
I understand.
Get back out of sight. The truck has no headlights on, but it's going to pass right by us. Act.
All clear.
Where's Sneed? He knows we're due.
Who's that? Is that you, Creevy?
You fool, turn out that basement light. It's glaring right at us.
So what difference? No one suspects that you were here for the smuggled goods, no? Come on, cut the talk and let's get going.
Yeah, you amateur crooks give me a pain.
If you're talking about me,
Shut up. This ain't no time for argument. Butch and me'll get the stuff out. You stay at the wheel.
I stay at the wheel.
Yeah, them trunks is heavy. I will open the back of the truck.
Yes.
Better take this.
A gun.
In case there's some trouble. Very well. But there will be no trouble. I shall watch from a little further down the alley.
Come on, we gotta grab them trunks and load them in.
As the two men worked fast, making a trip for each trunk, Britt, Reed, and Cato moved closer to Sneed, sticking to the shadows.
There. One more. Okay, Sneed. We'll be out of here in a minute.
I will watch. Those fools. What reason is there to keep a lookout? There is no one here.
I'll take that gun.
Who are you?
A gun.
That mask. I've seen pictures of it. The Green Hornet.
You're going in that truck, Sneed.
No, what for?
Now, before your thugs return with that last trunk.
You cannot do this.
I felt...
You shoot. Gas. I cannot breathe. They are coming.
Quick, give me a hand. Into the truck with him. Way back where it can't be seen. No, Cato. Hurry, time for us to get out of here.
Okay, heave it in. Slam the doors. All through, Sneed. That's the works.
Hey, where is Sneed?
I don't know.
Yeah, he maybe don't like the dark.
He's got my get. I'll go in and hurry him
No
up.
time. Come on, we got to get this stuff rolling around the front. All set, Miss Creevy. We can get moving.
Where's Sneed?
Come on. We ain't got no time for saying goodbye. We got the goods. Let's deliver it to your store.
But he
He
always...
didn't this time. This stuff's hot. Come on.
Yeah, step on it. It's 12 o'clock.
As soon as we get out of this alley, you better snap on the light so nobody won't suspect nothing.
As the huge truck rumbled out from the alley, the squad car carrying Moran with Larry and Axford approached from the main street.
No sign of the Hornet yet.
Harley, you think it was a false alarm, Moran?
Hey, what's that truck doing come out of that alley?
Whoever it is, Moran, it can't be the Hornet. He uses something a little faster than that.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you going to look into that truck, Moran?
What for?
What for? Holy mackerel, you dumb flatfoot. Don't forget what started this whole business.
Huh?
You're after smugglers as well as the Hornet. That alley is right behind Sneed's place.
Sneed? Hey, you're right.
Holy crow, step on it. They're going around the corner.
We'll get them.
Hey, pull over there.
Get to the curb.
Crowd them in.
They won't stop.
Swing your wheel and smash into their fingers.
Hold on. Here we go. Come on. All right.
What are you doing?
What's the idea, smashing into...
That's far enough. Don't none of you move.
What's this? Hey, it's a squad car.
We've done nothing wrong.
It's Creevy, huh?
That's my name. What of it?
What have you got in this truck?
It ain't nothing.
I'll tell you, it's late.
Holy crow, you're admitting it. You're admitting you smuggled the stuff in with Sneed.
I know, Mr. Sneed, but I have nothing to do with smuggling. This charge is ridiculous. These lace goods are for the department store.
I'll say this for you, sister. You're a pretty smooth customer.
Go ahead, search the truck. You can't prove anything.
I think that's a fine idea, Sergeant. Why not do that?
Possess mud. Reed, good gravy. Where did you come from?
Why, sedan, Axford. Parked right behind you. I saw the crash and came over.
Okay, you. Open up this truck. Hold the flashlight on it, Axford.
That's a gun the sergeant's holding. You'd be smarter to do as you're told.
Okay.
Those trunks are full of lace, but if you think you can pin anything on us, you're badly mistaken.
Help. Let me out. Sneed.
Well, this looks like quite a party.
I was gassed the Hornet. Did you get the lace?
Shut up, you fool. These are police.
Police?
Yes, Sneed. Too bad your eyes were blinded by that flashlight.
I am innocent. I have nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with what?
You can't make any of us talk by these third-degree methods. I tell you, those laces are mine by right, and you can't prove they've been smuggled in.
Hey, Reed, here's one of the handkerchiefs from the trunk. It sure looks like the ones we seen in Sneed's possession the other day.
What of it?
Let me see that, Axford. I'd like to... Well, Sergeant Moran, take a look at this.
Oh?
Holy mackerel. It's got Sneed's name written right across the corner.
Oh.
My name?
Yes, right here.
But that's impossible. When I brought these handkerchiefs in, there were no names on them at all. And yet, that is my signature from my rubber stamp.
You fool.
Let me at that rat. No, you don't.
You've ruined everything.
Take it easy, Miss Creevy. It would have made no difference if Sneed hadn't talked.
I know better than that.
You'd have been sunk plenty. These signatures were all the proof any court would need.
Yes, the signatures. I do not understand.
Holy crow, Reed.
What is it?
Would you take a sniff at this handkerchief?
Whoever did it must have used invisible ink for those signatures.
Invisible ink?
Yes, you can tell by the characteristic odor. This was done with a chemical that doesn't begin to show up until 24 hours after it's applied.
Well, what do you know?
Invisible ink.
Golly, who was it? Come on, Sneed, spin it.
There is only one answer for that. It was the man who gassed me, the man who ruined our plans, the Green Hornet.
Fibber! Police march Green Hornet still at large! Central Extreme Paper!
You have just heard the adventurer, the smuggler, signs his name. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ, Detroit, and are sent to you each Thursday and Saturday at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The events and characters in tonight's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The early settlers in the western United States faced many dangers and hardships. Blazing heat and bitter cold, drought, floods, hostile Indians, and worst of all, the outlaws who defied the local sheriffs and terrorized whole districts. It was the masked rider of the plains who drove them from the new territory. Daring and courageous, no matter what the odds against him, he brought law and order to a lawless frontier and finally made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Cherokee Ridge! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A desperate battle was being fought at the Merrick Ranch. Just at dusk, a band of outlaws had surrounded the house, and inside, Mart Merrick, his wife and son, and 2 cowhands had prepared to sell their lives dearly. For hours the fight went on. The 3 men and the boy crouched at windows, firing, loading, firing again until the barrels of their rifles were red hot. Still, the circle of the dark figures continued to close in.
Ada, more bullets, quick.
Coming, Bart. Here, take these.
Thanks.
Won't they stop when it gets dark?
Honey, I don't know. Almost night now, but they ain't slacked up any.
But, Bart, what's it mean? Who are these men? Who sent them?
Who they are, I couldn't say. Hired killers, I reckon. But who sent them and why, I guess you savvy just as well as I do. Stand aside, Ada. There's one of them skunks trying to sneak past the corrals. I got a bead on him. Got him. See him crawling back out of the way there? There's one that's give us all the trouble he's gonna for a while.
Oh, Bart, it's terrible.
Ada, and it's war. If you don't shoot the other fellow, why, he shoots you.
I wish Klein was dead.
You don't wish it any more than I do. No, nor a lot of other folks.
How can they let him live when he does such things?
Can't never prove anything on him. He ain't out there, you can bet on that. Watch out. There. Nope. When there's dirty work to be done, he can always find plenty of gun hands that'll do it for him for cash. He keeps clear. But one of these days...
Yes?
Well, one of these days, maybe there'll be a lynching party in that hombre's honor. Proof or no proof. Depends on how much folks will stand for. And if I still live through this, I'll be there.
You mean that maybe you...
That maybe I won't live through it? Well, honey, I'll tell you. This ain't no time for trying to fool anybody. Figure it out for yourself. There's anyhow 20 fellas out there. Even counting you, there's just 5 of us. Anyway you add that up, the sum ain't comforting.
Oh, but I don't want anything.
Ada, it's Tony. Go see how bad hurt he is.
Yes.
The murdering killers. There! Take that, you sneaking coyote. That's for hitting Tony.
Pa.
Huh? Hey, young'un, get your head down.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? What's the matter? Something happened where you was?
No, Pa, listen.
Huh?
They've quit firing from out back for a while, and it's getting dark as anything.
All right. All the more reason for staying on the job. They might sneak up from that way.
No, please, listen. It's our chance. Look, Pa, I could drop out the back window and maybe get away.
Now, Jimmy, you know you...
Please, Pa, you just got to listen. I know just how I could do it. Honest, I do. I could call to the well, then make it from there to the trees by the smokehouse.
You know you
I could, Pa, I could. After that, there'd be nothing to it. They got their horses way back out of range. I could steal one and be away before they knew it. Then I could bring back help. You have to have help, Pa. Please say I can. Please.
Ada.
Yes, Pa.
How's Tony?
He'll live, but...
But he's out of the fighting?
Oh, yes.
You see, Pa? Now there's just 3 of us to handle the guns. If help ain't brought, they could rush us any time.
What if you...
Honey, the young'un wants me to say he can sneak out for help. What do you think?
Oh, Jimmy. No, you can't.
Ma, I can, too. Gee, I'm no kid no more. I bet I could do it like nothing.
Oh, but
Ada, wait.
But you're not
Honey,
going to
let's
allow...
figure this out. When he first mentioned it to me, I felt just like you do.
But he's just...
But I think maybe the young'un's got something. We're sure to get it if we stay here and fight on like we have been doing. But if Jimmy can get through and bring help, we'll have a chance, and
I'll
he'll
get
be
through,
out of
Pa.
gun range. All right,
Don't you
get
worry.
through.
Just give me the chance.
Well, if you don't, son, I ain't so sure you'll be any worse off than if you'd stayed behind. Yep, I reckon you can go.
Gee.
Oh, Jimmy, my boy. You mustn't.
Oh, Mama,
no.
I'll be all right.
If you're going, you better hurry, son. And don't say goodbye. That'd be bad luck.
Oh, no.
Clem, keep firing as fast as you can. We'll give the kid a chance even if we have to be drilled for it.
That same evening in Cherokee Ridge, the closest town to the Merrick Ranch, a lone masked man faced a tensely silent crowd in the cafe. One man was nursing a numbed hand while his gun, smashed by a bullet, lay at his feet. Another cowered against the bar as the masked man called to him.
Bat Klein.
Yes, stranger?
Come here.
Don't shoot. Don't.
Come here.
What do you want with me, huh? What do you want?
See that gun on the floor there?
Uh-huh.
That fella tried to draw on me. You saw what happened. Keep it in mind. You try that same thing, and maybe I won't aim for your gun. You understand me?
I wasn't going to draw. Honest, I wasn't.
See that you don't.
I just...
And keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
I came here to tell you not to listen. Just a word of warning to the rest of you. You'll not be harmed as long as you don't attempt to interfere. I'm on your side. But I don't suppose that matters. I happen to know that Klein has you so frightened, you're afraid to call your souls your own. I don't expect help from you. Just don't try to help Klein. All right, Klein. Now for you.
Who are you?
That's something you'll never find out. On the other hand, I know not only who you are, but what you are. You're a coward, a schemer, and a crook. You're a bully who hires his dirty work done for him.
Now, wait,
You had a ranch in Mexico until your neighbors there decided they'd stand for you no longer.
I never had a ranch.
You and your gang had waited another day to start for the border. You'd have been decorating ropes. But you were lucky. You saved your hides and got your cattle into the States. Then you came here.
Listen, fellas. Everything this hombre's telling you is lies. I never was in Mexico. Nobody ever chased me out of nowhere.
Oh, I'm lying, am I?
Oh, don't let me go. I didn't mean it. Wait, sure I was in Mexico. Sure, now let me go.
Very well. But be more careful what you say after this. You came here because you knew this district contained only small ranches, too weak and too disorganized to oppose you. You murdered one sheriff. You've never allowed these people to elect another. That's what?
Nothing.
Almost forgot yourself, didn't you? Were you going to claim that was a lie also?
I never killed nobody.
I heard that story, too. One of your men drilled the sheriff. Then, in order to make it appear he hadn't been acting on your instructions, you shot down that man in cold blood. You not only ordered the sheriff's murder, but double-crossed the man who obeyed that order.
How could I say anything with you aiming that gun at me?
I don't think these men will try anything now. I think they're too interested in what I'm saying. All right, Klein. I'll put my gun away. Now, what have you to say?
That in a fair fight, I could bust you right open.
Come and try it.
You won't draw again?
Not unless there's treachery.
And take this.
Missed.
You try again. I'll fix you this time.
There. You asked for it. Here's another. You there. Get your hand from that gun. That's better. Klein, get up on your feet.
I've had enough.
Get up, I said. Up with you.
That hurt.
Good enough.
Let go. I said I had enough. Don't hit me again, please don't.
I'm not.
Then let's
go.
I'm
declaring war, Klein. I'm bringing justice to this territory. I'm giving you a week to get out. 1 week. You'll dismiss your men. You'll leave your cattle behind. Most of them were stolen. You'll take just enough money to travel on. You'll never attempt to come back.
You can't do that to me.
Stay beyond the week and find out.
I tell you, I'm
Tonto.
You come quick. There's heap trouble.
Trouble?
There's gunfight at ranch.
Tonto, what ranch?
Merrick place.
It's being attacked?
Me ride fast. Warn you.
Klein, is this your work? Did you order an attack on Bart Merrick?
No, I never. I don't know anything about it.
You threatened him just last week. He was trying to organize the small ranchers against you. You told him to stop or take the consequences.
No.
He didn't stop.
I tell you,
and this is the result.
You can't prove it. You can't prove a thing.
Quiet. Did you men hear what Tonto said?
Yeah, we heard what he said.
Well, how many of you are willing to ride to give Bart aid? No one? Isn't there a man here with the courage to fight openly against Klein? I see there isn't. I'm not sure I blame you. I know what you suffered when you've tried opposing him before. But men, listen to me. Get in this fight or stay out. It doesn't matter. Klein's through, and I'll finish him. Come, Kimasabi. We ride.
Urging Silver and Scout to their greatest speed, the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced out of town and northward toward the Merrick spread. It was a long ride. They had started late, and when they finally reached their goal, the gray dawn was breaking. The battle was over.
Hold this. Tonto, look there. This place must have been raked with bullets. And there's where someone was wounded. And we'll have a look inside.
You look.
What?
There, a woman.
I didn't see you.
I heard you ride up. I heard what you called your horse.
Oh, I'm here to
You called him Silver. You're the Lone Ranger.
Yes. What's happened here? Where are the others?
Klein's men attacked.
You recognize them? You can swear they were his men?
No, but they must have been.
Which way did they go? Where'd they...
Wait.
Yes?
It's all right. I know you must have come to help us, and I'm grateful. But now your help isn't needed.
No?
My son escaped from the house and sent help. United States Marshal Logan and a posse.
You said Logan?
Yes, they got here just an hour ago. They drove off Klein's men and then left for town with my husband. The marshal wanted him to make out a statement.
Mrs. Merrick.
Yes?
I could keep quiet about it, but I think it's best that I don't.
What do you mean?
The name of the United States Marshal for this district is not Logan, but Keller. And at this moment, he's at least 200 miles away.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto remained at the Merrick ranch house only a few minutes. Then they took to the saddle again. But in order to follow the trail of the outlaws, they were forced to ride very slowly.
The ground here doesn't show their sign very plainly, Tonto.
All right.
Good, but watch it closely. If we lose their trail and have to hunt it again, we'll be wasting valuable time.
You think Bart in danger?
I know he is.
That's plenty bad.
It's clear enough what must have happened, Kemosabe. When the boy tried to get away from the house, he must have been seen and captured and made to tell his errand.
That's right.
Which played right into that gang's hands. The fact they never attempted to rush the house showed they weren't anxious to take unnecessary risks.
Them afraid.
They thought too much of their skins. Anyhow, Jimmy's capture gave them their opportunity. They must simply have waited through the night until enough time had elapsed to make it logical for Jimmy to have been able to reach and send back help if he'd gotten away. Then they chose men to pose as a posse. They chose men they knew wouldn't be recognized by the Merricks.
Not heap smart.
Too clever for Bart's safety, I'm afraid. They staged a fake battle and let it appear the so-called posse had driven them away. The Merricks, of course, would never question the intentions of men who seemed to be friends. Mrs. Merrick says the one man showed a marshal's badge. It must have been stolen.
That's right.
So now both Jimmy and his father are their captives.
What you think him do?
Klein? He can't permit them to live, Tonto. For two good reasons. By now, Bart and the boy must know for certain that Klein was behind this. Enough so, I mean, to testify against him.
Him never let him do that.
No. But his second reason is just as important.
What that?
Bart tried to make him trouble. He warned Bart what would happen if he kept on. Bart did keep on. Now Klein has to keep his threat. If he doesn't, the other small ranchers of the district will lose their fear of him. They'll see that Klein can't always punish when he promises he will. Oh, wait, Kemosabe. Look here.
What matter?
A stroke of luck, Tonto. They're heading up that valley. See how that trail goes? In the valley, they can't turn off.
That's right.
So there's no need for us to ride this slowly. Come, here's our chance to gain on them.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, old fellow. Hurry, old fellow. Hurry, boy.
The men who had taken Bart Merrick and his son prisoner headed for the rugged country south of Cherokee Ridge. Finally, they drew rein inside a narrow, well-hidden canyon. Pat Klein was already there, waiting for them.
So you finally got here.
We...
Took you long enough.
Wait a minute.
You said
I said wait a minute. We hired out to do a job, and we done it. Here's the fella you said you wanted, and there's this kid. Now, what more do you want? We took a little longer for it than we figured, whether it's our business. Yeah, you get down.
Take your dirty hands off.
Shut up. You climb down, too, kid. You ain't tied.
You leave my paw alone.
And if you don't want to get hurt, you keep shut. Well, yours, Klein. What do you want done with him?
Just leave him to me.
Sure. Oh, so that's it, huh?
What's so funny?
That eye of yours. Standing the way you was, I never noticed it before. That's why you're not feeling so good, huh? Who hit you?
None of your business.
I know.
Quit that fool snickering. Ain't funny. Get back on your horse and ride back down the trail a ways. Somebody's got to keep guard. You want us to be found here?
Who'd be looking for us?
A masked man and a redskin, that's who.
Huh?
You heard me.
A masked man and
Get back and keep watch. I have to tell you a million times over.
All right. Don't get so head up. I'm to keep watch for a masked man and a redskin, huh? Klein, you know what I think.
I don't know that you do. If you do, I don't care.
I think it was one of them two that gave you that shiner. Get up, boy, get up.
He's smart, eh? Well, Bud, so you're the gent figured he was going to get folks around here to join up to run me out, eh?
That's what I planned, Klein.
Yeah? Well, it looks as if maybe those plans will just have to be put off for a spell.
I think I savvy.
Glad you do. It'll save me explaining. Why, you fool. Did you think I'd let anybody like you stand in my way? Bud, I smash your kind before you get started.
You can smash me.
I'm gonna.
But, Klein, there's plenty others just like me. When I'm gone, there'll be somebody else to fight you. Do you think you can keep on killing and robbing and bullying folks forever?
Threatening, eh?
No, not threatening. Just telling you what's bound to happen. It may be soon or it may be late. But there's no room for your kind in the West. And I hope for the good of everybody you learn that soon.
All right. Now, I'll tell you something.
Yeah?
I'll boss this part of the country till the day I die. But if I don't, if somebody does get me, you won't be alive to know it.
Murder again, huh?
Call it anything you want.
That's what it is.
Maybe. But here's something to think about before I give these boys their orders to finish you off.
Huh?
When you go, your kid goes with you.
Why, you rotten...
Klein!
Hey! Well, I told you to stay outside there and keep watch.
They're coming.
Who's coming?
Whoa there, whoa. That masked man, the Indian you told about. He must have picked up our trail. I hardly got outside when I seen him.
How far away are they?
Yeah, they ought to get here 10 to 15 minutes. I just caught sight of them way off there in the valley.
See to your guns.
Yeah, all right.
There's cover just outside. Get out there. And when they ride up, blast them out of their saddles.
All right,
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode toward the hideout where Bat had met his hired gunman, unaware that they were heading for an ambush. But when they were still some distance from the canyon, the masked man suddenly raised his hand in a signal to halt.
Pull up, Tonto. Hold there, Silver. Oh, boy.
Oh. Why, stop.
Come here. Step over here. Now take a look at that.
Oh, horseman, here.
And recently. So recently, Tonto, that these blades of grass are still bent over. They haven't had time to spring up again.
Oh.
Tonto, no one would be here unless he was a member of that gang.
That's right.
This country's almost deserted through here. If someone was at this place as recently as these signs indicate...
What you think?
Look back the way we came.
Uh-huh.
We rode through that valley. From here, most of the valley's in plain sight.
You mean fellers see us?
Right.
And what we do?
I don't like this, Tonto. If he saw us, he rode away to give warning.
Huh.
If he was stationed here, they can't be far away.
That's right.
I've got an idea they're waiting for us right now. One moment.
What matter?
I think I have an idea, Tonto.
What that?
I just thought of something we passed back the trail a ways.
Uh-huh.
Come, we're going back there. They're waiting for us, and we want to meet them. But we'll keep that appointment in our own way. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Come on.
Concealed in the underbrush outside the canyon, the outlaws waited for almost an hour. Bat grew impatient.
Hey, come here. Yeah? Been here just about an hour. You said they weren't more than 10 or 15 minutes away. What's happened to them anyhow?
Gosh, Klein, I don't know.
You sure you seen them?
Doggone right I did, plain as day. Couldn't have made any mistake.
And are you sure they didn't see you?
Well, how could they?
That's what I'm asking.
There's was where I was, Klein. You can't see the place, but it's around that bend there. Now, how could they have seen me from the valley?
And if you know it was them and that's all the farther away they was, why don't they show up?
There's only one answer to that I can think of.
Yeah?
They couldn't have had any notion they was seen. Yeah, but they weren't so awful far behind us. Maybe they noticed they was getting mighty close on our trail. Now, if I was them in a case like that, I'd move mighty slow till I knew just what lay ahead of me.
Yeah.
Maybe they got off their horses and coming afoot.
Maybe.
Yeah, but if you don't believe us seeing them, what's the use of waiting here? Let's get on back to where Judd's got them prisoners.
Yeah, we'll wait a while longer.
You're the boss.
We can't take chances. Won't hurt us any. We'll give them another 30 minutes or so. Yeah, and here's something you can do. Look at them steers drifting this way.
Yeah, I've noticed them before.
We'll move them on. Those hombres show up, they'll be coming from that direction. We don't want nothing in the way to stop our bullets.
Well, I'll have to show myself.
Go on. Don't have to be noisy about it. Just get them head around.
All right.
All right, fellow, get them. Say, well, they tricked us. They was hiding right among them steers. Shoot them. Shoot them down. Take it.
Oh, my hands. Oh.
Reach, Klein, or get drilled. I'm reaching. And tell your men to drop their guns. Drop them, fellas. Drop them or you'll kill me. Tonto, I'll watch these fellas while you get Bart and Jimmy. Wait. While you're there, Tonto.
What do?
Gather every rope on their saddles. We'll teach these fellas a lesson they'll never forget.
It was late in the afternoon when the citizens of Cherokee Ridge were startled with the sight of a small herd of stampeding cattle. They raced into town from the north and plunged wildly down the town's main street. Behind the steers, their guns blazing, the townspeople could make out an Indian and a masked man, both mounted on powerful stallions. But ahead of the band came two other mounted figures, Bart Merrick and his son Jimmy. Bart called to the onlookers as they crowded into the street to watch.
Hi, folks, hi. Look what we're bringing you.
We're bringing a parcel of grub.
Whoa there. Whoa, boy, whoa. Bart, you local? What's going on here? Where'd them steers come from? Who's that masked man? Steady, boy, steady. Clem, that masked man's the Lone Ranger. What? That was the Lone Ranger in the cafe last night. Sure was. Now run your eyes over them steers coming this way. Hey, there's fellas tied to their backs. One of them's Clyde.
There's a fellow tied to every steer in the bunch.
Yippee! Ride 'em, cowboys! There you are, folks. If you want this county cleaned up, just take a hand. Ain't a one of 'em armed, and none of 'em's feeling so good after the ride they had. Go ahead, help yourself. Come on, folks. What's there to be afeard of now? Come on. They've had a ride of them steers. Now we give them a ride on the rail. Jimmy, just look at them polecats, especially Klein there. Tied to the backs of a bunch of low-coat steers. You ever see anything half so funny?
Why, it serves them right. It's just what they had a coming.
That wasn't the only reason the masked man done it, young'un. Huh? That masked hombre's smart. He knows guns won't always lick crooks, and the law won't always either.
Why?
But just get folks to laughing at him, and that's their finish every time.
just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
And now, Dick Tracy.
This is Dick Tracy. Stand by for action. Let's go, man.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order. Boys and girls, aside from the actual trees destroyed in forest fires, can you think of what else is destroyed? Well, fires destroy the life-giving qualities in the soil besides killing the seeds that would ordinarily grow into more trees. They kill the wildlife that's part of every forest, the birds, animals like deer, squirrels, rabbits, chipmunks, and many, many others. Think of this. If there were nothing but forests in the states of Connecticut, Delaware, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Vermont, and all those forests were destroyed, there wouldn't be as much as was destroyed by fire in just the year 1943. No country, not even the United States, can afford to lose that much lumber. And 70% of the fires were caused by human carelessness. Now, here's what you can do to help prevent fires when you're out in the woods. After using a match, blow it out, break it in two, pinch the burnt end until you're sure it's dead. You can be certain the match will be harmless because you won't care to pinch a burnt end while it's still hot. And make sure you put out any fire you might build before you leave it. In this way, you'll do your part in conserving our forests. And now, Dick Tracy.
I walked out onto the center of the stage and called to the stage manager.
Vitamin.
I said to him, "Me good man, I know the line. What is the name of the play we are doing?"
Vitamin.
Yes, my love?
Tracy is asleep, dear.
Asleep? Gad, do you mean to say that I've been telling that story to myself all this time?
You didn't seem to mind, darling.
Oh, yes, I didn't, did I? What? Tracy, old man, wake up. Wake up. What's up?
You, Tracy. You've been asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. What time is it? 2:30, old man. Oh, good heavens. I've got an early conference with the fire commissioner in the morning. I've got to run. May I have my coat and hat, Vitamin? Of course, old man. I'll get it for you. Oh, well, I had a nice time at your party, Snowflake.
Oh, even if you did fall asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Snowflake. But that series of fires we've been having in the city lately has kept me going day and night. You see, we suspect there are more than accidents. Here's your hat and coat, old fella. Oh, thanks, Vitamin. Well, you're a wonderful cook, Snowflake.
Oh.
Well, thanks again for asking me over to dinner. Good night. Oh, the telephone. Pardon me. This is the Flintheart apartment. Flintheart speaking.
Hi, Flint. Let me speak to Tracy, will you?
Why, Gravel Gertie.
Who'd you think it was, Greer Garson? Let me speak with Tracy. They told me he was at your flat.
Well, yes, he is Gertie. Hold on, I'll get him. It's for you, old man. Gravel Gertie. Here. Oh, thanks, Vitamin. Hello, Gertie.
Look, Tracy, I've been trying to call you ever since the big fire started
Big
today.
fire? Where?
Over here on River Street, 101. Where all those warehouses is.
Well, how long has it been burning?
About a half hour, Tracy. It looks pretty bad. I got an idea everything ain't strictly on the up and up, see? You see, I'm worried that my junkyard will burn up and
Well, don't tell me about it over the phone. I'll be right over. Yes, I know there have been a great many fires down in the warehouse district, old man. But what makes you suspect foul play? Fires like that don't just happen, Vitamin. There's some reason behind all this. Did you hear that, Tracy? You must be getting close. Look at the sky up ahead, Vitamin. Gad, hadn't noticed. The fire mix is as bright as midday. Vitamin, 6 people have died since those fires started. I'd like to get my hands on the one who's causing them. Oh, I see, old man. Isn't that a woman standing in the middle of the street just ahead up there? Oh, yes. It's Gravel Gertie. Stop the car, Vitamin.
Gertie! Rattle, Gertie!
Is that you, Tracy? I've been waiting here for you.
Oh, what is it, Gertie?
I think I got an idea about why them fires are being started, Tracy.
You have?
Yeah. You see that shack? Well, that's mine. And you see that yard piled high with scraps and junk? Well, that's also mine. Just read that there sign up there, will you?
Gravel Gertie, dealer in junk and factory scraps. I buy and sell anything. You're in business?
Yeah, Tracy. And I'm doing okay, see?
Factory scraps and junk.
What's the matter with it, Flinthead?
Nothing at all, me dear woman.
Then shut up. And stop making with the raised eyebrow department.
Well, what did you want to tell me, Gertie? I want to get over the fire.
Well, some guy wants to get this here place away from me.
I can't understand why.
Look, Flint Brain, I told you before to shut up. Now you're going to do it, or will I have to give you a hit in the head?
Sorry. Well, come on, Gertie. Tell us the story.
Well, this here guy comes around about a month ago, and he asked me if I want to sell my lease. He wants to buy up the property around here, see?
Go on.
I tell him I ain't interested. And then he gets sore.
Yes?
First he offers more money. Then he starts making with the threats.
Well, what did he say? Like what?
Like he was going to have this here piece of property or else. That he needed it. Also, he says he needs some other property along the river here where the warehouses is, and he's going to get hold of that, too. That he had ways to get it.
I see. What's his name?
Oh, wait now. Got his card here. Yeah, I got it in my pocket. Now, let me see. Oh, yeah, here it is.
J.P. Doom, real estate, 209 River Street. Why, that's only a block or two from here. J.P. Doom. I know that name.
I don't quite follow all this, old man. Do you suspect this Doom person of setting the fire?
I don't know yet, Vitamin. There's that possibility. He's a shady character, mixed up in politics.
What could he hope to gain by getting this property, old sleuth?
Boy, Flint, top of you, then. Look, there's been so many fires around this here neighborhood, you can't get insurance no more. Property owners is getting scared, so they sell out at this guy Doom's price. So he gets what he wants.
And what he wants is that river property. You know, Vitamin, there's a rumor afoot that the city is going to put the new superhighway through here.
Well, in that case, Doom will be able to name his own price and get it.
Are you going to the fire now, Tracy?
No, Gertie. We're going to investigate the office of J.P. Doom.
Come away from that window, Hotfoot. Stop watching that fire.
Not watching? It's beautiful. Beautiful. And it's mine. I made it.
You know, Doom, I think he enjoys watching them fires. We make more than the money you pay us to make them.
Listen, you. I don't want to hear you say that.
Well, why not? It's true, ain't it?
Don't say it. Suppose someone were to hear you.
At 3 o'clock in the morning in your office? Why, there ain't nobody in this here building at this hour.
Just the same, don't say it.
They'll never stop it. It'll burn and burn and burn until there's nothing left.
Listen, Hotfoot, you should never have come back here to my office. Suppose you've been seen.
Nobody ever sees me make my fires, Doom. I am an artist. The fires don't start till Gimmick and I are out of the neighborhood at least 1 hour.
Yeah. I gotta hand that to you, Hotfoot. You got the alibi angle worked out fine.
That's because I'm smart. Smart. Well, Doom, what next? What do we burn tomorrow night?
Nothing.
Nothing? But you...
We're laying low for a few weeks. The police have been snooping around this district like a pack of bloodhounds.
They'll never catch me. I'm too clever for them.
No, look, Hotfoot. I think Doom's right. Take it easy for a while till the heat's on.
Don't forget, Tracy's working on this case.
Tracy. I'd like to match wits with Dick Tracy.
Yeah? Well, I wouldn't.
Someone knocked.
Yeah. How did anyone know we was here? The light's out.
Not the light from my fire. It lights up the whole city.
He's trying to unlock the door. Who's there?
Open up in there.
Go in the other office. You can slip out the other door after he comes in here. Close the door quietly.
Right. Come on.
All right, I'm coming.
Yeah?
J.P. Doom?
Yeah. What do you mean by trying to break into my office?
I'm Dick Tracy of the police. I thought I saw some men come in here. Thought I'd investigate.
Oh. I see. Come in, Mr. Tracy, come in.
Oh, thanks. Come in, Vitamin, and shut the door.
Right-ho, old sleuth. There's no one here but me, Mr. Tracy.
Rather late to be at your office, Mr. Doom, isn't it?
Why, yes, Mr. Tracy, but when I heard there was another fire down here, I came right over.
Like fires, Mr. Doom?
Like 'em? I know, Mr. Tracy. But you see, I own considerable property down here.
And you're trying to buy more?
Yeah. Anything criminal in that, Mr. Tracy?
Depends on the method you use, me fine fella. Vitamin. But Tracy, Gravelgertie said he made threats. Vitamin. Let me handle this. Oh, yes, quite proceed, old man. Well, Mr. Doom, you heard what Mr. Flintheart said.
I assure you, Mr. Tracy, I never threatened Gravelgertie. I tried to purchase a lease, yes, but that's all.
Well, Mr. Doom, it's your word against hers. But I'm going to get to the bottom of this whole business.
Surely you don't suspect me of having anything to do with these terrible fires?
I don't know, Mr. Doom. I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. Come on, Vitamin. Right behind you, Tracy, old tracer. Oh, by the way, Doom.
Yeah?
Perhaps you've heard the rumor that the city is putting the new superhighway through that property you've been trying to buy up. Could that have anything to do with the fires?
Yeah. Gravelgertie, huh? Who's there?
Don't get excited. It's us, Hotfoot and Gimmick.
I thought you'd gone.
Hotfoot wanted to hear what Tracy had to say, so we listened.
It's just as well you didn't go, boys.
Oh, yeah?
Remember? I said no fires for a while?
Yeah.
Well, that's out.
I know. You want to get rid of Tracy, right?
Yeah. But first we've got to get rid of Gravelgertie. It would be a most unfortunate accident if
her place would burn down. Yes.
It would be most unfortunate if her place would burn down with her in it.
Let's return to Dick Tracy and the case of the Firebug murders.
Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they have taken her away. Such a mess. And I'll never see my Nellie anymore. A man's work from sun to sun. A woman's work is never done. Ain't it the truth? Now, who can that be? At this time of night, too. Well, don't get in an uproar. I'm coming.
Oh, hello, Gertie.
Well, Snowflake. Come on in, dearie. Come in. I wasn't expecting no visitors. You see, I was just about ready to hit the hay. Ain't this shack a mess?
Gertie, have you seen Vitamin this evening?
Vitamin? No. Him and Tracy was here last night, but
Then you haven't seen him.
Not tonight, I ain't. Tracy was around the neighborhood this afternoon. I'm looking around, but your husband wasn't with him.
Oh, dear.
Well, what's the matter, dearie? Worried?
Went out after lunch to see his agent, he said. And here it is 11 o'clock at night, and I haven't heard a word from him.
Now, ain't that just like a man? Well, what made you think he was here?
He told me that he and Tracy had been here to see you last night.
And you think he's with Tracy tonight, huh?
I don't know, Gertie. I don't know. I tried to reach Tracy, but he wasn't at his office.
Hey, maybe that's them now. Just a minute, dearie. Yeah?
Hello, Gertie. Remember me?
Oh, remember? How could I forget my best customer? Come in.
Come on in, Gimmick.
Yeah.
Now, what can I do for you two gents? The regular order? 15 pounds of magnesia scrap?
Yeah, Gordy. That's right, huh, Hotfoot?
No, Gimmick. We want a double order tonight.
Double?
Yeah.
Okay. I got at least a ton of that stuff. Bought it from that small parts factory. Oh, I beg your pardon. This is Mrs. Flintheart. This is two customers of mine, Hotfoot and Gimmick.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'll get the scraps for you. I got them back here.
Did you say Flintheart?
Yes. Do you know my husband?
No, Mrs. Flintheart.
We don't know him, Mrs. Flintheart, but, as a matter of fact, we nearly met him last night. Didn't we, Gimmick?
Yeah. Yeah, he was with Tracy.
Oh, you haven't seen him this evening.
No, lady, we ain't seen him, but we'd like to.
Oh.
Fine gents you are, letting a lady lug a heavy box like this without trying to help her.
Oh, sorry, Gertie. Here. Let Gimmick take that.
Yes.
Too late now. Well, there you saw it. 30 pounds of magnesia scraps. Now, that'll be, let me see now. 25 cents a pound. 4 goes into 15. Carry the 1. $6.35.
Okay, Gertie. Give her the money, Gimmick.
Say, by the way, what do you use this here stuff for?
We treat this with special chemicals to set fires.
Oh, sure, to set fires. Why didn't I know? What?
Sure, Gertie. We set all the fires in this neighborhood.
Oh. Why, you dirty so-and-sos. I'm going out and call Dick Tracy on the payphone and tell him.
He ain't gonna go out and leave this here check, Gertie.
He's got a gun.
That's right. Okay, Gimmick. Tie him up.
Oh, you ain't gonna get away with this when I tell Dick Tracy.
You're not going to tell anyone anything again, Gertie. Because we're going to shut you up forever.
Oh.
Police headquarters, Tracy speaking.
Oh, Tracy, old man, found you at last. I've been trying to get you for the last 20 minutes.
Well, I just got back to my office, Vitamin. What is it?
Snowflake's not at the apartment.
What happened? She go home to Mother?
Oh, no, nothing like that. She thought I was with you and went out to find us. I've been with me theatrical agent all day. I forgot to call her and tell her.
Well, she'll be home soon, Vitamin. Good night. I'm going home and get some rest.
Wait a minute, Tracy. She's gone to Gravel Gertie's shack. Left me a note saying that.
Gravel Gertie's?
I'm worried, old man. Remember you told me last night that you were going to keep a watch on Gertie's place for fear J.P. Doom would try to get even with her for telling you...
About his threats. It completely slipped my mind. I've been so busy today.
Do you think there's any danger, old man?
I'm afraid maybe there is, Vitamin.
Oh, what shall I do, Tracy? My poor dear wife is there.
Vitamin, meet me in front of your hotel in 5 minutes. We're going to Gravel Gertie's, and I hope we won't be too late.
Gertie! Open up! There's no answer, old sleuth. Do you think she's home?
Well, there seems to be some sort of light inside.
Can't see anything through the window. It's too sooty.
Oh, stand back, Vitamin. I'm going to crack that door open. Once more ought to do the trick.
Well, I don't see... Good heavens! Look, Tracy, Snowflake and Gertie bound and gagged. Oh, my darling little wife.
Get the gags off them, Vitamin. I'll put that candle out. We didn't get here a minute too soon. Those magnesium scraps would have caught fire and then...
Dear me, love, now you can speak.
Oh, Vitamin. Oh, yes, take the gag out of Gertie's mouth, Vitamin, darling.
Oh, yes, of course, me love. There.
Tracy, them rats was trying to kill us. They tied us up, then they was going to...
Wait a minute, Gertie, wait a minute. Not so fast. Who tied you up and who wanted to kill you?
Them two rats, Hotfoot and Gimmick. They come in here and then they started...
Then they what, Gertie?
Oh.
Reach, Tracy.
That's them, Tracy.
No, don't turn around, Tracy. Just stand there and keep your hands up. That's right. Okay, Gimmick. Looks like we got 'em all.
Yeah, Doom won't have nothing to worry about now.
You see, Tracy, we were waiting across the street to see whether the women would be able to escape. Then we saw you and Flintheart drive up, and we couldn't pass up that golden opportunity, could we?
So it is J.P. Doom, eh?
That's right, Tracy. But now you'll never be able to bother him again. Or us either. Get his gun, Gimmick.
Right, Hotfoot.
Oh, sure. Now, you...
He's got hold of me, Hotfoot.
We'll stop that.
Oh, Tracy.
Tracy, he's down.
Oh, dear.
Tracy thought he'd try something, did he? Okay, Gimmick. Now tie them all up good.
Yeah. You want the gags again?
No gags. They can yell all they want to now. It will all be over very soon. No one will hear them.
How is Tracy, my dear? I can't see him. They have me tied to this chair, and I'm facing the other way.
He's still unconscious, Vitamin. Tracy, please wake up, Tracy.
If I ever get out of this here place alive, I'm going to make them two rats rich they were never born.
The candle is rapidly running out. Or is it the sands of time?
Tracy!
That there candle's getting mighty low, close to that there magnesia.
Out, brief candle. Life is but a walking shadow. A poor player who struts and frets his weary hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
Ah, shut up. Ain't it bad enough to have to die? Do you have to make with a torture, too?
Why, me good woman, I was hoping...
Tracy, he's waking up.
Oh, my head.
Tracy.
Oh, where am I?
We're all here in Gertie's shack.
Tied up, waiting for the end, old man. What's that? In a moment, the candle will ignite the magnesium scraps, and then we... Oh, I've got to get these ropes off my hands.
Tracy, it's no use. We've been trying to get our own ropes off for the last 20 minutes while you were unconscious.
Yeah, can't be did, Tracy.
In my language, there's no such word as can't. It's impossible, old friend. Well, I certainly did a good job. We've got to get out of here before that candle burns. I've got it. Got what, old Houdini? I wonder if I can roll over to the candle.
Tracy, what are you going to do?
I'm going to try to burn the ropes off my hands by holding them over the candle flame.
Good idea, Tracy. But careful with the candle. If it gets knocked over into them scraps, this place will go up so fast we won't know what happened.
I've got to take that chance. Got it yet, old smoke eater? There. Now.
Oh, hurry, Tracy, hurry. The candle's so low. The stuff will catch fire in a minute.
Come on, burn through. Burn through. The ropes have got to burn through.
Why doesn't it burn? Why doesn't it burn? I thought you said the shack would burn down in about 20 minutes. What's taking so long?
It will. Don't be impatient. It should go up in about 30 seconds. Come over here to the back window of the office and see it happen.
No. I don't want to see it.
You come over here, Gimmick. Come on. It'll make quite a sight.
No, I don't want to see it either.
The candle is very short, and what a blaze it will make. The shack is full of oily waste rags and magnesium scraps. It'll be the biggest blaze I've ever set.
Come away from that office window. Someone might see you.
What are you so nervous about, Doom? You're getting everything just the way you want tonight. Tracy and the others out of the way. And now you're in the clear.
What about my conscience?
Conscience? Have you got a conscience?
Oh, no, cut it out. This ain't no time to argue. We all gotta hang together now. We're in pretty deep.
Hang together?
Yeah.
What an unpleasant way of putting it. But don't think you can get rid of us, J.P. We're going to stick around.
Hey, gosh, look at the sky.
Huh?
It's all lit up. The shack's caught fire.
Yes. Come on. Let's watch it from the window.
Yeah. Hey, look at it burn.
Well, that's the end of Dick Tracy, boys. He'll never bother us again.
All right. Hey,
Tracy.
All of you.
Tracy.
Keep your hands up, Doom. You too, Hotfoot. Come on in, Vitamin. Right, old fire eater. Take their guns away while I keep them covered. Yes, Tracy, old man. What are you laughing at, Hotfoot?
I just remembered something, Tracy. Something very funny. You can take your hand out of your coat pocket. You haven't got a gun. We took it away from you.
Gad, discovered.
Now, you get your hands up, Tracy. I'm boss now.
Tracy, he's got your gun.
Hey, Crosby, he grabbed a chair. Look out!
Why, you!
What? Down and one to go. Stop. I give up. Okay, Mr. Dome. Okay. Vitamin? Yes, old slugger. What a battle, old man. Hotfoot and Gimmick out in 2 punches. What a battle. All right, get on the phone, Vitamin. Call headquarters. Tell them to send a trap over here to pick up 3 rats. Righto! We did it again, didn't we, old gumshoe? Yes, I guess we did, Vitamin. The next time these boys come in contact with anything hot,
It'll be the chair in the death house of the state prison.
I'd sure like another Stroh.
Oh, wait.